The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The leaders aren't looking back at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. The event is far from over, but the favorites are making cases for an early coronation. Carissa Yip's legend continues to grow as rapidly as her score, thwarting each new challenger she faces to maintain her dominance over the leaderboard. Reigning champ Fabiano Caruana kept the ball rolling, defeating his friend and longtime second to re-establish clear first in the open section. The front-runners are pulling away. Can they keep up their incredible pace, or will they stumble? Day 7 of action-packed chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 7 of the US Chess Championships and US Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in front of the club. As you can see behind me, there's some construction going on. That's because we're renovating the club, and the grand opening most likely will be early next year. I'm very excited. I'm also very excited to see what the players are going to bring to the table. Let's go to the studio and start Day 7 action.
In the women's tournament, there continues to be one player to watch, and in the open section, there are still games up for grab. Round 7 starts right now. Hello everyone, I am Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Okay.
Good to see you,
Katerina.
Yasser. Always an adventure at the championships. What's in store for us today?
You never know what today might bring. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 National Championships. Well, in both sections, boy, I got to tell you, we have two leaders, and they have been dominant. Kate, do the honors. Tell us the standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So in the ladies section, we have a leader, Carissa, with incredible performance so far, 6 out of 6, and she already has a 2-point lead. Then there is a 3-way tie for the second place, Irina, Krush, Alice Lee, and Begim Togirjanova with 4 points.
Simply outstanding. And our standings in the open section.
In the open section, we also have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, with 4 points. Clear second, Hans Niemann with 3.5 points. And then there are 4 players on 30%, Awonder Liang, Shankland, Sevian, and Levon Aronian with 3 points.
And tell us about the format for these two national championships.
We have 12-player round robin, which means each player plays everybody else in their field. Time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers are allowed whatsoever.
We're moving into the second half of the tournament. Tell us about the schedule.
So today, we have round 7, then one more round, and then players are gonna enjoy rest day. Then last 3 rounds of the tournament, and if necessary, if there will be a tie for the first place, we will see playoffs on Thursday, October 24th.
I thought you were saying the commentators are going to be enjoying their rest day. And Cristian, I got to tell you, our two tournament leaders have been incredibly impressive.
Absolutely, and we're past the halfway mark right now at the US Chess Championships, and the players already are starting to calculate their chances, see who they have ahead. So let's take a look at the leaders and how they got to where they are, as well as the road ahead. We're going to start with the women's section, where, of course, you guys already pointed out, this one is an easy one. Right. Carissa Yip is absolutely dominant so far. 6 out of 6, still in contention for the Bobby Fischer $64,000 prize, and she has defeated a couple of those chasers, Begim Togirjanova and Grandmaster Irina Krush. She has not played Alice Lee, and guess what? She's playing Alice Lee in the last round. The script writers, I'm telling you, who knows what we're going to see in that final round. But let's take a look at her road ahead for the next 3 rounds. And as you can see today, a difficult game against Nazi Paikidze, but Nazi so far has been struggling. Only 1.5 points. She's a 2-time national champion, so she can defeat anybody. This one is not going to be an easy one. Tomorrow, against Atusa Purkashian, who she had some difficulties in last year's encounter. She was completely lost, but managed to swindle that game after the time control. And in round 9, against Megan Lee, who has been impressing so far. Let's take a look at what's happening in the open section. We do have a clear leader right now. That is Fabiano Caruana after a slow start, especially that first game against Hans Niemann. It wasn't easy, but he defended tenaciously. And in the second game against Levon Aronian, he was winning. Unfortunately, did not find an absolutely brilliant tactic. But since then, he's been winning game after game after game. And right now, he's in clear lead. And I have to say, he's cruising to his eventually back-to-back national championships. Let's wait and see. Now, what is his road ahead for the next 3 rounds? Let's take a look. Today, this is a big one against Sam Sevian, who we know he's so strong, and right now in recent years, he knows how to win this type of top events. He won the Chess 9 LX last year. That was his first top event, and guess who he defeated in the last round?
Fabi.
Exactly. Today, this is a big one. Round 8 against Wesley, so the perennial contender for the national title. And in round 9 against Awonder Liang, who once again has been playing brilliant chess so far. Even after his defeat against Robson, he managed to bounce back. Guys, we have a lot of exciting games, but tell us all the pairings. Kate.
Let's take a look. Let's start with the women's section. Here we have Megan Lee playing Alice Lee. Alice is gonna try to continue. She has 2 wins back-to-back.
Right.
Anna Zatonsky against Atusa Purkashian. And now the really important match, Carissa against Nazi Paikidze. We said that she's struggling, but she still is a 2-time US women's champion. So she is going to fight back.
Never count out a champion. Yeah.
Talia Cervantes against Tatev Abrahamian, Rose Atwell against Begim Togirjanova, and Jennifer Yu against Irina Krush.
2 former champions going head-to-head. That's a big match as well. Pairings for the open section.
In the open section, we have Levon Aronian playing his Olympic teammate Wesley Robson against Hans Niemann, who will like to get his revenge for the last year game where he dropped the queen.
Yes, he did. I remember that.
Abhimanyu and Mishra playing Sam Shankland, Grigoriy Oparin against Awonder Liang, and Sam Sevian playing Fabiano Caruana.
That for sure is the big marquee match.
And Leinier Dominguez has a bye round.
Absolutely. Sorry, I forgot about that one. And of course, the players are fighting very, very hard for the titles, but also
for the prize fund. So in the women's section, a total prize fund of $152,000. First place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000. And this year there is this winner's bonus. If a player is clear first, they get extra $5,000.
And in the open section, the prize fund there.
Here the total prize fund is $250,000. First place winning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000. And again, this year winner's bonus $7,000.
And of course, it's deep in the tournament, but there's this Bobby Fischer prize.
Yes.
And we have a competitor.
Very big, $64,000 Bobby Fischer prize. This is awarded for a perfect 11-0 score in the US or the US Women's Championship, and it honors Bobby Fischer's perfect 11-0 score in the 1964 US Championship.
Of course, we mentioned it because Carissa Yip with her 6-0 start. Can she win her next 5 games? Well, the stats say no, but we'll get to that later.
I don't believe the stats too much.
I don't know.
Yasser.
I mean, as we see the players getting ready for the World Chess Hall of Fame, yesterday, Anastasiya said there was a backup at the security.
And we can see the backup even right now. I think that's Sam Shankland, Carissa just making her way through the playing hall.
And international arbiter Chris Bird was telling players, guys, and girls, you need to come earlier.
Exactly.
We don't want this long queue when we are about to start the game.
Right.
Exactly, because the players that are not making past the queue in time, they just start with a deficit. You don't want that.
Right.
Also, it's I would say, look, I'm getting a bit philosophical, but it's an energetic deficit also, because you're not there when the games start, right? So your opponent feels like he has perhaps the upper hand.
One of the amazing stories that came out of the Budapest Olympiad is the buses that ferried the players from their hotel to the playing hall. They were running late, traffic, and da-da-da-da. So Magnus Carlsen decided it was time to take the bicycle.
I mean,
Almost
otherwise
arrived
he
15
wouldn't have
minutes
made it.
late.
He would not have made it otherwise.
Right. He landed in a huff, and somehow he sets down and he wins the game, nonetheless.
First of all, he got lucky because the round started later than it was supposed to start. Yes. And even so, he barely made it. I think it was a matter of 2 minutes. If he would have been late for more than 2 minutes, he would have lost the game.
Wow, because there was this 15 minutes policy that you have to show up at the game.
Correct. And they started at 05 and he came about 0.17.
Wow.
At 17-18. So he was getting very close. He actually thought that he lost the game.
Wow. We see Levon Aronian sporting his Letterman's jacket that he got from one of the events here, and Hans Niemann.
With his smoothie, he gets that before every single round.
Right.
I believe one round he didn't even have time to finish it because his game finished so quickly.
Probably yesterday, right, against Levon Aronian. Levon, I think, spent about 8 minutes off his clock.
Guys, help me out on Levon's shirt there. I'm going to say it's for the birds.
What?
Yeah, it's for the
I
birds.
see flamingos.
Yeah, I see cranes. I see.
Are those not?
I see
Okay,
cardinals.
I don't know what those are. I'm not a bird watcher. Yes, sir. Maybe. I haven't reached that stage of my life yet.
Look what you've got to look forward to, you know. And Levon is probably wondering what's all the fuss. The cameraman is all over him, like, what's going on? There it is. It's the American Cup Letterman's jacket from the 2023 event.
Here we go. We're off.
And wow, that happened in a bang. As
We have
Levon,
first game, first
E2,
moves.
E4, Wesley so. Now, normally speaking, this game would be a game that we would say, hey, could easily decide the first place. We just didn't expect Fabi to have such an incredible start. Just wow, very impressive. E2, E4. Levon, he's been trying to remake himself. I want to say he had been a queen. E4 player early in his career, D4 player later in his career.
One of the
He's
top
coming
D4
back
players.
to his roots.
Yes, one of the top D4 players for a long time during his career. And then it was kind of a shock when he restarted with his E4
yes.
initial love. But this is a big moment right now. Will we see knight C6 or knight F6 as we've seen against Hans from Wesley?
By the way, guys, I have big news for you. I don't think there's going to be any French today.
Oh,
That's great news.
Really?
That's great
I do see a Sicilian on your board, and I was about to say, yes, a Joko piano over here. Let's go to the game of Sam Sevian. Sam opened with a deep pawn, knight f6, c4, inviting a Nimzo. We've been also seeing a number of Queen's Gambits and Queen's Gambits accepted. This particular move order, I've even seen Fabi making a kind of a peculiar move order for a King's Indian. I don't know what he's going to bring in
E6
today's
on the
match.
board.
We do have E7,
E6. I think the tournament situation right now doesn't require him to go.
Of course not.
G6 or anything of that nature. Try to destabilize so early on. And we're still seeing the cameras of Wesley and Levon. Right now we're at the game between Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana.
Right. I'm going to switch over to...
No one is at that board. Look at that. They both took a walk.
For which one?
For a game between Sam Sevian and Fabiano Caruana.
No kidding. So, well, Sam...
But
Okay, Sam got up after move 2.
I don't see any pawns in the center, or perhaps yes, there are, I think. There are some pawns.
I'm going to switch over to, really, Carissa. She's just been regal throughout her first 6 rounds. She knows she's up against Nasi. Nasi loves to play the Caro-Kann. So let's see what she had prepared for the Caro-Kann. First of all, the advanced Caro-Kann, very popular these days. Bishop f5, and really I have to give Nigel Short credit. Knight f3 followed by bishop to e2. I called this the short defense. He took umbrage and he said, what? Liable. It's the Nigel Short attack. I called it the short defense. Many ways of handling this position. In my day, knight c3, e6, g4 used to be the rage. I mean, everybody followed these razor-sharp positions. Another move that was very popular was h2, h4. The idea behind this move was to induce h5, and it was felt that white got more advantage from giving up the g4 square than black did from giving up the g5 square. h4, very attractive move.
So in the game they played queen b6.
Yeah, I wanted to say that David Bronstein popularized queen d7. The idea is that you would like to keep your bishop on this diagonal. You'd like to keep your bishop on this diagonal. However, if you play the move h6, g4, bishop h7, you've achieved what you want. You're actually one move away from achieving what you want. You want to play e7, e6. You're very unhappy.
This is a very nice positional sacrifice.
It is
where you just want
indeed.
to block all the pieces on the king side.
Exactly. So one of the things that David Bronstein did is he played queen d7, and he pre-moves h6, and then plays e6. And the trick is, well, maybe the queen's not that great on d7. Nazi played something completely different. Queen b6, inviting g4, bishop back to d7, h5. These are ways that white is trying to grab as much space as possible on the king side. After the move queen b6, Carissa started immediately with the move h5.
Now black has to be a little careful, because if you want to play simply e6
I would
to
love to
develop
play
your
e6.
bishop, then I'm going to immediately go g4.
Exactly, and that's the problem, is I do end up embarrassingly getting my bishop trapped. But h5 in that particular position, I'm
Yeah,
not
this
sure.
is still theory.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Very much so.
But is
yes.
it a popular move in that moment?
Once you play h4, yes. Once you play h4, you generally go h5.
Okay.
c3 is a bit of a sideline. g4 is by far the main line already.
Right.
And in fact, you don't generally retreat on d7.
You go all the way back.
No, you actually go to e4 for the most part.
Ah.
Because now with the pawn on h6, you can also retreat all the way to h7. So you sometimes like to provoke f3, provoke, let's say,
And we're
another.
and we're still not afraid of these pawn
I'm-
sacrifices?
Look, I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, I'm afraid of everything. But e6 is probably fine with deep understanding and deep calculation of what you need to do.
Okay.
That's probably fine. And she played d6.
h5, h6, c3, and now e6.
Good response.
How
by
do these
Nazi.
two champs?
Let's take a look
Match up.
how they match up. We have a graphic for it, and it's 1 win for Carissa, 1 loss for her, and 5 draws. So very equal match.
Very, very equal.
And I think last year they did play also a Caro-Kann with the same colors. I hope I'm not wrong in that regard. And I do remember Carissa was winning at one point, but I think Nazi completely turned the tables on her and was even better at one point. They ended up making a draw in that one. But she was one of the players that stopped Carissa, let's say, because Carissa was winning game after game last year as well.
Right.
So we'll see if she can manage to do so today.
I've already told you my prejudice in favor of the French defense and why I liked it so much playing it. What I hated was my light squared bishop.
Right, locked on c8,
Right.
very uncomfortable.
And this position for me, I would have embraced with both hands if my opponent would let me put my bishop out side of the pawn chain. So for my taste, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, c6, c5 is a kind of automatic. I do know that a number of players also like playing queen a6 after the trade. The thinking is that if
You're controlling the diagonal.
yeah, if you avoid the trade of queens, then the control of the diagonal makes it a little bit more awkward for white to castle. So bishop takes queen takes d3, but I'm thinking, look, hey, I'm great. I've got a French defense without the light square bishop. I'm doing wonderfully. Cristian, I'm going to throw it your direction. What's caught your eye?
Well, let's just go back to the Open for a second and check this game between Grigoriy and Awonder, because Grigoriy seems to be learning a lot from his losses. His loss yesterday against Fabiano Caruana in the Gioco Piano with this A3 knight to C3 idea. And that's exactly what he's doing today with the white pieces. So he probably looked at it last night after his loss, despite, being frustrated and whatnot. This is a mark of a champion, to be able to look at your losses and learn from them. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. Knight to C3, D3, D6, not A3, but knight to A4 first, bishop to B6, and now A3, with the same ideas. You want to, first of all, shield this bishop, create another retreat square. So if black likes to, let's say, play it symmetrically with knight to A5, then you can just simply tuck the bishop on A2, and you will be more than fine. In fact, you will have a nice advantage. So this is the position that we have right now. A3, H6. It looks so similar to what we had yesterday. Of course, in that one, then these two pieces were not exchanged, the knight for the bishop on B6, but still, it's something very, very similar. We're expecting the exchange at one point. You don't have to be in a hurry to do so. But, of course, C3, D4, this type of ideas will definitely come into this position. Very intriguing setup for both players, I have to say, in this one.
For me, I'm forcibly reminded of my time in the professional world. We would call it, are you looking for a tutorial? So the idea was that Grigoriy yesterday had this position as black,
yes,
and lost it.
Yes.
Today he has it as white, and if he loses it, we would say, did you get your tutorial? Now you know how to play it from both sides.
Hopefully for him, he will not, because
it wasn't a polite
dustbin of history if he loses with the white pieces as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. But still, early on in the opening, let's check what's happening with Sam versus Fabiano. I think we are at this position. Okay, the Nimzo with bishop to D2. All the rage nowadays, D5, A3, and bishop to E7. And sometimes we see even rook to E8 in this position first, so that you can throw the bishop all the way to F8. But that opens up the possibility for white to potentially go E4. That's why you want to stop that with D5 in most cases. D5, A3, and bishop to E7. This is what we have still very early on. We'll see what Sam is going to choose to do in this one, which path he wants to take.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm just looking at the game between Talia and Tatev. And recently, this line of the Nimzo Indian, where you play E3 and A3, kind of a same-ish, has been essayed. And Talia hoping to catch Tatev out in a very sharp line of the, I think it was Nepo who had done this. And they went like G4, and he won.
I think H4, against Anish at the Sinfield Cup.
Yeah, it was really a fabulous game. So maybe Talia
with rook A2, right?
Yeah,
rook A2,
with rook A2. Maybe Talia would draw some inspiration from that game. Megan Lee and Alice Lee. Megan, very unlucky not to have won yesterday. And had she done that,
very big chances to go three wins in a row.
For Alice Lee, a slow starter, she is now really, I want to say, back on track. +2, 4 out of 6, tied for second.
But she was really happy yesterday that she said in the interview with Anastasiya Karlovich, it was a clean game. Finally, I just won, and it was a very nice game.
Yeah, without adventures. D7, D6. For me, this is actually a very important strategic moment. And in my estimation, white must play the move E4, E5. If you don't, black is ready to play the move E6, E5, and it really shuts down this bishop. And that bishop on, conversely, if I do play the move E5 and you think, hey, this is great, I'll play the move D6, D5, you'll actually end up weakening this pawn on C5, and I'll make an immediate attempt to attack it. I will play knight A4 and bishop A3. I do believe E5 is, strategically speaking, very important. Weigh in on that thought. Do you like the move E5, Kate?
I do.
You do?
I do, because I do feel that after black manages to play E5, it's a very strong position for them.
2 bishops, and quickly bringing the knight to the F4 square. You might ask yourself, what am I doing with this bishop Ooh, by the way, we do have e5 and d5 on the board. So things are going to get spicy over here. I'm expecting knight c3, knight a4, and we'll see how Alice decides how she wants to defend the pawn on c5. Where would you like to take
I
us?
want to take a look at the game between Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush. For a second, I thought we may see Mora Gambit, something very risky.
Smith-Mora Gambit?
Yes.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, this is actually a very, very funny story. I remember his first name in a moment. Smith was a player from Texas. And he was an outsized figure. He wore these Abraham Lincoln hats. And he was a particularly fine poker player. And he liked to play a gambit that bore his name, the Smith-Mora Gambit, like this.
Right.
And this is what you thought.
Yeah, so we sacrifice a pawn, but as white, you can see the bishops are already opened. So we're going to quickly develop and hope for a compensation.
Yes.
And it's not that easy for black to defend. I mean, I'm sure Irina Krush knows because she played it many, many times.
Right. And Smith had played in the 1972 San Antonio tournament sponsored by Church's Fried Chicken. Okay? And Smith had opened up e4, and somebody had answered with the French defense. And Bent Larson, who wrote the tournament book, said question mark. Much stronger with c5, winning a pawn. Winning a pawn on move one. I liked it.
But Jennifer decided to recapture with a
takes
queen, which is
d4
very
and
unusual.
I don't even know what this is called. I have seen queen d2. I've also seen queen a4. But queen d3, that's a new wrinkle for me. And I'm going to ask Cristian, what do they call this one? It's not the Smith, Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush. What's the name of this opening?
Supposedly the Smith-Mora.
But it's not the gambit.
But it's not the Smith-Mora, right? It's not the gambit. So, yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Of course, again, we learn not to trust pterodactyl defense and the standard, the modern. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Don't trust it too much. But this is supposedly the Smith-Mora gambit still.
Is it popular at all? It's news to me.
It has been played quite a few times.
Okay.
Generally, you want to immediately, exactly, bishop to f4, as I was saying, that she just played it. It's all about the dark squares and trying to put pressure on the dark squares as fast as possible. Bishop to f4. If you do go d6, obviously now you start understanding the idea, right? I go castle, you go e5, I go bishop g5, and this is a very good, let's say, structure for white. Knight to d5 is going to come. I can also maybe have ideas of f4 in this position. So this is good for white. After bishop to f4 though, and this is the problem whenever you don't try to seize the center as fast as possible, is black can even go d5 in the position, except the fact that if you take, she's probably going to play with the isolated queen's pawn, but you have enough compensation for that.
Sure.
You have enough dynamic compensation for that. This knight coming to b4, this queen is a little bit in the way on d3, right? It can be attacked. So these are, let's say, the intricacies of this position. Now, let's go to the open section and see what's happening in the game between Ray Robson and Hans Niemann. We know they have some history, these two players, especially last year.
Right.
Hans was doing amazing in the tournament. I think he was on +1, maybe even +2. And then
black with
his
Ray.
game against Ray Robson was going smoothly.
Right.
He didn't have any problems out of the opening. And then he just allowed his queen to get trapped in a pretty rudimentary way.
Right.
And of course, he had
Ray took it.
Ray took it, inflicted the defeat on Hans, and of course, Hans probably wants to bounce back from that one.
Right.
He's playing the Berlin in this one. Bishop to d6, knight bd2, and in this position, white has two very distinct ways of continuing. One of them is knight to d2, which is a more slow approach, and then the other one is bishop to g5. But that opens a completely new can of worms. After h6, g5, and then you get these type of positions, right? Bishop to g4, or even bishop to e6 and the pawn sacrifice on e5. Black gets a lot of compensation for it. So if you don't know your theory right now, you can get in trouble. Now, he chose knight bd2, which makes a lot of sense. Bishop to e6, one of the main lines. And now the focus is going to be on the pawn e5 for white. You're going to go b3, knight to c4, maybe even bishop Never mind. Never mind. He just played d4, which is one of the main lines as well. Knight to d7, you need to keep the center as is, and this is one very forced line. f4, bishop to d4, king to h1, and now you need to stop the avalanche of pawns on the king side. You have to go f5, it seems like. f6 is also an option. So perhaps this is what Ray Robson is trying to stir the game towards. Let's see. Let's wait and see. d4 was played. Knight to d7 was followed. Take, take. We're actually just storming through that variation that I just showed you. Knight takes e5 is on the board. Bishop takes e5. And I'm expecting f4. I think you have to go f4. Otherwise, you don't really have enough compensation for the two bishops.
But, sorry, bishop d4 check, king h1. Are you sure f5 or f6?
f5 or f6, both of them work.
Because f5, you're opening up the e file.
Yeah. It's the main line. f5 is the main line in this position.
Dang.
Yes, f5 is the main line, has been played 9 times. f6 is the second most played, and queen to e7. But generally, you don't want to allow
f5
white to push you back a little bit. Even e5 in this case, and kind of cutting the bishop from that side of the board. So f6 or f5, those are two moves. This is the moment.
Yeah,
maybe let's focus on the players and see the next move, because it's kind of an important one. Do you go f5 or do you go f6 is the question for Hans.
I'm stunned by the move f5. And I'm looking at the clocks. Kate, help me out here. But
So Ray has 1 hour, 27 minutes. Oh, wow.
f5.
And by the way,
on the board,
Hans has 1:26. So both have a lot of time. No one is spending time. f5.
Well,
Played pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Suggesting that he knows this variation.
And how do these two match up in their lifetime scores?
Let's take a look. So Ray Robson has 2 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw.
Well, if Hans considers himself the greatest talent, what does he think of Ray?
Well,
Ray
he
must
needs
be
to
the
start
greatest.
getting those points back, getting some wins.
Exactly. I just want to go back to the game of Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush for a moment, because we did see that move, bishop f4 from Jennifer. We didn't see the move d7, d5, but a different approach by Irina. She's thinking, hey, look, if you castle, you know, I'm going to castle. I've got ideas of bishop takes c3 and maybe putting some very serious pressure on the e4 pawn. And how do these two champions match up?
Let's take a look, because they do have a lot of games between each other, or at least I thought. Yes. 2 wins for Jennifer Yu, 2 losses,
That's quite a
and
few.
3 draws. I remember they played this Armageddon game, right?
Right. Oh
very
my gosh.
memorable, where Jennifer Yu just dropped a bishop on move 12, but she managed to win the game and win the championship.
And I want to
And
say,
that's
most of the
classical
times,
chess, of course.
they meet in the US Chess Championship.
Yes,
That's why you don't see as many, because they don't play in mutual
the
tournaments very
opens
often.
and
Yes.
things there. Bishop b4 on the board, and back over to you, Cristian. f5.
Oh, I'm just looking through the
sure.
variations, and I'm trying to kind of understand where this f5 might take us, right?
Okay.
f5, queen h5, obviously. This is the first thing you need to ask in this position. Hey, what about queen
Buddy.
which, by the way, is on the board?
Yes.
Queen h5 is on the board, g6 is on the board. You're not going to take on g6. You're most likely going to go to e2. I think you want to put the queen on e2 for the simple fact that you need this square for the knight. And he just
Exactly.
played queen e2 as well. Again, let's focus on the players, because they're storming through the moves right now. They're
Right,
really
as
playing
if-
fast, a la tempo. They're not letting us analyze the position.
Right.
It shows that they know exactly what they're doing. Right now, after queen to e2, do we expect castle in
I
the
would-
position? Do
I
you
would
take
think
on
so.
e4? There's a few options. You can take on e4. You can go castle. Maybe even queen f6 could be a possibility. It all depends on
Queen-
how deeply this position has been
So
analyzed.
you're saying that black's possibilities include queen f6, a move that wouldn't cross my mind, by the way.
It hasn't played.
Queen
It hasn't
f6.
been played, but it's
Castles
one of the recommendations.
would be, very, very high on my list. And captures on e4 is actually kind of intriguing. The idea there is, if I capture on e4 and you recapture with the queen, actually I would prefer to castle long.
Right.
I would think my king is a little bit safer than the kind of drafty king side.
Five
You know,
out of
I'm
6
curious.
games.
Christian was saying Queen H5 is the first move that comes to his attention. I was thinking about capturing the pawn on F5 and just giving a check.
Of course, that was the
How is
first move
that?
that came into my attention. Yeah, I'm assuming we were going to.
Rook E1 and just King F7.
Probably King F7, yeah.
Knight F3.
And I have to go back. And somehow I'm saying my king looks a little bit goofy, but if I can play Rook E8, I'll castle by hand.
And actually, the two bishops are really strong, guarding all the diagonals there. And it looks that my bishop on C1 is actually pretty bad.
Castle is
strangely.
played. Now, the
Okay,
question,
so let's
what
go
do
back
you
to
do?
the
How do you continue?
Position.
So we do have castles on the board. And, well,
Ray generally likes to take his time. And Katerina, you know him quite well. He was your teammate.
Yes,
for a
at
while
Webster University.
University. So what can you tell us about, let's say, his trends whenever it comes to spending his time?
I mean, you know, when I played him, the first thing that actually kind of surprised me was that sometimes I would get a draw position here, or like drawish looking position. He would never agree to a draw. He would just continually play for like 30, 40 moves, and he would always win.
He'd
So
always
that
grind
was
you
super
down.
annoying for me. I was like, okay, Ray, this is a draw. Let's agree. I was like, no, I'm still going to keep trying. So he's a person that, you know, tries to really
Persistent.
win any kind of position.
Okay.
Just small advantages is enough.
okay.
But of
Well,
course, Hans is just much, much better player than me. So it's going to be more difficult.
Assuming knight f3 by Ray, take us through what the theoretical was.
Bishop f6 seems to be, again, you need to sort of take control of the g5 square. Otherwise, my knight is
Sure.
coming to g5, creating some big problems for your bishop. For example, bishop g7, knight g5. Already, you cannot move to d7 because of queen to c4, right? So, unfortunately, you cannot do this type of things. Now, knight f3, bishop to f6, e5, bishop to e7 again, keeping control of the g5 square. Now I can start going rook to d1, followed by knight to d4. It's still balanced. It's a very, very balanced position. Knight to d4, bishop to c5. It's always the question, right? Is this majority going to be enough to give you the advantage as white? Or my two bishops, in this case, they do seem to fade away because I always have the option of
Captures.
picking one of them up with knight takes e6. Nevertheless, it does seem like black has enough, even in this position. After bishop to e7, you control all of these entry squares. It's going to be very difficult for white to create and make any progress. Nevertheless, look, I have the better structure. I might as well try. And he's going to try if they do go for this type of position. What you probably don't want as white is leave the two bishops on the board, because then if a light square bishop lands on d5,
E4.
maybe even e4, you might have some problems, right? So this is something that Ray Robson is going to have to pay close attention to.
Well, it seems like a decent way of playing for a two-result game, I want
Sure,
to say.
why not?
you know.
Why not? Yes.
Knight f3, and away we go. Thank you, Christian. And please, Kate, tell us where you'd like
Let's go
us
to the game
go.
of Carissa and Nazi Paikidze, because
Yes.
she did follow your suggestion, Yasser, to just play queen a6 and try to trade the queens.
Well, it's actually not my suggestion. I was saying that I've seen players do this as a black, playing the move queen a6. I actually like the queen on b6.
So you would prefer c5?
I
and
would play
continue.
c5 right away, knight
Nice
c6.
French position.
And a nice French position. Nonetheless, as you said, queen a6. And very quickly, Carissa said, I'm not going to beat you in an ending. Queen takes a6, knight takes a6, offers me nothing. I mean, I have space, but the bishop isn't very good. Retaining the queens doesn't mean that you automatically have a great attack or anything like that. It's just that white in some ways has taken responsibility. She's played the moves e5 and h5. She's lost some tempi to get this advanced pawn structure so that she can attack. So obviously you can imagine that if the queen was on g3 and the black king was on g8, then bishop takes h6 and so forth and so on. So it's very easy for white to have a bad position if you end up not being able to attack, you lose the initiative, suddenly h5 becomes a liability. And like we actually saw Begum Remember Begum's position with her pawn against
Right.
Talia on g6, right? Begum was playing for that early attack.
Then Talia came and captured those pawns.
Captured the pawns. She had a good position. Knight d7. Knight d7, for me, by the way, is already an indication that the move c5, d takes c5, she was worried that, well, like, how am I supposed to win the pawn back? If we go back just one move, if you start with c5, let's say I start with c5 just for argument's sake. And just for argument's sake, it's not a good move, it's not a bad move, knight e2. And I now play queen a6.
It's much better because you can place your knight to c6 right now.
That's what I'm thinking as well. So knight d7, but also what I wanted to say about knight d7, that's an indication to me that Nazi is thinking to castle long and play f6. And
Target that pawn on e5 quickly.
Exactly, even at the cost of maybe the e6 pawn to get fast development. So she's
Because
played
when we look at
castles.
white's pieces, I mean, they're still not developed. Now, finally, the knight got out.
Right.
But before, we just had all the pieces on the back rank, except
Exactly.
the queen.
Now, the knight might not want to be on e2. Carissa placed it there so she could castle short. Now, knight e2, I don't know. Cristian, I don't particularly play this line of the Caro-Kann myself. What is the theoretical outcomes of this specific?
Well, we're very much out of theory.
Are we out of there?
Yes,
Because the
yes,
moves
yes.
all look pretty natural up
It
here.
does seem like even bishop to d3 was already a novelty, which is, again,
Really?
it's a very natural move. I'm sure Carissa
Sure.
has looked at it at home. g4 was the main line in the previous game
Games.
that was played in this one. But g4, to be honest, with a pawn already on c3 doesn't make as much sense. I will explain that in just a second. For example, if you go g4 right now, bishop to e4, very often we see this rook swing. Rook to h3 followed by rook to b3, especially against the queen on b6. With the pawn on c3 already, this doesn't really make a lot of sense. So after e6, bishop to d3, and again, this is a very novel position. I'm sure you can analyze it and you can find 10 ways you can play this position, right? Bishop d3 is not the only one. Knight e2, knight f3, anything can be played,
Right.
Especially with the new engines. Queen to a6 is on the board. Queen to e3, knight to d7, and knight to e2. Look, it's a very normal position so far. Not as much has happened. Of course, black is going to try to go c5, break at the right moment with the move c5, get the knight potentially to c6. This would be an ideal, let's say, setup for black. To get the knight to d6, of course, you have to be careful because once you put the knight on e7, I can always pick up the pawn on c5. So that's a question you will need to answer. But these are the type of ideas that black will need to do. Now, going back to the open section and speaking about name of openings.
Yes.
What do you think this particular opening is called?
Well, the Brontosaurus, of course.
The classical defense.
Standard Brontosaurus.
I'll invite you to the Nimzo normal line. I think they're messing with us. Yes. I truly do. This is the normal line. Like, what is so normal about it?
There are gremlins in that database.
I think they're watching the show. They're messing with us for sure. Bishop to d3, c6. Of course, this is a Carlsbad structure with the bishop on d2 behind the pawn wall, right? In general, we have the bishop on g5 or on f4. So maybe you, Yasser, because you've played this type of positions and structures throughout your whole career. Tell us a bit about the differences between the bishop on d2 and the bishop on g5 or f4.
I can't because I never had the bishop on d2. I always had the bishop on f4 or
you never
g5.
played the normal line?
I didn't put the bishop behind the pawns. I put the bishop outside of the structure so that they would be active. It's very hard for me to see the upsides of the bishop on d2.
I'm going to try to explain them.
Thank you. I just throw it right back in your direction.
Well,
I don't know how to.
Yes.
I don't know how to.
I was trying to shift it to you, but you shift it back. I see what we're doing here.
Right.
Obviously, there's going to be a minority attack involved after b4, a4, b5. Generally, with the bishop on d2, I have a feeling that this pawn on b4 perhaps is going to be followed by knight to a4, knight to c5 first.
There.
And then it seems like it's defending on this side. Sure, it's a bit more of a passive approach, right? It's a bit more of a passive approach, and I don't know if I necessarily like it. But sometimes you also see the attack coming via the e-file for black, with the bishop on this side, and maybe even on e1 at the right moment, defending the king side. I think that's the dual purpose: looking at the queen side, supporting the minority attack, and staying close to the king as well on e1. So I think these are the type of, let's say, small differences, but we're going to have to wait and see for the game to develop to try to understand them even better. Now, I do believe we have Anastasiya with a victor from yesterday. Check out this interview.
I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, who just won the game and became the sole leader of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, Fabi, congratulations. You played today against your friend, Grigoriy Oparin, the person you know very well. You were working with him for so many years. And what was your mindset coming into this game?
Yeah, it was, of course, a lot of mixed feelings. And yeah, I wanted to play a normal game, but of course had to consider how to get something we've never checked before, more or less, or checked not so much. So I chose a rare line of the Italian to play knight c3 and a3. I saw that Alexenko is very often going for this plan. I think maybe mixed things up a bit, taking on c5 too early, and then it got quite original after ed5. But I thought I was like pressing slightly, and then he was spending a lot of time trying to find the right plan, but he ended up in a very bad endgame. And then I think I misplayed the endgame very badly, most likely. But eventually he made some final mistake. I don't know exactly where, because it's quite a subtle endgame. So it's like he has good drawing chances at some moment, maybe even it was equal. I was thinking he would go for b5 ideas. At some point I was quite happy he went for this maneuver of knight to g8, because then I get this very dangerous pass d-pawn. And then I wasn't sure if he was holding after that, but at least it looked very, very unpleasant.
For me, from, let's say, my perspective, it seemed like he got this ending was like kind of bad knight against the bishop, which looked bad, but then became, of course, better after you made some exchanges. But from my perspective, maybe I was taking it wrong. Like maybe you had a different idea. Like, did you feel that after you got there, you had good chances?
I thought more or less like I should be close to winning at the start of the endgame. That was my feeling. And clearly he went for it out of desperation, because if you put your knight on c8, it's already an extremely desperate measure. So I think b6 was definitely a mistake on his part. And to go for this endgame in general was not a good decision. So his feeling was that when I played c4, that it was a mistaken move. And I also feel kind of the same in hindsight, that probably c4 is a mistake. What I underestimated is that very often he sacrifices a pawn with b5. And then his knight from c8 goes from extreme passivity into b6, and it becomes quite a good piece. So this pawn sacrifice is very dynamic and actually gives him a lot of counterplay. That's what I kind of didn't see in advance. And then I realized that it's really difficult for me to implement my plan, because I always have to deal with this idea. So probably he was correct that c4 is a positional mistake.
Yeah, in the end you managed to win this game. Now you took the lead, and like the sole lead, and tomorrow you're going to play against Sevian. What do you think about him? You played him many times before. What do you think about this player?
Yeah, I find him a difficult opponent in general, because he's very strong. He has good openings. He calculates well. He has a lot of good qualities. So it's not like I have a huge score against him or anything. I think I have a very small plus, but it's more or less a balanced score. And I think he's a dangerous opponent. So I'm, also a lot of things have gone on. So I'm also a little bit divided emotionally, and so I'll try to kind of recover a bit and keep some energy for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that's very important. Yes, to have some balance. Like now we actually reached the middle, 6 rounds to go, so 5 rounds still to go till the end of the tournament. What exactly you mean by keeping the energy? Like how will you try to keep it going? Let's say, so is it something like you have to survive until the free day, or what do you have in your mind?
Yeah, of course I want to get to another free day. It's actually good we have 2 in this event, because it's quite long, quite difficult. Everyone is tough. 11 rounds is quite a long way to go in general. And yeah, we've passed the halfway point. So I've noticed, like in the Olympiad, that I did lose my energy at nearing the end of the tournament, and that's what I hope to avoid here.
Yeah, good point. Thank you so much, Fabio. All the best of luck for the rest of the tournament, and see you next days. We'll go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya, as she caught up with Fabi at the end of the round yesterday. So he was talking about that game as well as looking forward to his game today. Wanted to take us to the game between Rose Atwell and Begum. And I just want to say a few words about this exact position. So this is a kind of a tabia that players play in the Ruy Lopez. Rose has just played the move Rook E1, B7, B5, Bishop B3, and back in the day, everybody played D7, D6, C2, C3, and away they went. U.S. chess champion Frank Marshall came up with what he called and became known as the Marshall Gambit. He played against Jose Raul Capablanca, the move Castles. And the world champion, Capablanca, played C2, C3, D7, D5 was born, and it was unbelievable. What was really unbelievable was Frank Marshall, when he went to sleep, on his bedside reading table, he kept a notebook and pencil. He oftentimes woke up having chess dreams, and he would scribble down. He came up with a Marshall Gambit years before he ever played it against Capablanca. Really? It's like he kept it in his pocket. Now, I'm imagining you both. Kate, imagine that you came up with some spectacular idea and you were patient enough to wait and wait and wait for the right opponent to spring it on.
Wow,
that must have been something extremely special. And you too, I mean, Krush.
That doesn't exist anymore.
No, you come up with a good idea.
Anymore.
You want to play it immediately.
The thing is, everybody's on the same path, more or less.
Exactly.
Given that you have the engines, and the engines more or less tell you the same thing. Now,
Yeah.
of course, it depends very much on how strong your engine is, but
Right.
generally all these top players, they have the best engines available. So they follow the same paths, right?
Right.
If you find something novel, you're going to take it out as fast as possible,
Right
use
on.
it as fast as possible, because you wait a week and it's already gone. Somebody
Right.
else used it. So these are the differences between the days that you are talking about
Exactly.
and what we're experiencing right now.
today. So C2, C3, allowing the Marshall Gambit, today's players avoid it because they think that the pawn on C3 gets in the way of the knight.
And it's so analyzed, there's so many variations.
Exactly.
You don't want to kind of appear in some special line that your opponent prepared.
Exactly. So what white players have done today is do what is called the anti-Marshall. They literally play H2, H3, D2, D3, and saying you can't play D7, D5 and get the same compensations of a normal Marshall Gambit. And then Begum saying, oh yes I can. I'm going to play D5 nonetheless. You're going to take my pawn. I'm going to recapture. You're going to take my pawn on E5. I'm going to play knight to D4. I will get the two bishops as a compensation for my pawn, and I will have good development. So white doesn't normally capture on E5, but first includes the move A4, B4, knight to D2. Now, in my mind, I always thought that black has to get busy right now because the pawn on E5 is about to get captured. I don't know what you're supposed to play. Bishop C5, bishop F6. In other words, get ready because here comes knight C4 and knight takes
Maybe
E5.
knight F4 also.
Or knight F4.
Begum just A5.
A5. For me, that is really a head scratcher. And Rose is sitting here thinking, well, wait a minute. I mean,
Can I take the pawn right now?
and I want to ask the question. I suppose, Cristian, that this is still theory because the move A6, A5 caught me by surprise, let's just say.
Let's take a look. Yes, this still has been played once
Wow.
before.
So it's still theory.
Knight takes E5 has been played. I don't know exactly which game that was, but yes, it has been played before. Knight
And
takes
then
E5, take, and bishop to F6. So it's a pawn sacrifice, very typical of the Marshall. But the question is, do you have enough compensation, right? Rook
So
to
I go
E1.
back?
I'm not sure. I'm not that convinced, especially without the pawn on B5. You're
Right.
giving me this very important square C4. Now I can transition my knight, knight C4, maybe knight E5, maybe even knight to E3, right? But where's your compensation? Where's your attack? How fast are you getting to my king, right? And those questions I don't see the clear answer to right now.
So this gambit has been played in the past, and
yes, rook takes c5, knight to f4 was played previously. So take, a knight to f4 in this position. But the problem is queen to g4 might in fact be quite unpleasant. Queen to g4, knight takes a g2, knight to e4, and now you start understanding. Your knight, first of all, is kind of getting trapped, right?
Right.
Bishop to h6 also comes into the position, and perhaps this is her preparation, because there is a very nice move closely tied to the
rook
game,
a6
to the move a5, and that is rook to a6. Yes, yes.
Rook lift. Transfer the rook to the king
Maybe
side.
this is her
I
idea.
remember a game of Ivanchuk where something like that happened.
There was a game in this line.
Yeah.
But again, there's minute details that perhaps we're missing right now.
Right.
Bishop to g5, bishop takes g5, rook takes g5, knight to h4. Only move in the position, otherwise you lose this.
And then I have h6 if you capture it, or what's the idea?
I guess h6 or rook g6. So if you take the knight first, because that defends the rook.
And now
rook g6. Yes.
How's
f4, but it's not over yet, right? f4 and h6 now.
This is
and again, it's all about this pin. So, some crazy stuff. First of all, I can still go on, right? Queen to h5, because now if you take, I take on g6 and you lose, or at least you're close to losing. But it seems like it actually works. Queen to d4 check.
Wow.
And I guess this is a perpetual. Some crazy stuff like this. Some absolutely insane stuff like this. This is a huge game for the standings in the women's section.
Let's see why it's so important.
Because Begin Togirjanova is tied for the second place with 4 points. And if she wins, she's still getting closer to Carissa, but especially maybe getting that clear second place. And Rose Atwell, she has 2 points and she's tied for the 8th place.
Well, it has been the Carissa Yip Show. Let's go to Carissa's game. She's up against former U.S. champion Nasi Paikidze. And Nasi, we love her on our show as a commentator. Let's see what's happening, because guess what? After the move c5, knight d2, knight e7, Carissa spent a whole tempo playing the move a2, a3, and I'm scratching my head. I'm looking at this position and I'm saying, what isn't there to like about Black's play? Black goes knight to c6.
I castle.
Probably short. Well, what am I seeing? Probably short. You castle short. I'll castle long. Okay, so I'm basically saying kings on opposite flanks, right? I'm going to attack you on the king side. You're going to attack me on the queen side. Except it's not easy for you to attack me on the queen side. Yes, because I
cannot manage to make that b4 move.
Exactly, with the queen on a6. And lots of times, you'll see this in the French defense, Black does have the option of closing things down and playing moves like c4, knight a5, knight b3, or c4, knight b6, knight a4. You often see that in the winner where the pawns are doubled and I put a knight on a4, blockading knight. But what can I say? 6-0, the chess speaks for itself, and she's still in the Bobby Fischer.
Yeah, incredible performance, just winning everything that comes to her way.
Yeah, and the Bobby Fischer prize of an additional $64,000.
Yeah, she's still looking at that because it's awarded for perfect 11-0 score in the US and US Women's Championships. It honors Bobby Fischer's perfect 11-0 score in the 1964 US Championship. Carissa still has that chance.
Yeah, there she is, 6-0 up against Nasi. Now, each and every day, we get to see the statistical models of Ben Underwood. And I'm sitting here looking at these statistical models, and I scratch my head. When you get to 6 out of 6, and you're trying to get that $64,000 Bobby Fischer prize, you got to win 5 more games, you think to yourself, well,
statistically, I have some
really good chances.
15%.
According to Ben Underwood and his models, Carissa has a fabulous chance of winning the tournament. In fact, she's up to 80%.
Yes, 76.9.
That's after round 5, but perhaps we can see after round 6 as well.
Oh,
Here we
Take
go,
a look at that.
80.7%.
Take a look
but
at that.
now this is where we get into a big fight. What is Carissa's chances of winning the Bobby Fischer Prize?
Why is
What?
why are Atusa used everybody else on 0.0?
No
Shouldn't they have at
chances
least-
whatsoever.
I think mathematically,
No mathematical chance, huh?
Mathematically, they might be eliminated
Huh.
by
Just because she has such a high number.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that
Only
makes sense.
Alice seems to have a statistical chance of winning there. But according to this, I'm gonna don't be.
I saw it. I
eyeballing.
thought it's around 15%. That was my
15%.
original
What about
guess
you,
before I
Christian?
looked at it.
If I said to you, coming into today's show, what do you think Carissa could? Does she have a 10%
Oh
chance
yeah,
of doing?
10%. That's the number I would.
That was the number in
gravitate
my
towards.
mind.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
10%.
Ben Underwood says 1.94%.
That's too low.
That goes to show how difficult it is to get a perfect score.
That's the thing, it's really difficult. Like, sometimes you just make a draw. Like, your opponent doesn't make a mistake. It's really hard to win a game. There are a lot of draws.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why the percentage is so low.
I think it's just
Okay.
too low. I mean, again, I'm trying to weight all of her past performances as well, and she's had way too many where she was close to 11 out of 11. That's
10
the
out of
problem.
11 in the Budapest Olympiad.
Not long time ago against really strong opposition.
Really
she was
strong.
playing 23, 2400 level
Every
players
round.
every single round, and she still managed to score so high. So
Right.
I would not put that past her, and especially with the motivation that comes with that Bobby Fischer Prize.
Right.
You know, like sometimes you don't have what to play for. There's no Bobby Fischer Prize. You relax a little bit. You've won mathematically the tournament. Okay, now I can relax. She's not relaxing anytime soon because she has a huge motivator to go 11 out of 11.
Yeah. Pardon me, and apologies to Fabiano. The same probabilities, Ben Underwood. Again, Carissa had 80% chance of winning. How about for the open section now?
So
This is after
here-
round 5.
After round 5, Fabiano has 73.9% of winning the tournament, and right below him is Hans Niemann, who has only 8% chance, 8.2%.
But now, after the 6th round went into the history books, check this out. Caruana's winning percentage went higher than Carissa's.
That's how
Like-
is that?
I
How is
really
that
cannot
We're going to
possible?
throttle Ben.
That is true. I kind of
Carissa is like,
understand.
guys, are you serious?
Wait a minute. Carissa's 6 out of 6. Fabi's only 4 out of 6. Come on.
I sort of understand the model a little bit.
What's
right?
the model?
Because right now, perhaps, you know, the open section, you see a bunch more draws than in the women's section. So it's a bit more volatile in the women's section. Perhaps that's why that
The
2-point
decisive
deficit
game.
is easier perhaps to recover from than it is the half a point right now plus 1 game.
Right.
That Hans has to, that's the deficit that Hans has to surmount to be able
Overcome,
to
yeah.
catch up with Fabi. So, yes, I understand what Ben is saying, but I still don't see it. I mean,
It still deserves to be.
81% for Fabi, that's incredible.
Like what?
That's
what?
incredible.
What? Yeah. Nice.
But it's statistics, guys. It's
It
no
is. Look,
right.
I
Generally, he
hated
wins.
my statistics classes too. But
Generally, he wins it. Whenever he's
Yeah.
up in this type of tournaments, he wins it. And I think I said back to back at the beginning of the broadcast. But I think if he wins this one, that's 3 years in a row. 2022, 2023, and if he wins this one as well, Fabi might be doing 3 years in a row as the U.S.
that's
champion.
quite the hat trick. It's a
Yeah.
very, very hard
That's
tournament.
huge.
When you've
Especially
got
since the
this
second
field-
one. Second one, he got it after 6 years. So
Right.
he got the first one in 2016, 2022, the second one, and right now he's going back to back. Just
Really
an incredible player,
impressive
hitting his
champion.
stride right now in his early 30s.
Exactly. As we're here in the ladies section, let's just go around the horn a moment. I'm going to jump to the game of Talia and Tatev. When we left it, Talia is seeking to surprise her opponent with this hybrid Rubinstein Nimzo Indian with E3, followed by a very early A3, inviting Tatev to go after her C4 pawn, which he's done, C5. We're going to have an echo of this game, by the way, from another game as well. E3, E4, Talia's looking to play the move bishop to G5 and E5. knight to e8, getting out of the way of that. And a very nice maneuver from black's perspective is to go knight a5, bishop a6. And you may be thinking that this was a defensive maneuver designed to stop bishop g5, which it is, but it's also designed to play knight to d6.
To really put as much pressure as possible on that pawn on c4.
Precisely. Castle, bishop a6. So essentially what white is saying is, you know what? I'm going to lose that pawn. Forget about it. Let's go. Let's go f4, let's go f5. You can go pawn hunting as much as you like, and I'm going to go all in on a kingside attack with f4, f5. This is going to be a barn burner. Again, the Megan Lee, Alice Lee game, when we left it here. And once again, we see echoes of this pawn on c5. I was thumping for knight to c3 to a4. Different approach by Megan. First, she wanted to make sure that the pawn on c5 is stuck. There's no possibilities of c5, c4. Ooh, Alice. I talk to my therapist. I tell my therapist. I talk to my pieces. What does that bishop on a6 say to you?
Yeah, it's getting out of the way on the back rank. That's a good thing. But I'm not sure if it's doing anything serious on that pawn on c4, because
wow.
it's defended very well by that pawn on b3 and d3.
I would say that bishop on a6 is facing a very serious problem. What say you, Cristian?
I don't speak to my pieces. Please don't put me on the
Boy,
spot.
you are missing. You're missing.
I'm missing out. Yeah.
You're missing out big time. Queen castles is on the board, and well, you don't have to ask twice. It's all about white trying to capture this pawn. And I mean, Alice might be thinking, with my bishop on a6, I'm completely discouraging the move c3, c4 takes d5. Yes, you are. But I never intended to play that anyway. What I always intended to play was bishop to a3.
And put pressure on that c5 pawn.
Exactly. Well, we'll see if Alice can handle it. Carissa, yep, we've already seen. Jennifer versus Irina. Guess what? It's kind of an inclusion of bishop b4, f3, and d5.
And Jennifer has a chance to get a pawn here. But you don't usually like to get these pawns, right? So let's take a look. If Jennifer takes the pawn,
on d, yeah.
Knight takes back.
Knight takes back.
Queen takes. We can expect queen b6.
Yeah, definitely. When do we make queen trades? We make queen trades when our king is under attack. We avoid queen trades at all costs when we've got a chance to attack the opponent's king. At this moment...
And especially when we are material down.
Yeah,
right?
Also, that's another factor. At this exact moment, we really like our chances of... We just need to find a decent square. Queen b6, to my eyes, if I'm white, I'm desperately trying to trade queens. And if you go queen f6, once again, to my eyes, I'm kind of desperately trying to trade queens. You'll probably play queen e6. I'd like to find another square for our queen here, because imagine our queen were just, for argument's sake, untouchable. It was, I don't know, on h1. Your next move is bishop e6.
Right. And
your next move after that are to bring the rooks into play.
Fantastic position for black.
So you just need to get your queen out of the way. Queen e7. I'm not really Cristian, jump in on this one. I really like Irina's pawn sacrifice, and I'm a pawn grubber. So that goes to show that something has gone wrong here for white. But where can Irina put her queen where it would be the most effective? E8?
So,
in case that the pawn gets captured.
case of the pawn grab, yes?
Right.
Take, and how do you avoid the queen trade, basically,
Right.
is your question.
Yeah.
And my answer is you don't.
You shouldn't.
You don't.
You just go bishop e6?
You take, in fact, and now you go bishop to e6.
Right.
Rook to, where do you put rook?
down, back.
And I can, in fact, take the pawn.
Just get your pawn back.
Yes, I can take the pawn because b3, this is a very typical way to shut off. The bishop doesn't work because of bishop to a3.
Oops.
King to d2, rook a to d8, you go to the e file, I continue with another check. You're in trouble, you're losing a lot of material. Now, unfortunately, bishop to d3 does not cover everything because of knight to b4. And now you start understanding the big problems. First of all, I'm threatening to take on b3, I'm threatening to take on d3, and then on b3, if I want to preserve my two bishops, this one is looking, and in fact, it's winning for black, so you cannot go for that. It's looking like Irina has equalized out of the opening. That's basically the gist of it. Now,
it feels like she's more than equalized, though. Pawn on f3 is not so great.
I would not be as optimistic about the position. Yes,
Okay.
I think she still has to work, in fact, to achieve full equality. Because
Really?
look, I understand the pawn on f3 is bad, right?
Right.
But is it? Is my question. Because the knight can go to e2 and then could go to d4. The pawn on f3 is protecting against any sort of jumps, either via g4, either via e4. And maybe, at the right time, I will even have ideas of disrupting the placement of your knight on f6 with g4, g5, and trying to get to the pawn on d5. So these are the type of ideas. Still, you need to find, you have a weakness, you have a huge weakness as black. You need to find the compensation for it. And mostly the compensation is going to be tied up to an attack, a successful attack on the queen side. Of course, both players still have their trumps in the position. If white, if Jennifer Yu manages to consolidate, go get the knight to d4 and get this attack going on the king side, I think she will be better. In the meantime, Irina will try to attack on the queen side. Now, I want to draw your attention
Sorry,
towards
if you
this
don't
game.
mind, I just want to finish our last look on our last game.
Oh, sure, of
that
course.
was between Anna and
Take it away.
Atusa.
Take it away.
Double fianchetto for white, single, more or less a Queen's Indian for Atusa, with the bishop on b7, c4, knight e4. Still early days in this one. For me, a prelude from Black's perspective, I get my knight to e4. I love playing f7, f5. I liked those attacks for Black. We'll keep an eye on this one. Sorry, Cristian, jumping right back in your court.
Levon versus Wesley. And this a3, guys, in the Gioco Piano is starting to become the move of the tournament, I would say. So first of all, the big surprise came already after d5.
Right.
d5 is
You're
not supposed to
do that.
You're not supposed to do this. But again, I'm going back to the same topic. Nowadays, everything is playable, including this d5. I've checked it myself with an engine. It works. It definitely works. Take on d5, castle, bishop to e7, rook to e1, f6. This is the tabi of the position. And of course, one of the main lines would be try to immediately open the center. Take advantage of the fact that you haven't castled yet, the king is not yet safe, and try to open up the center with d4. But there's big lines going into this one. I think knight to b6 is the main line. Castle, you have to take. This endgame supposedly is more or less okay for Black for the simple fact that you have the two bishops. Two bishops are extremely strong. They will be enough to give you compensation for the lost pawn. You take on f6, I take back, and the center is open. So I have enough in this position. Now, Levon had a different idea, and that is to play a3. And in this position, instead of a3, there's been 57 games. a3, only one game in this position. d4, c3, h3, a4, knight c3, knight h4, queen e2, knight b2, and bishop to b3. And a3 only played once. And Levon played it himself right now. And I think this is preparation. I think it's his preparation. Once again, it all comes back to finding a square for that bishop to go to a2. Bishop to g4. Knight to c3, the same typical plans, a3 followed by knight to c3. I'm no longer putting my knight on d2. I'm trying to provoke some exchanges in the center and the opening of this diagonal so that you cannot castle as easily. That's key in this position. Knight to a5, bishop to a2, c5, bishop to e6. By the way, the idea of c5 is to close down that bishop at the expense of a pawn with a move c4 and then finally castle. That's what Black wants. And that's why bishop to e6, I'm trying to step away from that. But the question is, hey, can I attack that bishop? Queen to d6, bishop f5, rook to d8, queen to e2, castle, queen to e4. And this is what we have Right now, they seem to have been playing quite a few moves. Bishop to h6 is the last move. How do we assess this position? The engine is saying it's somewhere around equal, but how do we assess? Is this a success for white with this a3? What would you guys say?
I would say no.
No.
I would say
Okay.
it was a success for black.
Why is that?
Safe king, good development, fair share of the center.
That's a good one-two punch combo. I like that. I like that. Where did that come from? Yasser. I'll try to play the devil's advocate on this side and say that your king is not as safe.
Okay.
But how do you
Rook
want to
F7.
continue with white pieces?
Rook
That's
F7.
That's a good question, yes. And I see this h file and maybe I can transfer a rook to h3. How do I do that is the big question. Rook to h7, yeah?
Right.
Let's say I start with rook a b1.
Bishop f8.
Bishop to f8. So that's how you want to defend the pawn on b7. And if I take, you take back, I would assume with the d rook.
Save the king. Let's just
Save the
say-
king,
save the
okay.
king.
Okay.
I'm saving queen d5.
Okay,
I want
okay.
queen d5 in my pocket.
Queen to e3, start looking at
King
some
G7.
options. King g7 probably a good idea. At the right moment, I will go g5.
Right.
You do have to pay attention. This
That
is one
is
of
for
my
sure.
strategical ideas in the position to soften up the defense of the pawn on e5 with g5.
Makes
How do you
sense.
react to that?
Yeah, exactly. If I have to play rook e8, kind of feeling like my pawn
But rook
structure is
e8,
weak.
what do you take back with after that? If you take with the queen, the c5 pawn is hanging. If you take with the rook, the b7 pawn is hanging. So you go rook e8, I think you just lose.
I think I have underestimated the power of g5.
Yes.
I have to maybe. Okay, rook f7 seems fine. Rook b1.
Can we just do b6? Like, why do we need to trade those bishops?
That's a good point.
I'm not sure if
That-
the bishop
that
on
is a good
a6
point.
is so dangerous
Well,
to me.
I overlooked the how impactful g5 is. Like I
Yes.
really have to be very careful about it, and I didn't realize it. At the time.
Especially with these ideas of queen to e3. Now,
Yes.
g5, if you play directly f5, you need to lose a tempo by moving the rook. With the queen already on e3, g5 is
Right.
very impactful. So you have, it's almost like a threat at that
Yes,
point once you play
a
queen.
strategic threat, right?
This is an important game, guys.
It's a
because
huge
both
game,
of these
actually.
players
Yeah.
are obviously trying to stay in the race somewhat. And you
Right.
can see how closely matched they are. Levon Aronian, 3 out of 6. Wesley, 2.5 out of 5.
So both of them really need this win to kind of get back to the leaderboard to try to catch up to Fabiano.
And the podium. Look, maybe Fabi, you're not dreaming as of right now, but the podium, you're definitely dreaming about that.
Well,
right?
look at those.
Once you get closer to Fabi, then you can start dreaming. You shouldn't even cloud your judgment with ideas of trying to win right now. You're too far behind. Get to the podium first, and then maybe get to the first place.
Don't forget about the World Cups as well. It's my pleasure to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team, Anastasiya, who likes to visit the tournament hall at the start of the round, get the emotion of the playing hall. Anastasiya, over to you.
Hello guys, hello Yasser, Kate and Cristian. It's really nice to see you. And today actually I came a little bit later to the studio today because I stayed in the playing hall and it was really interesting. And as you mentioned, as you highlighted this game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian, I can tell you there is a tension in this one. I was passing by and I could feel it, you know, in the air. Both players definitely fighting for to stay in the fight for the title. And it's a really important game for them. I was still surprised with the attitude of Wesley before the start of the round. He was still showing his funny side of his character, and he was making kind of stand-up comedies before the start of the round. They were joking with Awonder, Liang, and Wesley So were showing the way Awonder is doing his moves to Carissa. I will definitely publish this funny video in our social media accounts, so I invite everyone to follow St. Louis Chess Club Instagram account and watch this really funny moment before the round 7, before the start of the round. You will see something really special. And in general, everything is fine in the playing venue. I was there actually. Everybody's out of the book definitely, and everybody's now in the middle game, and they have to think about the plans. And they reached the critical moments of the games, and definitely everyone is sitting, thinking, and focused. This is what I saw right now while coming here to the house. I'm waiting for everyone for the interviews today after the end of the round, and well, of course, keep you updated.
Thank you, Anastasiya. The fastest 1 hour in chess TV is upon us. We're about to go on break, but before we do that, I just want to go to the game of Megan Lee and Alice Lee for a moment, because to my eyes, this is a very key, strategically speaking, a very, very key moment. I love White's position. I just think that this bishop on a6 is forlorn. It's like a really bad bishop. On a good day, you might find that you could maybe play f6 and bring the e6 pawn blockades the bishop, the c6 pawn blockades the bishop, and the one thing you don't do, even at the cost of winning the pawn, is you don't play knight takes d4 and allow a future c6, c5. As long as you don't do that, I mean, from what I understand, rook e3 is an excellent move to stop knight f3. From what I understand, rook e4 is actually an excellent move, inviting knight takes f3. You just leave that bishop out of the game. Say to your opponent, it's all yours. You keep that bishop, and I'll look forward to playing bishop a3 to take c5.
But if White plays something like knight d2, just to get away, try to transfer that knight, am I getting in trouble because of some bishop g4? I'm saying like, okay, take that pawn on c5, but you're going to have trouble with this pin.
In fact, I don't like the move knight d2 because of what you've just suggested, but it's very, very hard. It feels a little bit like you're playing a piece down, if you follow me. Your bishop on a6.
Because that bishop on a6 is so misplaced.
Right. I mean, if I could play one more move, queen here and knight e4, even I blundered knight d2, allowing bishop g5, but your piece down with this bishop on a6. We've got lots going on in game 7, round 7, but before we go there, we'd like to check in on our friends at Q Boutique and see what is their special. Experience the thrill of the 2024 U.S. Chess Championships with our long-sleeve t-shirts made with 100% cotton. Now we're talking. This limited edition shirt proudly displays the tournament name on the front and the iconic logo on the back, and is available in both men's and women's styles. Get yours now before they sell out.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for one-on-one with Grandmaster Irina Krush. So enjoy, and we will be right back.
Irina, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome to US Chess Championships. You are 8-time US chess champion, and I was wondering, how do you approach each time this tournament after so much success already? And do you feel the same excitement every time you play, if you have the same motivation every time you participate in this event?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I have the same motivation and excitement every time. I mean, it's also gotten harder to win. Right. So, I have won my last title in 2020 when it was the online championship. And since then, I've come close, very close on one occasion.
22, I think, right?
Yeah, in 22. But it's definitely getting more competitive, because the young players are getting stronger and sometimes they put up like really big scores, and you don't know who's exactly going to be in form, right? Like there's already a number of them, right? So it's a very competitive tournament, and I always look forward to it.
Yeah, can you kind of remember your first championship you participated, and what kind of approach you had at that time, and what kind of feelings you had after winning it?
Yeah, I mean, so I won my first championship in '98 in, I think it was Denver, Colorado. And, I can't say I remember so much as a 14-year-old. I remember, we didn't have laptops back then. I didn't get my first laptop, I think, until after that tournament, so preparation was very different. I remember actually Yasser helping me prepare for one of my important games there. So that memory, for some reason, stayed with me for more than 25 years, right? That he helped me in that game, and I wound up winning. I mean, I won almost all my games in that tournament, but that game was a very important one. And yeah, interesting that, because Yasser and I are are good friends now.
Maybe it was the secret of your success at that time. Who knows? Do you remember something else, from all these championships that you won? I mean, and actually how many you played in, you participated?
Yeah, I mean, it's many championships, right? I can't say I've counted them. I mean, I've played every single one here in St. Louis. I have a lot of memories here in St. Louis, right? Because that's just been the scene of like most of these big battles. In those early years with Anna, I've had to play like tie-break games. So, I've kind of lived like a whole lifetime of chess here in St. Louis.
Yeah, these are definitely great memories. And now that you just came back from Budapest, you made some good memories too, winning the bronze medals in the Olympiad.
Yeah.
Please share with us your thoughts and your thoughts about the final result.
Well, I think our team was very happy because it's always hard to medal in the Olympiad. We're not like a team like, Russia or China that like goes into this event in like first position and expecting to win, right? So for us to get a medal is always a good result. And our last medal was 16 years ago, a bronze medal in Dresden in 2008. And so to get a medal in this event, it felt great. I mean, my teammates did really, really well. I definitely, I didn't have like my best tournament, but I was there for the matches. I did what I could. I guess in the end, in that last big match, I did kind of save a losing position at some point, and that turned out to be critical. So I kind of helped the team that way. But it's a team event, and the team did great. So I feel very happy.
Is it some kind of also sort of motivation for you? The fact that this young generation is also so ambitious, and is it motivating you also to study more, to compete with them?
Yeah, well, I have gotten into studying more and kind of making that transition back into playing. So I'm sort of like at the very beginning of that transition. So I can't say that like, I don't expect the results to come so quickly, but for sure, like there is like that change where I'm spending more time, like, doing like puzzles on chess.com. Like, I've worked that into just like what I do, like just much more time on chess every day. Eventually, I think that it will produce some results. Like for this tournament, I don't know yet, but does the young generation motivate me? I think it's actually, I'm more like self-motivated. It's nice to have competition, but I really think that like, a person is their own, strongest competition. It's really just about like overcoming your own limitations, right? So that's what motivates me more than, like the young players in this tournament.
Absolutely, and it seems like a bright future for women chess here in the US is ahead. Thank you, Irina.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yay! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 7, and we have a special guest in the studio, Henry Stevenson, the Vice President of Security Risk and Control Operations at MasterCard.
Wow, that's quite the quite the role there. What do you do, Henry?
So I'm in MasterCard's corporate security division, and the mission there is to protect the information security and physical security of a pretty major component of global payment infrastructure. So it's a pretty satisfying thing to be involved in. My team in particular is in what we call first line of defense.
Right.
And we are doing work like assessing information security risks. We're tracking the implementation of controls to mitigate those risks. And in the process, we're generating evidence and documentation so that we can assure regulators, customers, and other stakeholders that we are an industry leader in information security.
Dang, Henry, you got to get closer, man. Come over, come on my team. Now you're in the corporate chess league.
Yeah.
MasterCard has its own team. How are you guys doing?
We are doing well. In fact, we had a meet last night.
Okay.
And we won all 3 of our matches.
No. Congratulations.
Including against I'll say it against Washington University, which is
wow.
a worthy adversary.
Right.
Yeah, and so they haven't tallied the points yet, but I think we're probably in first place out of 12 teams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're the captain, manager, and maybe alternate in case you lose a player or two.
Yeah. So these days, more of a manager,
Right.
and that's because we've recently, we've picked up some pretty good players, which has pushed players like me farther down the alternate list. And I'm doing things like making sure people are showing up on time, arranging transportation sometimes. And turning in the rosters to Ryan and Ralph every couple of weeks when we do the meets. But yeah, when there's an opportunity, I'll occasionally sit in and pinch hit and try to round up some points for the team when I can. And there's games on the side as well that are available for folks if they're not on the formal roster.
Mm-hmm. And the Corporate Chess League, it made a couple changes for the last year, and I know you played a role there. Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, so Ryan Chester, Ralph Tan have always been receptive to feedback.
Exactly.
They're great guys. There really wasn't anything major that I think had to be changed. Just some subtle adjustments, and one of those did relate to the side games.
Right.
So just the way the corporate league works is the main contest is rosters of 4 players. So there's 4 boards during these matches. And but people can also, if they come along with their company teams and there's extra space, there's side games that they'll do as well, and they can compete for points, which is great. Now in the past, those points have accrued to the main total, and you can see that could lead to some problems because some teams could bring more alternates than others, right? So just a minor adjustment, but the main idea was we have basically 2 divisions. So your primary division is just your 4 players on each side playing, and then your second division is the side games where people can still represent their companies and compete and try to get points, but it's a separate score and a separate contest. So we think that does a good job of balancing the integrity of the main contest with inclusion, right? And if people want to show up and play a few games of chess, they can do so.
Now we've got 3 meets still coming up, a graphic to show what the Corporate Chess League is all about. And I think, what year are we in with the Corporate Chess League? This is like the 5th, 6th, 7th year? It's been going on for some time.
I believe it has, yeah. It's only our 2nd year here from MasterCard's perspective.
Okay, so you got an event coming up here in St. Louis the 31st, 7th, 21st, and 4th of December.
And what do you think the company is taking away from the participation in the tournament? What are the benefits?
Well, there's a lot of them, and I should say at the outset, just thanks on behalf of the players at MasterCard to the St. Louis Chess Club for hosting this league. I mean, this is just...
Thank you for coming.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, the events are just a lot of fun to participate in. It's great to meet other players around the region at other companies, institutions, and we also take the competition seriously a little bit. We like to do well.
Well, you just opened up the door there. I know you're an alternate, but how have you done in the league? Have you contributed a few points to the team, or are you the black sheep?
There was one match earlier when we just had an empty seat because of a late arrival, and I sat in and was able to pick up a win.
Ooh, sweet. Pinch hitting.
Right. That's exactly what it is. And then we play the side game points for now, and that's what I mostly do when I'm not too interested in what's going on in the main boards. Right. Which is also very fun to watch because again we've got there's some talent in the company, right? But back to your question of what have we gained from the league? One of the basic things is a group of us came together to start this group. The Chess League was an impetus for us to kind of play live over the board games on the clock in the office during breaks, and lunch and stuff, of course. And that's an experience that a lot of chess players don't have. Just casual chess players, right? But it's a different experience being there on the timer, face to face, in a world in which so much of our activities are online these days, right? And then we took those games, and we also have a weekly online internal club tournament that we do. Right. And we started recording the results recently and actually maintaining our own internal ELO rating system.
Ooh, Wow.
Which is a good, it was a nice little Python coding project for one thing, but it helps us, be fair in terms of who's on the roster and so forth, and it, it injects a little bit of healthy competition and learning in the group, which is really what it's all about at our level.
Henry, thank you so much for coming on. It was really, really
Thanks
nice.
for having
Good
me.
luck in the corporate chess league. Hope to
And
see
in your own
MasterCard.
games.
Yeah.
Thanks. It was great to meet you, and thanks again to the club for hosting that.
With pleasure. As we are here in round 7, let's just remind everybody of the standings.
Let's take a look. So the women's section, Carissa, fantastic performance, 6 out of 6, 2-point lead, and a 3-way tie for the second place. Irina, Krush, Alice Lee, and Begim Tokirjanova with 4 points.
And in the open section,
Yep.
I wanted to say tournament, but didn't come out
Clear
right.
leader Fabiano Caruana with important win in round 6, 4 points. Then clear second Hans Niemann with 3.5 points, and then a 4-way tie for the third place. Awonder Liang, Sam Shankland, Sam Sevian, and Levon Aronian.
Alrighty, and as we pick up the action, I wanted to just go back to the game of Megan Lee and Alice Lee for just a moment, because we left it knight d4, and again, I very, very strongly feel that strategically speaking, Black's lost. Of course, the engine's going to say minus a little bit, but this is so easy. A couple of things. First of all, you had mentioned knight d2, allowing bishop g5. I like rook e3. I think if you wanted to play queen c3, that too is very good. Megan took a very aggressive, maybe hyper aggressive role. She said, rook e4, I really want to encourage you to capture. Well, that happened. Knight takes, but why take the double pawns? She had an idea. She followed it up with f4. So she's thinking in her mind's eye, and I understand her, that this pawn on e5, if I keep that pawn on e5, that bishop on a6 is
And
out
can
of the
White
game.
in the future think about king h1 and rook g1 and maybe launching an attack on that g5?
Quite possibly. Rook to d8, rook e3. She started to say, well, wait a minute, this rook is my issue. Let me get rid of the rook. And we have caught up with the players. Again, from White's point of view, just let White play the moves. Bishop a3, bishop takes c5, and it's smooth sailing. Alice is going to be challenged in this game. Cristian, I'm going to throw it over to you. What do you have for us?
Let's take a look at the open section. Ray Robson versus Hans Moke Niemann. And I think we left it somewhere around here. After queen to e2 castle, we were saying rook to d1, maybe knight to f3, and the ideas of e5, push the bishop back, right?
Right.
He decided to go for rook to d1. And if I remember correctly, this was the first time when he started thinking. So perhaps this was not part of his plan. Rook to d1, queen to e8, e5, bishop to c5. Yes, he's trying basically to close this bishop before it can get back closer to the king. So he's trying to force it on a different diagonal. Knight to b3, attacking the bishop. You have to go back to e7. Bishop to e3, queen to f7. Now, the thing that strikes me the most is the time differential right now between the two players. 26 minutes for Ray Robson against 1 hour and 23 for Hans Niemann. Hans is playing a la tempo. I think he was about 1 hour and 25 when we last checked it. Right. So he's been blitzing out his moves since then. Queen to f7, this is what we have right now. Still, I don't think, yes, we just saw a move, knight to c5. But knight to c5 is somewhat of an invitation. You're probably going, I was just going to say that you're probably going to take. He decides not to take. Okay, so bishop to c4 now. What if I just go queen to f2? Are you still going to allow that knight to stay there on c5? Are you going to take it, or are you going to go b6?
b6, I think.
b6, okay.
Makes the most sense, right?
And if I go to d7, that's probably too much, right? You go rook fd8, and best case, I will probably have to sacrifice and open up the long diagonal. That could...
That's not the bad sacrifice.
Could mean some compensation,
right?
For example, let's say you go b3, bishop b6, and now knight to f6. These type of ideas. Take, and if you take maybe bishop to d4, you start seeing the blueprint of a potential attack against the black king, right?
Big time.
But we'll have to wait and see whether he's going to venture to d7 and try to sacrifice like this, because once you do that, once you commit to that, you sacrifice a pawn, and you could be in trouble if you don't play it accurately, especially with low time on his clock right now, and with the very negative experience coming from yesterday's match against Sam Shankland. He got demolished with the black pieces. Maybe he's going to try to stay quite peaceful in this particular matchup.
And why is this matchup so crucial? Well, it could be a change of fortune, Kate.
Yeah, Hans Niemann in second position, so far doing very well in the tournament. Ray Robson tied for 7, but if he wins, he gets that 3.5 point as well as Hans Niemann has right now.
He would get closer.
Exactly.
Yes, in fact, he would equalize.
Exactly. Well, it's only half joking, and I mean half joking, we've been talking about the Carissa Yip show. Shall we take a look at Carissa's game? Because again, she's 6 out of 6. She's just having an historical moment. She's in the Bobby Fischer prize hunt, and let's pick up the action. When we left it, she's up against Nasi today. Nasi had played, I think, a very nice opening, and suddenly a big surprise for me, the move knight f5. It's a lovely outpost. It really is a great outpost, but
White has a chance in the future to kick the knight.
Precisely.
It's not very stable.
Exactly. It's not a stable outpost. If Black had her pawn on the h5 square, preventing g2, g4, I'm all for it. The knight would be stable. But in this case, the potential for g4 would make me think, would make me doubt that my knight belongs there. I really like the move knight c6, a prelude to castling. In the future, I could even maybe play for c4, queen a4. Maybe I've even seen the queen go to h7 sometimes to get on this diagonal.
We see on the camera that Sam Sevian is also very interested in that game.
Exactly. Queen f3, Nasi captured on d4, threatening knight takes e5. You have no time to play d4 at this moment. You have to recapture with the pawn. Rook c8. Okay. One of the crucial things in the opening is where are you going to put your king? When you play the move rook c8, it means you're going to go short castle.
It's the only option now.
g2, g4, kicking the knight back. And because Nasi is thinking...
By the way, when you look at clock, Carissa has 1 hour, 2 minutes, and Nasi only 37 minutes. So it's almost 30 minutes advantage for Carissa.
She must be thinking about this piece sacrifice. I don't know if it's good, but
so
this is...
if you capture and I capture with knight, you have this knight takes e5, you are targeting the queen and looking at knight d3 check.
Absolutely. So where are we going?
e2.
Okay. Check. Now I'm hitting the king, I'm hitting the bishop, so you're probably going to have to go to d1?
To d1, but it looks a little scary.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to go queen c4. Oh,
what?
Okay. We can.
That's a good morning, St. Louis. Queen c4, a very, very strong threat of queen takes c1, checkmate.
Also queen...
takes d4.
Possibly.
So very, very strong double attack. It's a pity. It's a pity. But now that you put it that way, no. I do like, she's done it.
Wow,
she's going for it.
D4 is on the board.
Bishop c5. I'm thinking of capturing this knight, but really, I'm a pawn grubber. I just want to kick that knight away so I can go knight takes f2. That will be 3 pawns.
And now if you go knight b3...
Which one? Which
the
knight?
d2, let's say,
yes,
to guard it. Now I may have what I wanted, right? Bishop takes d4.
Knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4, and maybe the queen c4, or even queen a4.
Queen a4 check really has my attention because I see 4 pawns. Queen a4 check. Now, you can't go to b3. That's pawn number 3. And this is
number 4.
That was the pawn number 4. I don't know, but I've sacrificed pieces for initiative, and my knee-jerk feeling is I've got 2 pawns. I've ruined the king position for Carissa. Bishop c5, what's your knee-jerk reaction? I like black.
I do like black as well. I feel like there is a lot of combinations, and white has to be very careful.
But is black winning? I mean, you like
Carissa,
black is
she's
worse.
a great
Black is
captain.
worse.
Black is worse,
Because?
but only for a very specific reason.
Because?
The reason is that in the position
Bishop
that you
c5?
guys have on the board with the Bishop c5.
Not
on the
rook
board,
h3?
Rook h3 is the only move.
Oh no!
Only move, but an easy one to miss, and an easy one to miss, especially from afar, right? But yes, indeed, rook to h3. If you try to go, I think you guys went knight 2 to b3, right? Something along these lines. If you try to do this, this is not good. Bishop takes d4, knight takes d4, queen to a4. I think we were looking at these combinations. This is not good for white. But if she does go for rook to h3, then it's going to become a bit more difficult for black to continue the attack. You have to continue with bishop takes d4, rook takes d3, bishop takes f2, you got another pawn. But now, first of all, I can maybe even consider taking on d5, but rook to b3 seems to be a very powerful move, not the only one. Rook to b3, of course, you cannot touch the bishop on f2 yet because you lose the rook. That's exactly why you swing the rook to the side. And now if you take, you have to go back to b6, unless you want to lose the pawn on b7. And it does seem like, despite the fact that you have 3 pawns, my pieces are very well placed, very well coordinated. I go bishop to d2, and even though there's no more queens on the board, I could potentially get an attack going against your king. If you do decide to castle, you could see g5 ideas come in the position, and then the rooks swinging to g1 and g3 and putting the pressure on the black king. So definitely a critical moment right now. Let's see who calculated better. If Carissa did spot that move, rook to h3 from afar.
Yeah, that's a
rook h3 is really a cold shower kind of move.
Again, if you don't have that, you're lost. That's
yes.
Game over, in fact. It's really bad.
I didn't see it initially, but rook h3 and Carissa's road ahead, for those of you who are joining us late, here it is.
So right now she's facing international master Nazi Paikidze and then women grandmaster Atusa Purkashian and FIDE master Megan Lee.
I'm thinking about her 6 victories. I think Irina kind of had her in a defensive position most of the game. But the fact was that nobody was really coming out after her king like we're seeing at Nazi. Again, this is the current position. We don't see an alternative to the move queen e2, but what's crucial is this move rook h3. Anything else is losing. Rook h3 advantage white. So the piece sacrifice, as attractive as it looks,
we were talking about a very similar move in the game of backgame to here, Awonder. It was rook a6, right? Also bringing that rook to defense.
Let's go to that game. In fact, she's up against Rose Atwell. When we left it, we were just asking a simple salient question: can we take the pawn? And pretty much the players have followed. I think we were looking at queen g4, knight e4. Yeah, I have a feeling that I've seen this before. Like that weird sense of deja vu. Queen d7.
It was a game Wesley saw, right?
Yeah, and I believe it was Wesley versus Vasily Ivanchuk from a tournament in Vaikanze, way back in the day. It's amazing. Wesley is so young, and yet he's been a veteran and in the world's top 10 for 10 years. Queen d7. Cristian, jump in. Are they still following theory? Because, I mean,
no, they're not following theory for sure.
They're not.
No. In fact, backgame is completely busted.
What?
Right now, yes. This piece sacrifice doesn't seem to be working, and it doesn't work in a lot of ways, not only one. One of them would be knight to g1, perhaps.
Defending
h3. Look, it's not a pretty move, but you're defending the pawn on h3. You're already a piece up. All you need to do is consolidate the position.
Exactly.
Knight to g5, knight to g1. Knight to g5 is another move in the position. Bishop takes g5 and the sacrifice of the pawn on h3. But that's fine, you can take it. I'm still hiding my king. And in the absence of your dark square bishop, that's a nice little path for my king to go to d2. There's no way to attack it. You don't have any piece to attack it on d2. I'm going to move the queen, move the rook, and hide it on c1, and that's it. If I manage to get to c1 with all my pieces on the other side of the king, then this is pretty much game over. So she has a lot of options right now. White, that is, Rose. This sacrifice was just simply not good. Simply not good. No, knight to f3, knight hg2, absolutely no reason to do that. But the way you have to play this position is not very intuitive. So you play knight f4 and you don't know the continuation, you don't know the follow-up, you're probably going to end up taking on g2 and thinking that it works. Fortunately, it just simply doesn't. Knight to e6 apparently was the best move in the position.
And let's
not
take
an
a
easy
look.
move to
Where
to
are
play.
these two? Bekim Tokyo tied for second place with 4 points, and Rose Atwell tied for 8th place with 2 points.
Rose had a good start. I mean, she is our wild card contender, Rose Atwell. We chose her as a result of her outstanding performance in the 2024 Girls Championship, where she really forced Alice Lee literally to win her last 5 games. She started
looking at her opponent here.
very well,
do
but
you think that works?
last few rounds she's kind of slipped a bit. But should she bounce back with a win? Well, that's a very, very nice one. Knight to g1. Let me just put that position on the board because we didn't really follow it up. It's clear we want to defend the pawn on h3, but then we have to ask ourselves a question. Can we pursue the attack with the move rook to g6?
Because visually it does look a little risky. I know Cristian says,
Right?
oh, okay, black is busted, this is just not good. But
Right.
I'm a little worried as white here. Rook g6 and bishop g2 coming there.
I hear you loud and clear. I don't like it when people are aiming at my king, you know, like I'm thinking you might play a move like bishop h4. Maybe I go, but I mean, basically I'm going to have to run away. And
Right.
whenever you start talking about running away, are you talking about a hunt or, you know, a good escape, you know?
But there's
So
not
can
really
I play
a hunt,
queen
right?
d4 here? Like I'm going to keep that bishop g2 check in my pocket. So you're developing a bishop, I'm going to improve my queen. Queen d4.
That's a good move.
And
I
I'm
can
targeting
pick up-
your pawn, Yasser.
I can
I
pick
did.
up your bishop as well, right?
Yes.
So we're saying a
But then
trade.
bishop g2 is becoming maybe more powerful.
Okay, let's just have a look-see. So bishop f4, you mentioned queen d4. Bishop f6 is also a possibility. You wanted to keep the check in abeyance.
Let's just see how that
Takes a
one
four.
looks like.
And again, my king is
Is there a big threat in the position?
bishop
I'm not
g2,
sure how you're gonna
queen
develop.
h2.
Queen h2 is somewhat of a threat.
Okay,
yes.
well, let's just ask the question. Go ahead, do your worst. Queen h5, not because I'm threatening to take the rook, but simply because I want to
I like that move. Yes.
I want to get out of the way, and I can run to the queen side. Now I can meet rook f2 with rook e2, so I'm not really too afraid. And there might be some cheapos on f7, right?
So what do you do now?
Let me just show you one terrible cheapo. You're not going to fall for it.
No, I'm going to capture with the queen.
You're right, and then we're going to trade and everything else.
But even that trade, for example, and I think this is a good point to make after rook g2, I can probably go for the trade and be 2 pawns up at the end of it.
Precisely.
In the end game. And finally, I'm not getting checkmated anymore, so I'm
Right.
quite happy with it.
One of the things that I always, whenever I'm in a defensive position and I see a bailout variation that's good for me, I think, okay, that's good. At least I have a plan B. Let's see if I can even improve it. I'm not required to take on f7. I'm just saying it's nice to know that I have that bailout. Knight
And that's
G1.
one of the ways in which you generally come back from this type of attacks, especially when you're up in terms of material. You give some back.
Right.
But then you balance the position out, and at the end of it, your opponent's attack fails, and you're still a pawn, or maybe 2 pawns ahead.
You've got that material advantage. Yeah.
Exactly. You have that leeway to just sacrifice some to get your king to safety.
The benefits of being material ahead is sometimes you can give it back to calm the initiative. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
So let's look at the game of Anna Zatonsky. Maybe just go around what happened in the women's section, and then we can throw it back to the open section.
Well, when we left it, Atusa had just played the move knight e4, and I said, well, for me, this is a prelude for the move f5. Well, we're about to see that Atusa wasn't satisfied with merely pushing one pawn ahead. I mean, there goes f5, and here comes c5 as well. Wow. Black is basically saying, I want a big center. d5, c5, and f5. Normally speaking, it's good to have a ambition. You shouldn't have total ambition. I don't exactly see how Anna can refute or injure. Shall we have a look? Let's say I take. So I'm on the c file. So I want to open the c file. Would you recapture with the bishop, or would you recapture?
I was thinking automatically to capture with the pawn.
Exactly.
But if I capture with the bishop, you cannot attack the bishop anymore.
I know, my knight isn't on c3.
Right, so, but let's try with the pawn.
Okay, so we have what we might call the classical hanging pawn formation, right? Pawns on c5 and d5. Now, usually I've been told this knight has to shift itself to f4. So let's say I play rook to d1, and
I'll play rook c8.
Rook to c8. Okay, so here the pawns are what we call the hanging pawns. They don't have the ability to defend one another. Like you can't go d5, d6, or you can't go c5, c6. So they require the protection of the piece. Now, my bishop on g2 is a happiness. What do I like as a happy move? Let's say, I don't know, knight e1. So why am I playing knight e1? Because I want to attack that pawn. I want to go knight to d3, knight to f4. Also, on a good day, I want to take on e4, and I don't want you recapturing with a tempo. Like, bad move. Bad move. And we all know immediately why it's a bad move. If my knight were on f3, I wouldn't have this.
Right, there's this pin on the queen, so black cannot recapture.
The other point is, let's say I make another bad move for you, a5, is sometimes, not always, but sometimes it just so happens that the bishop is really lovely on this diagonal, but again, if I'm capturing on e4, you're recapturing with the tempo. Here I'm thinking that the knight might position itself. So,
Yasser, I'm thinking about...
Please.
So you go knight e1 here.
Yes.
And what if I go queen a5? And I know you just showed this knight takes e4.
Yep.
But you are not going to have the light square bishop.
Okay.
So if I will sacrifice that pawn, you are never worried about your light squares? Yes, bishop c6.
I'm going to borrow a page from Cristian. I worry about everything. I worry about my kids. I worry about showing up for the chess match. Light squares, not especially terribly. I'm not especially worried with my knight. At the moment, you don't have your queen over there. Your queen's way over there.
Right,
so
it's going to take a lot of time to...
It will take you a while. I'll play the move rook d6. I've got active pieces. It's a good thing you kicked me off the 7th rank a moment ago, because if my queen, I would be like, hey, I'm a pawn up, and I do have a formidable looking attack.
Yeah,
by the
this
way,
doesn't look good for black.
Remarkable move by Anna. I'm a little bit stunned by her decision was to keep the position completely tense, and she played knight b1. Wow, we were talking a moment ago about capturing on d5. You were thinking about recapturing with the bishop, and I was saying, except I don't have my knight on c3 to injure it. Knight b1, I don't like that move. I think that the knight on e4 is a really, really powerful knight, and the counterpart on b1, I like.
And black may get ready to attack actually on the c file, right? I'm going to start now removing the tension.
And guess Guess who? Yeah, like
It's in trouble.
right. And by the way, Queen E7, you've completed your development. This looks good for a 2-set. I wanted you to. And these two players both needing a victory, as you can see.
Atusa Prokashan, clear 7 with 2.5 points, and Anna Zatonsky with 1.5 points. Both players struggling in this tournament, really wanting to get this win because there are still 5 more rounds to go.
Absolutely. Let's just jump to the game of Jennifer and Irina for just a quick moment, because when we left it, I really thought that Irina had already equalized. Maybe, you know, sometimes it's very funny when you're playing the black pieces. It's like you're playing for the equality, but sometimes you don't even get the equality. It was like you're worse and then you're better. It's just like you zoom past equal and you became better. I thought Irina had zoomed past equal and was better because of the pawn on F3. Cristian was making the argument, it's not that bad. The knight, sure, the knight doesn't have the square F3, but it does have the root knight e2 to d4, and maybe on a good day you could actually leverage the F3 pawn. So I was getting enthusiastic for Irina's position, maybe prematurely. Knight e2, bishop e6, knight b5, rook c8, knight d4, bishop c5, king b1, a6, and we have just caught up with the players.
But we are looking at this bishop on f1, right?
Yeah.
That is not a good bishop.
No.
Like, how are you going to develop it, even if you put it on e2?
Well,
I just
maybe,
feel the queen on d3 is a little misplaced.
well, for sure. I mean, that's an early bird. The queen got there, queen on d3. I don't know. I like the open c file, especially when I saw the bishop might come to f5. Here, I have to redirect my attack to the b file. I'm assuming we're going to see knight to d4. I'm inviting bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, like, do me a favor, you know, like, give me something to play for. At the moment, knight takes e6. If white could neutralize the attack, something like knight takes e6, bishop e5, I don't know, queen c3, I might prefer white. There's a pawn on a6.
And the bishop on f4 is actually very strong, right? Because it's not allowing me to go rook b8. I cannot go immediately. Of course, there is also knight takes c6. But in the future, I need to figure out what I'm going to do about that bishop so I can get some play on that b file.
Yeah, the problem is, I think it's easier said than done, unfortunately, because, yeah, knight d4, I just take on d4, go c5.
Okay.
I think it's becoming extremely dangerous for a white. d4, let's just keep going.
d4?
Why not? I want to play knight d5 and then knight b4 maybe. I'm trying to checkmate you. If you allow me, maybe even c4 ideas, but first of all, you have to be careful. Queen d5.
Queen d5, gotcha.
I see you have some ideas, but let's see if they work.
Stop.
c4, I don't think it works, because then I just take, right? At the end, I take with the knight, and then you don't take the pawn back. I mean, you could try it, but...
But bishop to d... Yeah. Okay, fair. b3.
And once you play b3...
I know. But I do have the dark square bishop.
You do.
Whenever you play b3 or g3, you have to ask yourself, who's got the dark square, who's got the light square bishop?
I really want to go c4 right now, but I don't think it...
Bishop takes f6, queen takes d4
That's
is kind of...
That's the problem.
A sense of relief.
But even if I go here, queen f5, I just want to force the trade with an... Oh, I'm not forcing the trade.
On my terms.
Okay,
maybe
no,
knight d7. Maybe knight d7, right? Let's make that bishop obsolete on g5.
Okay.
You really want to go this c4?
I want to stop you from playing c4. Maybe on a good day, g4, bishop
probably
d3.
A good idea. That's probably a good idea.
I don't know. If I keep the...
Do I give you a check first? Let's go queen c6. Let's play it safe. I really like, now that finally I have this pawn on d4, nicely placed, knight e5 perhaps.
Mm-hmm. And bishop e4, you will probably move the queen to
At
b6.
some point, I really want to go a5, a4. If I manage to get that pawn to a4, you're in big trouble.
Agreed.
But of course, again, easier said than done.
But there can be some sacrifices on c4 as well. Bishop takes c4.
Absolutely.
So if you go bishop e4 here, queen b6.
Yeah. Interesting. Let's. I'm going to throw it over to you and ask you about Sam Sevian and Fabiano.
Oh, I was just about to throw to that game because at this point, after bishop to e7, we'll get in just a second how they got to this position. But at this point, White had an option to just kill the game with knight takes e6, followed by bishop takes g6 in this position and force a draw, force a perpetual. Now, it's a big question. Do you go for it? Or do you try to squeeze something out of the position as White? The problem is if you don't go for it right now, bishop f6 is coming. And that's going to always cover the king with bishop to g7. None of that will be possible later on. And this is why I want to commend this last move after h4, bishop to e7 by Fabi, because h5 was a real threat.
And they're dangerous.
Right now, unfortunately for White, does not have h5, and he took on g6, h takes, took on e6. Now he can take on h4, or he can take on e6. Both of them lead to exactly the same position. Let's say you take on h4, take on g6, take on g6. You cannot go to f8 because of bishop to h6. You're in big trouble if you do so. In fact, you get checkmated. I think it's quite straightforward. Rook to e1, actually not rook to e1, queen to g7 seems to be.
You got to gum up the board.
Queen to g7, king to e6 or king to d6, bishop to f4, king d5, queen f7. If you block, it doesn't matter because I have queen f5. If you take on d4, obviously you understand the great
This
checkmate.
is the king hunt.
The king hunt. This is the exactly. But nobody's going to go for this, right? Nobody's going to go king to f8. You're going to go king to h8, and now at this point you're more or less forced to go queen h6, queen g6, and so on and so forth. This is the perpetual that we're going to see either after bishop takes h4 or maybe after f takes e6. Both of them lead to the same destination. This one is going to be over very soon.
You know, I always stop and think, do I have more than perpetual check? Queen
You don't.
takes g6 check, king h8, d5.
Oh.
You know,
d5, bishop f6. I am covering that diagonal as soon as possible. I want my bishop on g7.
Yeah.
You know, I'm missing that rook a3 move.
Rook a3.
Exactly.
I would really need
if the pawn would be on
pawn.
a4, let's say we make this couple of moves. Rook a3 is starting to become a little bit dangerous, right, in the position.
Yeah.
So definitely an option. I think both players more or less know at this point, whatever happens, bishop takes h4 or f takes e6, this one is going to be a draw.
Right. I just have to.
And how would we assess it from these players' perspectives? Who is more happy with this draw right now? Is it Fabiano? He's getting closer, one game less towards victory. Obviously, he's the leader right now, so those type of strategies come to his mind. Sam Sevian was trying to catch up with him.
Both players are happy. Yeah.
There's a mutual happiness. Again, one of the things we haven't talked about it for the open section, the players do want to qualify for the World Cup. That's the big, I don't know if it's a 256 player knockout these days or a 128 player knockout or a hybrid, but the big knockout, that's a big money and candidates qualifying event, and only the top players are invited. So out of this U.S. Championship, I'm going to say 3 open players. We know 2
in the women's
in the
section.
ladies. So for Sam Sevian, hey, look, I mean, becoming U.S. champion would be a dream come true, clear. But also, whenever you're playing in a qualifier, that second, third place, whatever it is that you need, isn't bad. So a draw is not a upsetting result
and we
at all.
also see Sam being a very solid player. He hasn't lost a game yet.
No.
So he's making a draw or winning. So he continues in that style. He's playing a very strong player.
Right.
So he's going to make a draw, and next day he's going to again see what's going to happen.
Exactly. Let's just finish off with Jennifer, you and Irina Krush for a moment, because they have gone in that variation. Capture on d4, c5. Jennifer did not drop back with the queen. Rather, she played the move queen a4. I like this move. Nothing wrong with this move whatsoever. d4. And from Jennifer's perspective, she doesn't want to see the knight bouncing, traversing, getting to the c3 square. So she just shut it down. She said, look, I'm going to play c2, c4. Again, on a good day, I'm going to play g4, kind of limiting the scope of this bishop.
And finally, that bishop can be developed to the d3 square.
And whenever I need to, in case the b file becomes an issue, I've always got bishop on f4 back to b1. By the way, you pointed out a moment ago that the bishop covers the b8 square. Doesn't make rook b8 that much easier. c2, c4, and white has the two bishops. Black has, Irina has her protected passed pawn, but something tells me it's actually a little bit easier to play white. I mean, I know what I'm doing. Bishop d3, g4.
Right.
I'm not 100% sure I know what I'm doing with black. Like, I really want to play knight d5. I really want to get the knight in the presence of white's king. It's not easy.
But can I
for
start
Irina
with
to do.
attacking
Please.
your bishop, knight h5?
Knight h5.
My question is, where are you going to go? You said maybe c1.
I always like the bishop on c1. I'm not adverse. Bishop to c1. I still have g4. g4. Bishop d3 in my pocket. On a very good day, after I played g4, I could h4, h5, h6. You know.
I would like to play rook b8 and rook b4, but it's probably just not fast enough because you do have that g4. Okay, knight f6 back.
Yeah, let's go. So it's sort of like, okay, you can attack me on the queen side, but I've got a lot of defensive resources there, and h5, g5, g6. I will get in, you know, my.
Okay, so let's go queen somewhere d6 maybe.
Okay, queen d6. Okay, so first I'll remind you that your pawn on h7 is.
Okay, I'm gonna rook b8. I'm just gonna give that pawn.
Oh. I feel like I'm
Okay,
taking taking candy here. What is going on? You're going to give me a pawn?
Well, I want a pawn too. King, maybe f8, yes.
Okay. And now you're going to go
knight e5.
Knight e5, knight b6. Oh.
You cannot go bishop f4.
I was going to go eight. No, it's too slow.
Rook takes
knight
b2.
Knight a3 is on your. Oh, that's interesting. Knight a3. I'm looking at knight takes c4 and knight a3 is on your agenda. I was about to play b3. It's reaching for the b, but you can still capture.
Still.
Ooh, okay. Maybe it's not as easy as all of that, but I think it's easy to play Jennifer's position is the basic point I was making. And we'll see if that's the case. Back over to you. And by the
First
way,
of all, let's just see the Fabi game finish right now. We're going to see a
that.
handshake in just a second. Queen to h6, followed by king to g8. The players more or less understood right now. Once you take on e6 and accept the rook sacrifice, then this is pretty much all over.
By the way, Easy Dave, the office for Fabi, we're talking about who is the better, who feels better about the result.
And I'm sure he's happy with this because he's been talking about this
Sam
idea of him, and running out of energy towards the end of the tournament.
Pacing himself.
He was saying that at the Olympiad he was a little, feeling a little bit unrested towards the end of the tournament, and that's exactly what he said to Anastasiya. I'm looking forward to the next rest day.
Already.
The next rest day is on Sunday, in 2 days from now. So he has one more game with the white piece after this one, and then he gets to rest before the final stretch of the event.
By the way, Sam is not repeating. Now he's thinking maybe
he's just like me. Can I play d5? And this is his road ahead. A tough game tomorrow.
Yes, Grandmaster Wesley saw.
Yeah, I've said it before. I'll say it again. The road to the U.S. Championship title is through Wesley. So you have to deal with that guy. He is a tough guy to beat. But Bobby's looking very, very good. We're expecting a draw in this one.
By the way, I see
let's stay with this
in the game of Carissa, there is this rook h3.
She did find rook h3.
Let's stay with this one because I really don't think he's going to last for very long. He's not going to be thinking about d5 for too long. He already repeated once. d5, bishop f6 is pretty obvious that you're not getting anywhere. There's just simply no way to swing a rook on the h file. Again, with a pawn on a4, this would be a completely different conversation because rook to a3 would, in fact, land on the board. Not the case anymore. Queen to h6.
I just noticed that sometimes on forced moves, there was no other move for Fabi than the move King G8. The
checking the
computer
score
gives
sheet, writing Queen G6 on the
exclamation
board.
mark for King G8.
There's Chris Bird right there checking that with this move, Queen to G6, the game is over.
There we have it. Kate, where would you like to guide us?
Let's stay with the open section for a second, because we really should be checking the Ray versus Hans game before we go wherever you guys want to go.
The time difference is just
That's the
giant.
big one. 6 minutes and 56 seconds right now for Ray Robson and ticking. The good part about this is that they're already at move 30. This is the position that they have. C4 after rook to d5. I really like this move. Queen to e1, repeating once, and now thinking. Bishop to e7 is the position, really taking a deep dive into this one and trying to figure things out. He does not have a lot of time left to do so, but c5 is a big opportunity right now. Giving him a slight advantage, not easy to calculate and not easy to make, because you are sacrificing a pawn. And I can always try to continue defending it, right, with rook to d5. And the whole backbone of your idea was to take away this d5 square from my rook, and now you're giving it back. But the thing is that after take, if you take back, I go rook to d1, and then I'm going to recapture the pawn on c5. And if you take with a pawn, bishop takes c5, this is a really bad structure for black, for the simple fact that this pawn is really, really strong. You have a weakness on a5, you're going to have to keep this resource available, the defense of that pawn. And then outside of that, white is the one that's going to be able to find the better squares for the pieces. So perhaps a big opportunity. He's thinking about it, and he played it. C5 is on the board. He just played it, and right now, I want to see Hans's reaction, because this is a big moment. Ray Robson, with only 6 minutes on his clock, is throwing the gauntlet and saying, hey, I want to win this one. I'm not looking to shuffle the pieces. Hans is like, wait a minute. You are not supposed to play that move. That doesn't make that much sense, right?
No, there is also a pawn on b3 that's hanging.
Exactly. There's a lot of things hanging in this position, and that's why he spent some time trying to calculate it. If you do take on b3, then I can start with rook d to b1. Then I'm going to focus. I will be recapturing the pawn. So it's more like an exchange of pawns, a change of structure in the position. I'm trying to create something on this side, get to more weaknesses. I couldn't find any weaknesses on that side. Right now, this is exactly what he's trying to do. For example, take. You take with the bishop on b6, there's a weakness on a5, right? There's a weakness on c6. So I've changed the structure in my favor as white. That's what Ray Robson is hoping to get. I think the best path forward for Hans would be to start with taking, and after queen to c2, rook a to b8. Perhaps you can even start with rook takes d1 first, and then rook a b8. But this seems to be the best path forward. Bishop takes c5, take, queen to b3, and now, if you do try to go to d7 and say, hey, there's some checkmating happening, apparently after queen to a4, and this is the only move, by the way, not an easy one to play.
Queen f4, yeah, check.
Because you are allowing all sorts of very dangerous looking ideas in the position. But there is queen to f4. So for example, if you go queen to e7, you're in fact losing. I'm the first one to give you the checkmate. Checkmate, right? A move has been made. B takes c5 is on the board. We're expecting right now queen to c2, 10 moves before these players reach the time control.
Whoa.
6 minutes for Ray Robson. Look, Ray, you cannot allow yourself to go down to your last minute with this type of crazy position on the board.
Right.
Leave some more minutes on your clock. This is one of, let's say, Ray's biggest foes when it comes to chess improvement.
But you know, guys, he had a chance to repeat, right?
Yeah.
He did, of course.
Hans just was like a silent draw offer, but
Hans will
Ray
never
just wanted
play
to
for a win in this position. It's just simply impossible. You don't have ways to improve your position for more than just equality. But right now, yeah, Ray is saying, no, I'm not interested in a draw. I want to win.
You mentioned that in your time at Webster and playing against Ray, that he would persevere. He He would literally try to squeeze blood from stone.
Queen
and,
C2 on the board.
Keep playing the position. I wanted to go to a game that we really haven't gotten a chance to take a look at, and that's between Grigoriy and Awonder Liang. Despite his best efforts, Awonder explains to everybody in his interview he's trying to draw 11 games and run away from the tournament hall.
And have fun with players around.
Have fun with the players around. Who knows? But his opponents are thwarting his plans by forcing him to win, and he hates it. And he can't stand it. Let's see if Grigoriy is thwarting his plans of making a draw. When we left it, it was really a very balanced position. There was a capture of a bishop on b6, and a funny thing happened. The bishop on b3. Remember, white was playing a3 in order to preserve this wonderful active bishop. Right now, the bishop is buried. It's like, where's your light squared bishop? It doesn't exist. It's not on the board. Knight d7, knight h2, knight b8. I really like this maneuver by Awonder very much. Knights love centralized squares. I can't say that often enough. If black could go knight to c6 to d4, it's an automatic. That's what you do. That's just
very happy space.
So
for that
here
knight.
we go. We are seeing these captures of pawns. I'm just going to catch up with the players. Awonder says, "Well, you forced me
to have extra pawn.
You forced me to have an extra pawn. I didn't want to do it, and because I can see that you want to capture and win your pawn back." You force me to play the move knight e7, f2, f4. We've caught up with the players. What do you think about the extra pawn position for black?
So I like this f4 move. Like I'm starting the attack on the king side, and you have to figure out what are you going to do with your black pieces, because they're a little bit kind of tied to each other.
Yes, they are. On the other hand, you know, f4 is one of those moves where you do, for whatever reasons, make your king a little bit more vulnerable.
And they took, and I think you have to take, because if you allow me to go f5, f6, I think that's a problem, right?
So right here in this position, you would say, strategically speaking, f5. The bishop would have to move away. f6.
I'm going to offer that pawn, but once you take, I'm going to take that.
Or knight g4. So Awonder captured and a capture, and we've, yes, pardon me, rook a8. That is.
By the way, Awonder has 1 hour on his clock, and Grigoriy only 10 minutes. So Awonder is playing really fast.
True that. Okay, this last move, rook a8, just tickles the bishop, and if the bishop, for example, moves, I start to think, well, can I start looking at rook a3? Rook a3, rook, rook
I
a3,
can start
queen a5.
Pushing those pawns, d4, d5.
Well, the one concern I do have is that capturing on f4, I have to keep an eye over c5, right? I mean, I don't want to allow c5 takes d6. So let's be aggressive. Let's imagine we go here.
One more thing I'm looking at.
Please.
It's not possible to do right now, but I'm looking at some bishop take h6 and rook e3. Some kind of cooperation there. So it's too early now, but I may be thinking that way. Okay. So you play rook a3, attack my pawn.
Yay.
Okay, so if I go d4 now, kind of
heroic.
No longer going with that plan I won in the first place, but threatening d5.
All right, now we know each other well. How do I get my rook to a2? Queen a5, rook a2. Let's have some fun. See, the beautiful thing about commentary is when my idea just doesn't work, like it's a fail. It's like an absolute fail.
We refresh.
I can take my moves back. It's not the end of the world for me. Queen a5, I'm looking at rook a2. I don't believe it, but it's an intriguing situation. Over to you, Cristian.
Guys, I think Levon is getting some chances against Wesley, which I did not expect. But take a look at this. This is the final move from Wesley, f5, which is a big decision because you're helping me get rid of the double pawns. At the same time, you're weakening your pawn structure. Sure, if you manage to get king to f6, let's say after this exchange, king f6, rook g7, and get some attack on the g file, this will definitely be a good thing for black. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if you get there. For example, what do you do if I go f4 and immediately challenge your center? Do you go king to f6? This is already a big mistake because now I can start looking at the other side of the board, taking advantage of the fact that this knight, unfortunately, I don't think you can take. Allowing this knight to go to e5 would be absolutely devastating.
Strategically bad, yeah.
Yes. I don't know if we've seen a move. He's just about to make a move. But let's just go through the lines once again. If you go rook to e7, which is another way to defend this position, what do you do after knight to e3? Now, once again, I managed to shuffle my knight back into the center, back towards the center, but also towards the attack of the pawn on f5. And the best move in this position is rook to e6. If you have to play this type of moves, something went wrong right now. I understand. If you take on f6, you move the king, attack the knight, and then you pick up the pawn on f4. But these are tactical shots. In general, in this type of position, this type of endgame, you shouldn't have to defend only with tactical shots, right? So I'm a bit worried for Wesley if Levon goes for the take on f5 followed by f4. Big opportunity to at least put some pressure on Wesley. And take a look at the clock as well. 46 minutes for Levon, only 24 for Wesley. So this could turn interesting. Not there yet, but with a few precise moves, Levon is definitely going to be in pole position to create something out of nothing.
Thank you, Cristian. And because we are the Carissa Yip Show, we really do have to get to Carissa's game to see if she can keep the Bobby Fischer Prize.
Especially she found the only defensive move
that
keeps her chances and actually makes her position better. This rook h3 move.
Nasi sacrificed a piece. Knight takes d4, knight takes e5 too. Forced Carissa to lose the rights of castling. She got 2 pawns for it. She may have been blinded by this move, rook h3. Queen a4 check, knight b3, takes on f2, queen takes f2, e5. Ooh, I think she's over. Nasi has missed. This looks like a devastating move. Queen f5. That does a lot of things. He gets out of the pin.
Okay, so I castle, right?
It attacks the rook. And after castles, it's not a single piece anymore. It's actually 2 pieces, right?
But really, rook e8?
Oh, sorry, just a second. Queen takes e5. So, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking rook e8, queen here. But you can capture. And illegal. Sorry. Wait a minute. Okay, just a second. I thought it was a moment ago, it was too easy.
I am worried that maybe you're going to launch attack like g5 on me, that you're going to be actually the first one attacking my king.
So you think
Let's go for it. Why not?
Bishop takes. Then.
No, just g5.
No, I don't want to give up a piece.
You don't want to give up the piece.
Just
g5 immediately. Bishop takes.
She made a move. Knight to c2 is her move. I mean,
look,
what's better than 1 extra piece?
2
2 extra pieces, right?
That's a good move.
She does not want to give 1 back.
That's no argument from me.
So how do you increase the pressure as black? Maybe d4?
2 pieces down.
Yeah.
2 pieces down. I think the pieces are just going to overwhelm you. If you were afraid of g5 a moment ago, you're probably still afraid of g5 even after you've played d4, right?
Right, but I cannot stop your g5. You have just, your bishop is lying there, your queen is there.
Right.
I don't think I can stop it, so I need to.
Carissa completely winning. The Carissa Yip
She's going to have 7 out of 7.
Tying the streak. That was what we called Fabi's 7-0 start at the Sinkfield Cup 2014. The streak. She will have tied it in this modern era of 12-player round robins.
I'm curious about her performance right now, like rating-wise.
You can't, TPRs aren't available. Tournament performance ratings on a perfect scores don't exist because you need to have a dart mark to be measured against. If you're perfect, you're just in the light. It's bad news. Carissa is completely winning. What's happening in Ray Robson's game? He doesn't have a lot of time.
Yes, but he played Hans Niemann, that is. He played C4, willingly giving away the pawn. But
Surprise.
Unfortunately, after B takes C4, I achieved everything that I wanted as white. I still have control of D5. Now I have a weakness to work with, and I have another file that I can try to transfer my rooks via. And this pawn on A5, by the way, is very easily attackable by bishop to E1. So you need to be careful. The best move in the position apparently right now is, well, King F7, that makes a lot of sense, but C5 is the second best move, and that's not an easy move to make, because once you play C5, putting another pawn on dark squares, you can understand. Any endgame is going to be really bad news for you. Perhaps you're going to be able to create some sort of a fortress, but it's not looking good for black from a strategical point of view. It's play on one goal, and that is Hans's goal right now. So Ray Robson must be happy, and the position is not as complicated. He still has 8 moves to go with only 5 minutes on the clock, but the moves shouldn't be that difficult. And I do believe we have a move, King to F7. This makes the most sense. But now we can just simply play a move, such as Rook A, B1. Continue putting the pressure. You don't need to do anything immediately. Continue putting the pressure, Rook A to B1, improve your pieces, and finally you've achieved. Not a decisive advantage by any means, but something to work with, and that's all he could hope for.
And the protected pass pawn on E5 looks
that's
really
the big
good.
one. That's the big
we're going to be coming up into a time trouble, so we want to get in a break before the time trouble. But now we have a message.
Yes, a very big opportunity. Register now for the Thanksgiving Open, November 29 through December 1st. This federated tournament has 2 sections and a 4,200 prize fund. Learn more and register at stlouischessclub.org.
And we are going to see you on the other side of this break.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya asked the men how they prepare for a big tournament. Take a look, and we will be right back.
How do you...
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments or matches?
Trying to come up with some new ideas to play. Try to learn new things about the game is normally useful. And then trying to play some blitz just before the tournament. That's the goal, which is not always reachable because sometimes you cannot find players, but in St. Louis, there's abundance of players. So that's what I did yesterday.
Yeah, very often a lot of these tournaments are back-to-back. So you're kind of coming from the preparation of the last tournament and then going into the next one. Like very recently I played the Olympiad for the United States team. And then after that I played an online event, and now it's soon after that. So a lot of this preparation is mixing over. And very often you're also playing against or even working with some of the same people. Like just at the Olympiad I was working with Levon, with Wesley, with Ray, and Leinier, and on the same team, and now I have to play against them. So it's sometimes a bit tricky as well.
Preparing for tournaments is mainly, for me, it's about improving all areas of my game. So okay, like of course there's opening preparation, opponent-specific preparation, but even during the times when I'm not playing tournaments, I like to focus on all aspects of the game: calculation, positional play, end games, middle games, openings. Overall, just improving. And okay, the tournament is the place where you show how much progress you've made in these areas.
It's different for every tournament. Sometimes you have the list in advance, but I've played against these people so many times that I know the repertoire, so some players like to prepare with both colors against every opponent, but I don't know, this tournament I was just relaxing in New York. I've been playing a lot, so I'm just trying to relax, follow the tournaments, nothing too serious, but it depends. I guess because it's my third year here, there's not as much pressure as previous years.
Well, it's pretty much the same. I think you look at your opponents, try to study their games, try to study the recent games. But it's hard to say. I mean, I think different chess players prepare very differently. Some work a lot on openings, using engines. But I think I read a book by Botvinnik a long time ago, and he has a method of how to prepare for tournaments. I'm not sure if it's outdated or not, but he said you need good health, also need to study your opponents, know some recent games, and then know some end games, and also prepare some openings that you're going to use.
I don't really change that much from other tournaments. I try to be more specific, I guess, in opening preparation. But, you know, tactics, end games, I still do all the regular things that I would do for other events as well.
I normally play this game Brawl Stars by Supercell. It's a smash hit game with over 80 unique characters, and it really helps me get in the zone. It's like a battle royale. There's like many different game modes. It's quite the game.
I guess it's about this. I mean, all my tournaments I play so few tournaments, everyone is important, so it's just the same as usual. I mean, you're kind of always trying to look at chess in general, even if you're not playing immediately anything coming up. So, and then with the tournament coming, I guess maybe you try to prepare more specifically. Obviously, it's tough when you don't know the colors in advance. But I think usually people try to choose like what openings they're going to play and review them. But yeah, I'm not a great person. I'm not an organized person, so my preparation is very scattered.
Well, the main thing for me is to try to get some practical training. So it's playing some training games, so rapid or blitz games, or trying to solve some exercises, like basically trying to replicate a bit what you will find in the game. And then of course you try to be well prepared, especially when you play this kind of strong tournaments where all the guys are incredibly well prepared, and you try to check your opponents and try to be well prepared, especially with black. I think that's usually what I do. Sometimes I also pay attention to my physical preparation and so on, but not some. I mean, I like sports quite a lot. Just even if I wouldn't play chess, I do play some tennis, and I think I use it for the chess for sure.
Mostly I just try to stay in good shape, physically, mentally, emotionally. I mean, I used to do more opening work than I do, but now that theory has developed so far, I just think I'm generally well prepared. I just want to make sure I'm coming in with maximum energy, making sure to do a lot of exercise. Yesterday I went for a 20-mile bike ride, so just hope that I'm ready to play.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 7.
Yes, we are.
And let's take a look at standings. In the women's section, Carissa, fantastic performance, 6 out of 6. 3 players tied for the second place, Irina, Krush, Alice Lee, and Begim Togirjanova with 4 points.
It sure looks like Carissa's about to make it 7 out of 7 and in the open standings.
In the open standings, we have Fabiano, Caruana, 4.5 points, and then 2 players tied for the second place, Sevian and Hans Niemann, but Hans is still playing his game.
In fact, let's jump to that game and throw it over to Cristian, because we think Hans is blowing it.
Oh yes. Right now, Ray Robson is taking over. We see a decisive advantage. The only problem Ray has right now is his clock. Absolutely, and he still has 4 moves to make until the time control. Rook takes c4 was just played. I'll show you how we got this position. c4, I did not understand this move because it feels like you're giving me more and more resources in the position, the a5 weakness and so on and so forth. He decided to go king to f7, very natural, bishop to e1, bishop to c5, but now I can go bishop to h4. And that, if you don't go bishop to e7, and if you do the exchange, the trade of the dark square bishop is going to help me. And he said, no, I'm going to go rook b8, rook d3, rook b4. Looking at the pawns, the problem is your king is in trouble right now. Yes, because you don't have bishop e7 anymore. Rook takes c4 is on the board. I'm expecting rook to d7. Look, you're inviting me in your house. I'm going to accept that invitation every time. Rook to d7, king to, where do you put the king? To g8, right? Let's say.
Okay.
f8 is the best, but let's go to g8. This is the most natural one. But then I go queen to b3. Your rook is immobile.
Right.
It's not going anywhere anymore. Let's say you defend that queen right now, so you can move the rook.
Maybe rook.
Queen to g3. Hello. How do you defend against
Bishop
that?
f6 is also on.
Bishop f6 is a big problem. So if you go bishop to e7, then I can just exchange everything and you lose the pawn on g6. If he sees this idea of rook, queen to b3 and queen to g3, I think this might be very soon over.
By the way, he has 10 seconds.
10 seconds, he needs to make a move.
He played queen b3 at once without rook d7. I don't know if he
It's in fact the better move than rook d7. Don't ask me necessarily why.
And instantly came rook e8.
Rook to
As
e8.
you were saying, Hans recognizing he's in trouble.
He knows he's lost.
He has to play on the clock.
Yes, he knows he has to play like that. Rook to d7. He just played gaining a little bit on the clock. Let's see where he puts the king. King to g8. And in my estimation, that was the most natural move. The problem is it's an instantly losing move after queen to g3. This is the key right now. Queen to g3.
That's not a difficult move at all.
There's no stopping.
I really like this queen g5, queen h6, or
Yes.
as Yasser you said, maybe bishop f6.
If he finds queen to
Attacking
g3,
that pawn on g6.
Well, queen g3, you find the move because you're seeing that if it's black's turn, rook takes f4 is his only idea. So you're defending the pawn, but no, you're not really defending the pawn. It's a prelude to playing bishop f6 and attacking the pawn.
30 seconds.
And
What
then
he's thinking also is
queen
perhaps
G-
bishop f6.
And we
10
have
seconds.
10 seconds. Ray needs to make a move.
Bishop
He's going for bishop
He's
f6.
going
isn't
bishop
he?
f6 first.
5 seconds, bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
Still very much winning, by the way.
So he's allowing you to capture the pawn on f4
But
because then queen g3 is going to come next.
Exactly. Bishop f6 eyeballs rook g7 check as a. This looks really good too. I can't understand.
It's a winning move as well.
Why Ray was tempted by this one. Queen
the
g3
most-
was much.
The most
safer,
natural is
cleaner,
bishop
but
f8, right? For black to just try to defend against this rook to g7 move.
Bishop f8 and
The problem
how?
is now queen g3. How do you defend against all of those things? And this is only one move, guys, to the time control. This is it. The next move, Ray Robson makes the time control, and I have a feeling if he does, it's going to be much easier for him to calculate all of these complications, find the winning path. He's one move away from maintaining the decisive advantage and potentially winning this game.
Well, as we were coming on the show, we were talking about the lifetime matchups, and it's the strangest thing, but sometimes player A always beats player B always beats player C, player C always beats player A. Guess what? Ray has Hans's number, and in their lifetime matchups, Ray is the one who has been winning the games. I think he's undefeated, and again, this
Let's
is
take
how
a look.
they...
2 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw for Ray Robson against Hans Niemann.
Bishop f8, was that?
No,
was that
that's
play?
my. That's.
I will show you,
I'm proud.
and actually maybe we can show it on your board,
Sure.
Yasser. A very nice trick.
Please.
The best move right now for black is
After
to go
bishop
king to
f6.
f8.
King to f8.
Yes.
Okay.
What's your knee-jerk reaction?
Queen g3.
Queen g3. Perfect. Played.
Okay.
Now it's a draw.
Now it's a
Queen
draw.
takes d7. And this is the idea because queen takes g6 doesn't come with a check anymore. That's why you go king to f8. So that's a very crafty trick if he finds it. Because now rook to c1,
That's
king
a
to
nasty-
h2, bishop to g1.
Why isn't black winning suddenly?
That's actually a very good question.
I mean, I understand
I
the
think king
perpetual
h2
check.
is just fine. I think king h2 is just fine. And if you take my queen, in fact, you might be worse. That bishop on f6 is just
Right.
so powerful.
Maybe you have to be careful,
Okay.
yeah, about the king coming to h4 and g5.
Slaloming up the board.
But that's a
That's
trick
a
that
nasty
you know
trick.
you don't want to fall for. King to f8 would be a very crafty move if Hans sees it.
Wow.
And right
So-
now the best move is to basically prepare queen to g3 by either taking the king off the first rank with king h2, or playing h4 and getting, even though h4 is such a difficult move to make, by the way, I really don't
Giving
think
up
he
the
would ever make
g4
it.
square like that?
I don't think he would ever go for this.
Rook takes it. Yeah. There is a trick, and I'm
But
sure
if you go,
he's...
pardon me, if you go king h2 here,
Yes.
I can still,
king
king
f8.
f8, king h2.
Yes.
Can I still capture on f4? And once you go queen g3, I follow the same thing, just with rook on f1.
How would you do it?
So queen takes d7.
But that's not a check, right?
Oh,
There's no
check.
check. Yes,
on
that's
rook
why
f1.
I'm putting my king on
got
h2.
it.
Yes. Again, not easy. Not easy to understand these type of things with 34 seconds on your clock.
Right.
The tendency is to, hey, I need to find something that doesn't change. Whoa, where are you going? Where is he going?
With 30 seconds.
He does not have time for a restroom break right now. He surely does not have time for a restroom break. 34 seconds on his clock with one move to make.
I have seen that, by the way. Different era, different times. Smokers Sometimes they would get up from the board, to ask for a match. They'd go to the arbiter. Excuse me, do you have a match? Bishop f6. But you're desperate. If you're in Hans's shoes, you're looking at these desperado ideas of queen d7 and rook c1.
It looks like he's going to capture that pawn on
Rook
f4.
takes f4? Well, I think we rejected this because of queen g3. Is there queen takes d7 again? No. I can take with a check. No queen takes d7 in this case.
Queen g3 just wins on the spot.
On the spot. And he's going to play it because that's what he's been playing for with the move bishop f6. Bishop f6
Ray has 10 seconds.
Bishop f6 was designed to prevent the defense of the g6 pawn.
So queen g3 and Ray is out of danger, right? He just moved.
Time control.
Made the time control 40th move. This is over.
Let's jump over to the ladies section as Begum turned it completely around. She was lost.
Much worse. Maybe even lost. But she tricked her opponent.
She did.
Or maybe her opponent just had like a blind spot because look where we are at now. Maybe let's look at how we got here.
We'll do it quickly. When we left it, we saw the move knight g1, queen d6, big mistake, rook e2. She had to play bishop f4. I think Rose would be winning in that case. Rook e2, queen h2.
And now we are in trouble because black wants to checkmate us on g1.
Yes, that is true. So rook e2, but now Begum, who was a piece down, she gets to capture and queen g2, and suddenly it's all Rose. Rose is in trouble. It's all Begum.
Right, or some bishop f3. Like I may have these ideas. I want you to capture with queen and then rook e1 is following.
Yeah. This looks like it's just over.
Just game over. Because after queen f1, you move your king. I have bishop g5. Just checkmating.
And it looks like Hans resigns.
Very important win for Ray, who lost the game yesterday.
Win.
Once again, seemingly a very uncomfortable opponent for Hans at the US Championships. Last year as well, the same story. Well, a much shorter story in that one.
It was a queen blunder by Hans.
He blundered his queen, but that's exactly the same.
Here he just got outplayed. End of story.
No.
Ray just strategically won a very, very nice
Did you
game.
see that smile on Ray's face?
We don't see Ray
don't see that very often.
No, you don't. He usually keeps it very, very, very well hidden indeed. I wanted to go to Carissa's game because when we left it, she had just played the move knight c2. She was 2 pieces to the good, and we thought, okay, she must be winning. Knight c2. Nasi, in for a penny, in for a pound. It's a desperado. You got to go after the white king. What could Nasi do? She played d5, d4, g5, the move that you worried about.
So I'm worried that the black king is actually more weak than the white one.
d3 again. Nasi's just throwing. She's already thrown 2 pieces to the pot. Might as well make it all in. Rook to c3. I like that move. Rook over. Development looks good, right? So far, all Carissa's covering all the key squares. e3. We can take that one. She did. Bishop to d4. Queen to g4, that's a nasty move.
That's a very nice move.
Because not only does it defend, but in some ways it kind of preps the attack, right? f5. Knight takes f5.
So Awonder won his game against Grigoriy Oparin.
Wow, a big victory for Awonder. We'll come to that, but it looks like
Grigoriy, right now when it rains, it pours. Yesterday,
he lost
his first defeat against Fabiano. Right now, with the white pieces, could not bounce back and in fact lost his game against Awonder. This is not a great result for him. What's happening in this one, guys? Is Carissa going 7 out of 7?
Yes,
is it over?
2 extra pieces.
That's a lot. Pieces. And she's won 2 pawns while consolidating the trade of rook
She's threatening
full
to capture on
extra
h6 and just going for a checkmate. King c2, hiding that king, developing the last rook from a1.
Yep.
This
that's
is over, guys.
I want to go and check in on Megan Lee and Alice Lee. When we left it, I really liked Megan's position a great deal. I thought strategically she could easily be winning g5, a desperado. You mentioned that could Megan play king h1 and rook g1? Especially after you play g5, I would say
I understand
yes.
Alice needs to activate her dark square bishop, right? Go for
Yes.
some counterplay, also hiding that king to h8.
Okay. Wow. For me, I would have kind of thought bishop takes e7, queen e4 is a bit of an automatic. You know, you're doing it with a gain of tempo. I think white is strategically winning. Let's see. Queen e2 captures on f4 on the board. She wants to take on e7.
That's the thing. Can I just capture that bishop and your rook is hanging?
Of course, and that's why Alice has prepped a trick. I don't know if it works or not, but this is her trick, f3. So shall we continue?
But
Queen
no,
F-
I capture.
What?
I just capture the queen.
Okay.
And rook e1.
Yeah, and then I capture the bishop.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. You might. No, you're not winning. Rook e1. Yeah,
I
you
thought
might
bishop
be,
a5, but
Yeah. So she's gone for this trick. I don't know if
It doesn't work. I mean, I can just simply... First of all, why would you take on the 8? Just take on
right.
f3.
Let's look at the queen f1 move.
No, queen f3.
Queen f3.
That just wins on the spot.
Yeah, she's
And
done
she
it.
took it. Yes.
And Alice is gone. That's it. No trick.
No more tricks. That
That's
bishop
it.
on a6 is completely dead.
It was dead from the opening.
Never revived.
It never revived. And
Never revived him.
And now white is threatening with putting the queen on the g file, bishop f6, and
It's an
threatening
extra
checkmate.
piece and a pawn. Yeah, this is over. There's no coming back from this.
Oops. Alice Lee, wow, ran into
I
a
mean,
very
Megan,
big...
she's winning another game.
It could have been 4 in a row for her, as she did get nicked for a draw. I'm going to turn our attention to the game between Jennifer, you, and Irina Krush for a moment. When we left it, funnily enough, it was c4, knight h5, bishop c1. I more or less had stopped here because I thought, okay, this is so much easier for Jennifer to play. Let's see how the game unfolded. Bishop f5 check. I like this move a lot. King b1, by the way. Threatening g4. I thought I was threatening g4. Yes, knight f4, h4. This is nasty.
And by the way, Begin just won her game against Roast Atwell. Very lucky win, have to say about this game.
She was lost. She was just lost, and Rose blundered. Nothing else to say about that one. h2, h4. Jennifer is looking at queen h2. And again, castles on opposite side. I always ask myself the question, who has the better chances of attacking the opponent's king? In this case, it's not even close. Jennifer, with her pawn on h4, she's threatening queen h2. By the way, that's a winning threat. How is Irina supposed to deal with it?
So I'm thinking about f5, or is that too bad?
No.
And somehow it feels like an easy one to miss also.
Queen h2?
Like you play like a careless move, like rook to
Rook
e8,
e8, you know, like, yeah,
like
yeah,
everything
yeah,
is
yeah.
fine. h4, you're not getting to attack me anytime soon. Queen
Right.
h2, bam.
Damn, thank you very much. Please have a...
f5, good move.
Please sign the score sheet. I don't think she had a choice. I think she had to play f5 so that she is able to meet the move queen h2 with captures, thereby defending her knight. So she does it tactically, defending her knight tactically with the move f5. I'm assuming g5.
But then I can jump back knight h5.
And I'm assuming f4.
You're going to allow bishop c6?
I'm not sure if I did it right. Doesn't feel right. I'm trying to open up the king side. Why am I closing it?
By the way, Jennifer played rook g1.
Yeah. So she's, in her mind's eye, she has the potential of playing g takes and opening up the g file. Still needs to coordinate. I feel like there should be a lot of games, including the Levon game and including the Sam Shankland game.
Absolutely, and this is perhaps one that we haven't checked in a while. Abhimanyu versus Sam Shankland. Abhimanyu down to his last 10 minutes with quite a few moves to go. And look at this. Finally, it is time to get rid of that bishop. This bishop has been in the heart of my position as black. Sam is saying for a very long time, hey, I will take that. Queen takes e7, and I'm going to make use of this very advanced pawn formation on the queen side. I will play c3 at the right moment, and then the b pawn is going to round down the board.
Right.
Also, this dark square bishop is such a powerhouse right now. Very often, you will be able to even transfer it to the attack of the a3 pawn. So you go a4, you blockade everything, then you go c3 at the right moment, and then maybe even in an endgame, even start looking at the a3 pawn. This one is looking really good for Sam Shankland.
Great exchange.
Giving the exchange, yeah, it looks good. The knight is more or less stuck because you want to defend the pawn on e5, so I don't see a way for white to continue his advancement. And that's it. There you have it. Megan Lee takes down Alice Lee.
A very, very unexpected result. Alice came into this round undefeated. She'd won 2 games. She was thinking about maybe, taking down Carissa in the final round. Would destiny be in her hands or not? Not after today.
Very good game by Megan Lee.
It is definitely a very impressive game. Anna Zatansky versus Atusa. We didn't like the move knight b1. We thought Atusa, queen e8. Okay, that's a peculiar move. Queen e2, captures. Queen h5. Let's see if we... Wow. Okay. For a moment there was this really powerful knight on e4.
Right. But I don't like the pawn on e6 now. The knight is out and the weakness on e6. You're going to keep pressuring that pawn.
Yeah, I'll repeat myself. There was a really powerful knight on e4, but white couldn't do anything about it. Atusa voluntarily traded it off. Why? That is a great knight.
Maybe one more game we can look at between Talia Cervantes and Tatev Abrahamian, because Talia was ready to launch an attack there to sacrifice.
And I do believe we have a 7-for-7.
Wow.
Yeah.
We have Carissa winning yet another game, this time against international master Nazi Paikidze.
Seriously, hearty congratulations to Carissa as she matches the streak. Fabi's very, very famous 7-0 streak. It's so hard. You come to these national championships, you're playing against the very best players in the United States. Getting a win. Ask Levon what it felt like when he won 1 game. You won 7.
Ask Carissa. Yeah, that's my normal. That's my day.
Yeah. Well, I have to get back to my homework now. Thank you for coming. Let's go to the game of Talia versus Tatev, because when we left it, we'd seen this move h2, h4 by Talia, clearly aimed with one sole ambition: attack, a manic attack. Knight takes c4, bishop g5, queen, bishop g6, rook e1, e5, and we are up to date.
Because I think what Talia wants to do, wants to bring the rook to the attack, right? Maybe the rook e4, rook g4, and then just snap that pawn on h6.
Rook e4, rook e1, rook g4. Yes. Just looking, I want to blast open the e-file. I'm looking at f4 as a possibility. Just, sometimes it's mind over matter. F4, f5, f6. That would be one.
Wow, okay.
So you can never take.
You cannot capture, you cannot capture this bishop because there's checkmate on h7.
That's always the case, right? Checkmate.
And you cannot capture now with pawn on f4 because there's rook e7.
That's what we're talking. You were talking about rook e4 and rook e1. That's, yes.
And now rook takes g7 is going to be checkmate with queen h6 followed by queen h7.
That's a lovely, really, these are patterns that you should have hardwired into your mind. Rook g7, queen h6. You got it.
But then I see the bar and it's looking white is slightly better. How are you going to be defending against, let's say, the f4 here? Even if I go rook e4, can I just go rook e4, rook g4?
Yeah, rook e4. Rook e4, it's the weirdest thing. You're thinking in your mind's eye, like, how can I bring these pieces back into play? So I don't know if this is right or wrong.
Okay, so rook g4. I'm going to take on h6.
I understand. I'm crying.
And then I have bishop f4 if you're going to move knight to e5.
Bishop, okay. Oh, that's checkmate.
Because I just need to remove that bishop
That
to
is a
checkmate you on
checkmate.
h7.
That is absolutely right. Look, I feel like I'm really on the edge, right?
Okay, so rook g3. I got
Right.
it. You're attacking my rook. I mean, it looks so uncomfortable. I would be so scared if I was black here.
All your pieces are ganging up against my pawn shield, so I do feel that rook e4 is one of those moves that I would be afraid of.
Maybe you need to do something like bishop c8, just not to allow even the rook to get there.
I'm also thinking if I could put my bishop on e2, but like I move my knight. No, I can't move my knight. So rook g4, bishop e2. But no. I went d5. You're suggesting maybe I need to go bishop to c8. I would probably have to agree. Again, anything that allows my, like for me, this would be a dream come true if you let my
Beautiful knight in the
pieces
center.
come back. We'll keep an eye on this one, Cristian. I want to ask you the action.
Well, actually, I was looking at the same one for the
Very
moment.
good.
But let's check the other ones and see what's happening and how Sam is trying to build up his advantage. And I think he's doing a tremendous job.
Against Mishra.
Against Mishra, yes. D takes c7, queen takes 7, rook to c1. Apparently another mistake, because right now, after rook to c5, I'm starting to look at this e5 pawn very seriously, right? And I'm going to be able to get to that because I'm going to start attacking your queen. h6, g5, also making space for my king. And once I attack your, let's just make a few moves. Rook to c3, right? I go h6. You just continue sitting, or you go rook to c1.
Right.
I go g5,
Knight
but I can
takes
also just
e5.
simply take on e5 right now, of course. Let's say you sit, right?
Right.
Now I go g5, I continue asking questions. Where do you put the queen? And unfortunately for white, the thing about the position that is really unfortunate is that you don't have ways to improve it right now. The knight doesn't move anywhere because then I will take on f3 and take on e5. This knight definitely doesn't go anywhere. There are superfluous knights right now. They're fighting for the same positions. Obviously, d4 is nice, but f3, you have to keep a knight there to defend the pawn on e5. That's your big weakness, and Sam is doing the best thing he can do, and that is to attack it and make life more uncomfortable for your pieces. Sam is doing tremendous, and he could be looking at back-to-back victories. We saw how happy he was yesterday with Anastasiya. Finally, I got that victory, right? He was close so many times. He was just simply not converting in those last few minutes, moves of the game. Right now, he has golden opportunity to finish things off against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Wow. Nice.
Let's see. A4 was played. Okay.
So it was one of those things where Sam couldn't win a game, to start. He had these great positions, and he spoke with Anastasiya. So it's just the frustration. He finally won a game. It was that breakthrough. Maybe he'll have 2 in a row. It's streaky.
Yes.
It's all about that confidence.
But
I keep saying in chess.
In that interview, he also said, I feel I'm playing good chess.
Yes,
I'm not getting the results because I always mess up at the last moment, but I'm playing good chess, so I feel like I can do this.
Exactly.
And that's a great mentality to be able to hold when you're losing games, right? Because generally, whenever you're losing games, especially games where you are winning, you feel and you generally talk down to yourself, right? You're like, oh, I'm such
an idiot. What's going on?
Such a terrible player. I'm going to quit now. This is my last tournament.
I think Sam had a phase where he was
guaranteed.
like he said such.
I think we've all had it. We've all had it in this type of competitions, right?
No.
Yasser, I have to disappoint you.
Don't act like you never had it, Yasser. Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you.
No. I mean, But okay, I wanted to turn our attention to Levon and Wesley for a moment because you had me convinced a little while ago that it was after the move F5 that you had me convinced that there was an F4 sighting, F4, and Levon was going to nicely massage the position after F4.
And A5, forcing the knight to go away.
Nothing happened. It's like the two players, they just kind of like set this position up and they've just been kind of maneuvering back and forth.
So do you think we're going to see repetition, just rook E1, rook H1?
From the last few moves, it sure feels that way. I don't know what move they are on. Could you just update and let me know about the times as well?
Let's take a look. So Levon Aronian has...
Well, the times is 23 minutes for Lev and 11 minutes for Wesley, but I think they're pretty close.
So this is move 35.
Move 35?
That's
so,
4 moves
left. 5 moves left for both players. Okay, move 40, of course, is the time control. Rook H7, the last move. Levon, looking. Give me.
I mean, can he try to transfer that knight? Maybe like knight D2, knight. I don't know where I'm going though.
I understand the transfer to D5. That would be kind of a nice
knight D3, knight D5 would be nice,
and
right?
then play C4, C3 because again we know knights.
So let's try to do that. Rook H4.
Okay, rook H4, just kind of like.
I want to go rook E1, and then knight E3 and rook H1 as well.
Okay, that's much better transfer.
I like that. Now, for me, the only reason I'd really leave the knight on C6 is if I was afraid of A5. I don't really feel like I should be afraid of A5. So, knight E7. I want to tickle your rook, maybe tickle your pawn.
Also, maybe knight to G6, and then thinking about pushing H5, H4.
I feel support. I got a cheerleader going. This is great. I was going after a pawn, and I was, I was thinking that if you go rook E1, I was going to go, in a sense, you would go for one pawn, I would go for two.
Not knight G6? Or you're not interested
I'm a pawn grabber. Gosh, what's it?
You want to go for the C3? No,
you know what?
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it could be, but okay. Kate said the same thing, that she'd like to see knight G6 and maybe H4. So if Levon had an advantage, it was prior to this moment.
And I think quite short-lived.
Yeah, the knight transfer to G6, the knight transfer from C6 to D5, I think once Wesley achieves that, the danger is past. Where else? Sam Sevian has made the draw. Yes. Pardon me, if you don't mind, Grigoriy lost.
Yes.
Congratulations to Awonder. We didn't see how Awonder won it. When we left it, it was these parts, remember?
Right. Rook A8.
Rook A8, bishop C2, knight G6, bishop E3, rook A3. We did see that. Queen A5. We kind of were going in this direction.
Awonder has this extra pawn, and suddenly the pawn can become very dangerous.
Absolutely. Knight D2. Whoa, that's a nasty move. Knight H4. Suddenly the emperor has no clothes. Who's defending the king?
Yeah, and there's some knight takes G2 sacrifices.
Knight F3 check ideas. Bishop takes H3. Wow. Well, this is an attack conjured out of thin air. Ooh.
Wait, what is this?
That's nice. There's a fork.
When knight takes, yes. And then there's the checkmate on G2, so you cannot really recapture.
Exactly. The queen defended. Queen.
I mean, black's pieces are just they're like in a paradise.
Hammer blows. Oh.
So wait, how are we checkmating? So pawn takes the rook.
There's knight F3 check. Knight F3 check.
Bishop
forks,
takes,
knight takes F3.
And then rook is hanging on E1.
Yeah, so G2 takes H3, knight F3. But it's like rook takes D3, rook takes H3. These are Whoa. Oh.
Wait, what?
I mean, Awonder. Look, Queen G2, Queen G2, Knight G2. Give me the rook. Your bishop's hanging, by the way, on G5.
And it just, what, like 4 extra pawns?
Too many.
5 extra pawns. That's a lot of pawns.
Hey, we're going to give a platinum membership to Awonder Liang after this game. Rook C3, finito bandito.
That's a pawn number 6.
Wow.
Because the knight on C1 is attacked.
Exactly.
The Emperor
Take on
has no
D6, I take on C1, you take on E5, I take on D1. This was a very well-played game. By
shame on us. A glory to Awonder. This was very. We were
But it
looking
feels
elsewhere.
like it just
was
suddenly
the Ray
collapsed.
Robson. Yeah, we were looking at the different games, but Awonder, he's doing really well. Is he in second place after this?
He must be.
Wow, he's doing really well. What do you have for us, Cristian?
Well, let's take a look at what's happening with Talia and Tatev. We left it off somewhere around these spots, right? Bishop to G5, really good move. You guys covered that
Rook
as well.
E1.
And Rook to E1, exactly. And Rook to E1, she's hinting at ideas of Rook to E4, Rook G4. That's what she wants in this position. But unfortunately for her, she played the move Rook to E4. It's a missed opportunity for the simple fact that you can, in fact, go Rook to D1 first with the same idea.
Of just
Rook to D3, followed by Rook to G3, and a bishop sacrifice on H6. Of
Which
course,
is
to
what
open up.
Kate wanted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect. She's going for the same idea.
Right.
But via G4. The thing is that black can, in fact, defend that with the move a bishop to C8.
That's the move we found, but very late. It's not.
Intuitively obvious.
She found it. She found it, and she found it quite quickly. But she continued with D5, Talia that is. And fortunately for her, fortunately for Talia, was Tatev's last move, knight to A5.
You're supposed to play B5 in those positions.
No. Well, B5 is fine. B5 is fine. Obviously, a great move to keep the knight on C4. Keep it on that beautiful outpost. But even better would have been bishop to F5.
Okay, that I have missed.
Not an easy one, of course. Not an easy one. You take on C4, then I can just simply take on G5. Maybe even Rook 8 to F8 first. It seems like I'm picking up.
Very sophisticated. I don't know.
Just giving up her knights in so many games.
I can be less sophisticated.
Thank you.
I can just like go for the queen
That makes
trade.
sense.
There's no G6. I'm going to corral the pawn on G5. You're going to lose that, right?
Okay.
And there's no checkmates coming on the H file. You're not there yet.
Bishop F5 would be a man.
Yes, absolutely. So right now, after knight to A5, this is the position that we have. She does have a much better opportunity. Save the bishop with bishop to E3 and then just continue her attack. But they're still down to the last 10 minutes, 11 minutes for Talia, 5 minutes for Tatev. We're going to let them think. We're going to catch up with Anastasiya and a very happy winner, Ray Robson. Take a look.
I'm here with Ray Robson, who just won his game against Hans Niemann. Ray, congratulations. This tournament goes really crazy, it's up and down. Like, how do you feel about it, and like, how do you feel about this game today?
Yeah, it's a very strange tournament for me. It seems like no matter what, my games end up being decisive. Don't think I've never actually had a tournament like this where I had so many decisive games, both winning and losing. So yeah, before today I was on minus. Actually, I've never been on plus this tournament. I'm always trying to come back. But yeah, the game, did you ask how the game went? Or?
Yeah, actually, it felt like Hans' position simply collapsed at the end. Like, what do you think was the turning point? Like, how did it feel for you from your perspective?
Yeah, we reached kind of a typical position for this line, where this end game, where white's slightly better always because there's the protected pawn on E5, but normally every single game ends in a draw when it reaches this type of position.
So you didn't have like high hopes
no,
in this game?
I thought it was going to be a draw. We repeated like twice the position. I was thinking I was probably going to repeat third time. Then suddenly I just thought about this move C5 to, give away a pawn, but he'll get like triple pawns if he takes, and his structure is always super weak. So I started thinking about this, and it's like, it looks like maybe I have some pressure, and also it's like almost impossible to ever lose still. So I decided to go for it, even though I had like 6 minutes or something at that point. But yeah, I think after that, maybe he was just expecting me to repeat. And then after I played that, I felt like he misplayed it very badly for the rest.
Yes, it felt like his position is simply collapsed. So do you feel it was something like psychological for him, you know, after you declined repeating the moves?
Maybe a little bit psychological, but I mean, he had like an hour 20 or something. He had a lot of time to recover if he wanted to, like mentally. So I guess maybe he just kind of felt uncomfortable in the position a little bit at that point, and he, I don't know, like this decision to play b takes c5 and then c4. After that, he gives me back the pawn, but then it's clear that I've gained a lot, so I'm already much better, I thought, and again with no risk. So that point I was optimistic, but I was worried about my time. But then when he let me get my bishop to h4, and then he left the d file, and then I mean, I didn't see
simply came.
Yeah, I didn't see like a forced win, but it's like this position has to be. I mean, normally it should be winning. Maybe if you get unlucky, somehow there's a defense. But yeah, in the end, all my pieces simply came in this position, and it was just.
So my last question is, like you said, it's really a crazy tournament for you, goes up and down. Like, how do you deal with all these emotions? Something new for you, like losing, winning, like crazy event, like.
It's difficult. Like after yesterday, I was very upset. But it's kind of fun. Like it's not just that the games are ending decisively, but I'm also playing maybe more aggressively, riskily than I used to. I'm trying to play for a win when I can. So it's more up and down, but it's also more fun than just like making, let's say, 9 or 10 draws. Every game, you don't know what's going to happen, and I haven't had that in a long time, so it's kind of fun just to think of it, like not thinking so much about the rating, but it's just very interesting to play this game against so many strong players. So it's been a lot of fun, actually.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun for your fans as well and for all the viewers. Thank you so much, Ray, and all the best of luck for you in the next rounds.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Ray. Congratulations. Ray walking on the wild side.
And very cheerful. That's a rare sighting.
Absolutely. I wanted to jump in with the Talia versus a Tatev match. When we left it, I really didn't like Tatev's retreating move, knight from a c4 to a5 whatsoever. I would have slapped down the move b5 in an instant, whereas Cristian points out that actually the move bishop f5 is a way of neutralizing white's attack as well. Knight a5, and Talia decided, let's blast. Bishop takes,
kingside
let's
exploding.
go. Captures rook e3 with a very straightforward idea. She wants to go rook to g3. Black's king is not hiding on h8. The queen is not coming to the rescue with queen g7 because of rook g3. Talia has decided she's going to get on her tennis shoes. She's going to play rook f6, king g7, and start hightailing it towards the queen side. Rook f6 has been played, rook to g3, king f8. We've caught up with the players. Did you like the piece sacrifice? I wasn't sure myself.
I wasn't sure if I have to do it because I feel like it's always there. You can never capture my bishop on g5. Right. And I was thinking, you know, that rook on a1, it's making me a little nervous that it's still not in the game.
So if we go back a moment, because Talia is afraid
of bishop
f5, that if you don't strike, bishop f5 might, you know, just take off the pieces.
But you're right, because then it's also a pin on that bishop for g5.
Exactly. She did go for it, and we currently have this position.
Maybe we can
board.
continue trying to bring the other attacker into the game. The only piece that's not playing an active role, rook on a1, let's go to e1.
He didn't say it in his book, Milan Vukovic, Art of Attack, but I said it for him. Invite everybody to the party.
Queen takes h6.
Rook, queen takes h6.
So first,
Talia.
capturing this pawn allows the black queen to kind of go, yes, and it was played
with
immediately.
the tempo.
Queen g7, offering a queen trade.
No way am I trading queens. Queen g5 with the idea of h5, h6? No. Talia said queen h5. I don't even...
So you are going for some discovered attack. Maybe you want to remove that bishop somewhere to make it dangerous.
Okay. I'm going to get on my tennis shoes. Maybe bishop to d7. Essentially, what I'm dreaming, obviously, is to get my king out of harm's way. So let me get my king out of harm's way.
Okay, so rook e1.
Rook e1. Okay.
I'm looking at some, f4.
King out of harm's way. That's what I'm going to do.
By the way, Tatev played bishop b7. She's targeting that pawn on d5 and just finishing development.
I like it. I like it. I'm not
Finishing
seeing full
development.
compensation.
We're in the middle game. She should have finished her development along. Bishop to...
Where's the full compensation, guys? This is my question.
Because there's extra knight on a5. Black has that extra piece.
That is right.
Extra knight. I like that. Okay, so...
And you got only one pawn, if we count them. There's only one pawn for that piece. That's not that much.
Yes, but you're playing a piece down.
For the moment.
A5.
But
if the knight was on c4, I mean, I'd be saying no.
But I go now king e7, and I want to go rook h8.
Exactly.
But I don't understand queen h5 either.
Right, because you wanted that pawn to continue, h5, h6.
Well, yeah. I mean, got to get the attackers going. By the way,
I think Tatev is completely safe here now.
I didn't like queen takes h6 for what it's worth. If I was going to play this position, I'd bring my rook in. Again, maybe playing for f4. So long as this knight's out of the way.
So I'm hearing that f4 is the best move here?
Too slow for white here. Sorry, what moment do you want to play f4?
Instead of capturing on h6, I believe that's what maybe Dariush is thinking, f4 here.
f4, okay.
So the idea is that if you capture with the pawn, you are opening that.
I think it's the current position. I don't like queen h6 I didn't like, queen h5 I didn't like. Now I feel the game has turned maybe decisively into Tatev's favor. Hold on, that's my move. The current position, I think Dariush is suggesting a Hail Mary, f4.
So the idea is if I capture with the rook, you're going to have some...
Marvelous discovery. Don't ask me where and don't ask me where.
Or just rook f1, trading that rook out. I don't know. Rook g5.
Rook g5.
But what is it? Okay, so now we are threatening like bishop, maybe f5.
I'm not feeling...
Because I want to transfer that bishop to e6.
Okay, I'm not feeling particularly worried.
Okay, bishop f5.
Queen f7.
Queen.
Crazy. No, this.
Well,
I'm working too hard. I'm working. It's very hard to believe. At the moment, it feels like Tatev is winning this. Talia's idea.
I think
of
winning is still, a bit of an overstatement. But
if you are in Central West End, you can go to the St. Louis Chess Club, and there is Grandmaster Josh Friedel analyzing all the games, and we see that he also gets players there right now. Carissa there enjoying her 7th win.
Absolutely.
I guess it's working. I mean, I liked having
sharing the joy
of winning in chess.
Of winning in chess. Carissa, 7-0. She's still got the Bobby Fischer $64,000 prize as a goal. Let's keep it up. All right, let's see where we can go. Rose, unfortunately, blundered in her game. Megan won. We're seeing a lot of decisive games.
So what about Anna Zatonsky with Atusa Purkashian?
I will go to that in a moment. I had Jennifer. I actually thought that Jennifer was doing quite well. I'm no longer certain of that. After the move f5, rook g1, this knight on f4 is a really well-placed knight. h5, bishop c6. That's strange. I know we have more moves. Oh, there it goes. Takes, rook f3, queen d2, bishops of opposite colors. Well, let's see what happens now. H6, whoa, 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 whoa.
Did we sacrifice that pawn or missed? Missed that the queen is attacking the pawn.
Normally speaking, we're very happy here to get an h takes g7. What's going on? What are the clock? The players made
so
time
Jennifer
control.
has 4 minutes and Irina Krush has 6 minutes.
But they've made time control or not?
Good question. Let's take a look. They are on move 31, so no. They still have 9 more moves to make.
Okay, here nerves are going to be a key factor. Queen to g5, checkmate.
G6?
You think? G6.
I'll take a wild guess.
Okay, G6. So how do I get my queen to the G7 square? I would like to trade rooks so I can go queen to D8 check or queen to E7. How do you like that? Rook on D1 to E1.
Looks like a good move.
Or rook on G1.
Looks like a good
which
move.
rook should I move to E1? I got to play rook E1. I just don't know which one.
What about bishop E4? Let's say I'm trying to stay on the E file and not exchange the rooks.
No trickies.
Maybe
with
I'm
rook
looking
E4,
at some queen C2
D5.
ideas also. Try to checkmate you.
Makes sense.
Where's the entry is the question, right? Where's the
Right.
entry?
So when I play rook takes E4, rook takes E4, queen D8
Now
check.
I go rook F8.
Correct. You have the wonderful retreating move rook F8.
Seems like I'm covering everything.
Can I start with this as a prelude to playing rook takes and queen check?
And if I go D3?
Yes.
Defending the bishop makes perfect sense.
You do have queen F6, and you are getting very close to checkmating me. But queen F7 perhaps...
By the way, G6 did not happen. Rook F7.
Rook F7. Irina saw something that she didn't like in the variations that we were looking at. She dropped back with a rook. Rook F7, defending mate in 1.
I somewhat feel inclined to agree with this decision, just to not have to worry about dark squares. The problem is, what if white goes rook F1 right now? Rook G F1.
Again, the players 3 minutes?
Yeah, Jennifer Yu has 3 minutes,
Jen-
Irina Krush has 5 minutes, and they have 9 more moves to make.
I feel like Jennifer Yu is the Ray Robson of women's chess. I don't care what position she's got. She's got the most boring ending. She's got 3 minutes for the time control. Her opponent has 30 minutes. This is a double-edged position. Rook F1. How would you evaluate
I'm
this?
becoming worried about that position. So for black.
For black. After rook F1, sorry.
Rook F1, yes.
Ooh. I was thinking the extra pawn was meaningful, but I understand you completely.
So maybe you can do something like bishop E4. By the way, rook E1 is on the board.
Okay, so rook G1 to E1. Anything that allows us to play queen E7, queen D8, we're in tune with. So the move rook E1, I think I liked, you were stopping me with this move bishop E4. You were blocking and preventing me, and then Cristian jumped on board when he mentioned queen C2. Then I started getting worried as I saw that you were attacking with queen B1 mate. Double-edged moment, but we do have Anastasiya, who got a chance to talk with
Career Master Awonder Liang. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Awonder Liang, who just won his game against Grigoriy Oparin. What a game it was. I mean, crazy. I mean, you decided to sacrifice so many things at the end, so many pieces. It looked really amazing. Every move was like really cool. I mean, tell us about it.
Yeah, I don't know so much about this game. I thought this line was kind of a weird choice. I mean, I don't think he's played before, but it was very similar to his game yesterday, so I thought, okay, I'll just play something a little less common. Actually, in the opening, it's kind of funny, so I've been preparing for this night odds match. Larry Kaufman's a big fan of odds play, and so I'm preparing for this match against an engine. And so I was looking at a lot of these lines, and so I was trying to figure out the difference between my preparation there and in the game. And so in the game, he has an extra piece, but the difference is, he has to spend an extra tempo playing knight f3. So there was like some subtleties there. So I was just trying to recall. But yeah, it was a good game. I think I'm not really sure where he made a mistake, but somehow, I mean, my moves seemed very simple, and all of a sudden I won the game. So I don't know what happened. It was very confusing to me.
But I mean, are you happy with the result? I mean, to win the game with black pieces against such a strong opponent, like, is it something what you were expecting coming today to the round?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Like, I don't know, wins, draws, losses. I mean, they're all kind of the same for me. So, like, I just kind of come here day to day. Honestly, mostly the best part of my day is, I just get to talk to you and Chris before the game. It's great. And then I sit down to play the game, and it's just kind of okay. So it's but it was a good game, I think. Yeah.
Yes. Speaking about what you said just now about chatting before the game, you had a fantastic chat today with Wesley, who was actually imitating the way you play the moves, and it was like it seemed like stand-up comedy for me.
I know. Oh yeah, Wesley is one of my favorite chat buddies before the game. Yeah, he's a good yapper. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, not too many people come that early, but Wesley's great. Yes.
Yes, kind of made your day. It was actually. I just wanted to ask you. Like yesterday, had basically a free day. You had bye, but still, I knew that you showed up in the St. Louis Chess Club and stayed a few hours commenting together with Grandmaster Friedel. Like, how happened? Like, it seemed like you love chess so much. You're ready to do anything connected to chess.
No, it's just fun. It's just fun, and yeah, I really enjoy it. So it's good. Yeah. Also, I wanted to shout out my boys, Dan and Jason Altschiller from UPenn, so they wanted to hear it. So here you are.
Seems like you have many fans and your friends supporting you in this event. That's great. Thank you so much, Awonder. All the best of luck for you in the next rounds. Thank you
so much.
Thank you, Anastasiya. A delightful interview, I must
say. So cheerful.
Very, very, very cheerful. Awonder. I think Sam Shankland is playing maybe one of the best games of his career. I know that sounds like hyperbole. He sacrificed an exchange, I think, showing really remarkably powerful judgment. After knight b6, guess what? He sacrificed another exchange. Let's go. And just look at these minor pieces. I mean, it's about these queenside pawns, but it's also about this bishop on d5, the weakness on e5, a5, a4. A moment ago, Cristian was saying, you get in c3 and you get to play b2. This bishop on g7 is a devil.
I mean, if you manage to connect those pawns, right?
Yeah.
If you manage to get rid of that b2 pawn and create two passed pawns so close to promotion, one of them will promote.
Well, and here's the joyful news.
93.
Well. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness! So
Sam is doing tremendously well so far.
Ended up having to give back one of his extra exchanges. Queen b7. Look at Sam go. As a Grunfeld player,
this is a dream.
This is just
this is an absolute dream.
Wow.
What do you take with?
I don't know. Let's start with. Let's look at queen takes.
You have a minute and 13 seconds to decide.
And you trading queens? Or,
sure. Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
It's not forced.
It's not. It's not. But let's go and bishop takes c5. How is that?
Okay, let's take it.
You take, and now I go a4. I have to defend.
And there's no way I'm letting you.
I mean, you could if you want to.
You want me to do it like this? Check and rook a8.
G takes f3. Mishra says no. We're not exchanging the queens.
And have the players made time control on this one?
No, they still have 2 more moves. Actually, Sam Shankland has 3 more moves to make to reach the time control.
Well,
by the way, for me, this shows really like serious chess mastery, where you are able to play with material imbalance.
Yeah.
I feel like that's so difficult to evaluate, and if you can sacrifice 2 exchanges,
hat tip, right? I mean, just really good.
That's
so he
the
took
move.
with
That
the
should be the move, right?
Queen b5. Okay, so that defends d3.
Maybe queen to d5 also. Why not queen to d5?
I think it's the same in every case. I have to go queen e4. Whether we start with queen d5,
queen b5 is on the board.
Okay. I think, I mean, in view of a4, bishop takes e5, bishop b2, I think I have to play queen e4.
It seems like you have to, yes.
So you're going to kind of transpose to the same position, right?
Except I don't have to trade queens. And I think that's a good deal for Sam. In other words, I go a4.
But I thought you wanted, okay.
I'm not sure you want to trade queens.
I don't think so either. In fact, I think, when do I want to trade queens? When I have...
you answered that question.
Well, yeah, right. Remember the kings?
Right, but I feel like then my queen is supporting a3, b2.
Yeah, but whose king is safer is what I mean to say. If my king is safe and your king is exposed, then I want to keep queens on the board.
But is it really exposed?
Yes. Queen e4, a4. So how would you capture, Kate? You would capture with the queen? Or
I mean, let's capture with the rook. That's what you guys want to do.
Perfect. Bishop takes, yeah. And
this is looking really good, guys. I mean, that pawn on b2, it's so difficult to
It's
defend.
a monster.
I think unless you create some sort of an attacking potential against my king, which is almost impossible in the presence of that bishop, I think this is it's going to be extremely difficult.
Just to be absolutely ridiculous, why I wanted to keep the queens on the board? I have such a possibility, right? Whereas white will never have a possibility of checking me.
I thought that white wants to keep the queens on the board.
No, white wants to trade.
Yeah. Okay, no,
queens.
then we are on the same page. I was just so confused. I feel like my king, black king is very safe.
Yeah, that's why I think from the start, Sam didn't play the move queen d5, because after queen e4, we will get the ending where the queens come off. He wanted to keep the queens on the board, and I think justifiably so. Bishop takes e5 has just been played. Let me refresh my board. Clock times.
So Abhimanyu has less than a minute, but only one more move to make. And Sam Shankland has 7 minutes.
But it's not an easy move, to be honest. Bishop takes c5. What do you do? Do you take with the queen? Or do you take perhaps with the rook and try to go for something?
I mean, he didn't take on f3 with the queen, right? When he had the chance.
True that.
So if you take with the queen on d3,
I start to look at
and he's taking with the queen.
I start to look at queen b4.
We should not exchange the queens.
No, I like from black's perspective, black has more attacking chances against white's
Can I continue
king.
trying to force the queen trade with queen e4?
Queen e4.
Yes.
Now I start to look at the... No, bishop takes b2. How do I get my pawn? Queen takes e4, pawn takes e4, bishop takes b2, rook to b1, bishop f6 takes h4, but no, I can't save the a pawn. You go rook check, and so I have to do it in a better way. Queen b5. No, but then.
So maybe we can go somewhere else after queen takes d3.
So this is the current position.
So what
Black
if we
to play.
go?
Key moment. This is the last move of time control?
Yes.
We used to say move 40 was the blunder move.
But Sam has 5.5 minutes, so he still can think. What if I go queen a4?
Where did you want to go? Queen a4. I like that move.
By the way, I'm being told the Tatev Abrahamyan's game is very interesting. Let's take a look what's happening there.
Okay.
Because she got out of trouble, but maybe she's in trouble again.
Uh-oh. Hate that. Sorry, I'm on Irina Krush's game. Talia versus Tatev. When we left it, we thought Tatev was winning. At least I did. King e7, bishop e8. I think we actually had something like this on our board. Whoa! Rook takes e5 check. King F8. This is getting weird.
I'm not understanding what's happening here.
What?
Okay, now we are
there's a
threatening.
checkmating threat on queen to e8, so you have to defend against that somehow. How do you defend against it? She decided to go rook to g6. Queen to h6 apparently was the defense in that position.
What?
Queen to h6 makes space for the king.
Wow. Okay.
So now we can capture.
So
that's the position we have right now.
This is the current position.
Yes.
So we have 3 connected pass pawns? Wow.
Is that enough? Is that enough? It's a serious question.
Well,
And by the way, we are on move 37, so Tatev has only 20 seconds to go, and
Right.
Talia has 1 minute 20 seconds.
That's right.
We wrote in the Pacific Northwest. We wrote poetry about 3 connected pass pawns, and it's push, push, push on the king side.
So rook d8 on the board.
The files are opening wide.
We are expecting probably bishop e4 just to move back and then start with the pawns.
And push, push, push on the king side.
That's a pre-move, h5, g4.
Right. Careful, this knight finally wants to get back into the game. Tatev put the knight on a5.
Guys, let's go back to the other one, Irina Krush, with the black pieces,
Also-
defending right now against Jennifer Yu, and it seems like she has missed something because she's losing right now.
Whoa.
Okay.
A lot of things have happened. and
Left it. Queen g5.
3 seconds.
Rook f7, bishop e4.
D3
Catching
was
up
played
with the
with-
players.
Sorry,
Rook
queen
takes e8.
c6. What is that?
Just catching up with the players. d3, d2. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a bishop hanging. She's taken it.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
d2 is not a
D2
not a
is-
threat, right? Because I give check on a8.
Yes.
You have to cover with your rook.
And then queen d5.
Then queen d5.
That's right.
And
That's
d1
it.
is not happening.
The game is over.
That's it. 'Cause
Jennifer Yu gets it
can't-
done.
Wow. And
This is
Irina
a
Krush
huge
10
blow.
seconds.
Huge blow to everybody else that was somewhat in the race.
Wow.
Guys,
title.
3 seconds.
She's played d2, and this is the moment of truth. Queen a8 check is a winning check.
Finishes the job.
She found it. Queen a8, that wins. Irina has missed that.
I think so. I mean, that's the only move in the position, right? You cannot play queen c8 check because then I cover with the rook, and you do not have another check, and this is winning for
In fact, I
Precisely.
think it's just resignation time.
Exactly. I think so too. Well, there's only one move. Legally, well, actually, queen e8, you could argue, but
Rook
yeah.
to f8, queen
but
to
queen
d5.
d5.
If you go rook f7, rook c8 is a mate. If you go king h8, taking on g7
with a pawn.
With a pawn, of course, of course.
To make a checkmate.
In fact, bishop takes g7 should be illegal.
Yeah.
That's a nice
That's
pawn checkmate.
the pawn checkmate. It's amazing. Ever since Jennifer played the move h6, she never played h6 takes g7.
Mhm.
Like she kept that for at least 10 moves or so.
And
in
Irina
her
Krush,
pocket.
4 seconds.
Nothing to say.
I
It's
think she's
over.
going to flag.
Well, it's move 40, so she already made time control.
She made
She
the
did
time
make time
control.
control.
But it's a handshake. Game over. Wow. Carissa wins. Yay. That's 7 in a row. But 2 of her nearest rivals, Irina and Alice, both lose. Begum was lost.
She was lost, but
She could have.
Well, she could have 3-point advantage.
That's what I wanted
lead.
to say. And speaking of Begum,
She is with Anastasiya. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Begim Tokhedjonova once again, who won the game today against young player Rose Otwell. And Begim, it seemed like you played very aggressively today, and you took really tremendous risk. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Well, I wasn't kind of, sure if it works or not. I felt like it doesn't, but she has to be very precise, and she was burning her time. I was like, okay, let's just go for it and then see.
Yeah, exactly. But how did you estimate position exactly at this moment when you decided, let's say, to go for this critical line, took on g2 and found this rook a6? Like, what was going through your mind at this moment? Like, what were your feelings?
I didn't feel anything. I was just playing my game. It's just a position. It's a very interesting position. She must be like holding and then taking the piece, but like I wasn't sure how she will continue. I think she had to just play bishop b3, and then her position is just like winning.
Oh, did you check it after the game, the evaluation of the computer?
No, but I was told. I went through my messages and coach was like, oh. I was like, okay.
Now that you know the evaluation, let's say, like what happened, because I was also checking, yes, it seemed like white was much better after this sacrifice. Like, would you take some decisions back, or you would still do it?
Sure, I would learn my line a little bit better. But honestly, we're not engines. Anyways, there are some aspects of like human play, so I just counted on that.
Do you think that you know, Rose, she's still not so experienced compared to you? Like, do you think this lack of experience somehow played its role in this game?
Yeah, definitely, and also the fact that she's not having a good tournament. It's very important to win some games, and even if you have a winning position, it's just different. You're like, oh my God, I should, you know. You start shaking at some point, so it's important to have a good tournament and definitely experience as well.
While playing your game today, did you have time to check what's happening in the playing hall? Did you see what's going on the other board? Did you notice that Carissa just won another game? What do you think about the tournament situation?
Yeah, we just talked. It's nice. She's playing well, and you know, sometimes if your game is going, it's just going. So. And it's just like she's just winning. I don't know.
Do you feel extra pressure because of that? You know, because I mean, she's your main rival now.
Not really. I think I'm my main rival. So if I do well, everything will be fine.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Begim, for your time, and wish you all the best of luck in the next round.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Our congratulations to Begim. Well, let's just take a pause and take a look at our standings. A very eventful round 7, lots of decisive games.
So women's section, Carissa, I mean 7 out of 7. This
We're
is
not
just
worthy.
Absolutely. But Begim won an important game, and she's clear second with also 1 point lead, because Irina, Krush and Alice Lee, they both lost in the game, and we have Megan Lee joining them to tie for third with 4 points.
Congratulations to Megan, especially because she's been on a bit of a roll in the open standings.
So in the open section, we have Fabiano Caruana still in the lead with 4.5 points, but Awonder Liang winning today important game, and he's clear second, 4 points, and then a 4-way tie for the third place. Ray Robson, Sevian, and Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann all with 3.5 points.
If you had told me a few rounds ago that Fabi would be leading the tournament, I say yeah. But if you had told me that Awonder and Ray Robson are second and third, I would say what? Didn't see that coming. So we're going to take a break. Stay tuned for more action for this round 7, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. What a lucky break for Begim. Wow.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 7, and let's take a look at standings.
It's been a decisive day. I mean, lots of wins.
Yes, and a great day for Carissa again. She won again.
Wow.
7 out of 7. She's cruising through the tournament, looking at that Fisher's prize.
$64,000 bonus to go with the first and the winners.
And back in one important game where she was worse, but she turned it around. She won again Rose Atwell, and she's second with 5 points. And then 3-way tie, Irina Krush, who lost, Alice Lee, who lost again, and Megan Lee, who's getting there with yet another win.
Exactly. No draws of the 2 remaining games. It looks also to our eyes that this game between Talia and Tatev is a toss-up. You call it. I mean, at one moment we thought Tatev had the game in the bag. The moment it's whatever. And in the open section,
in the open section, we have Fabiano Caruana, 4.5 points out of 6. And then Awonder Liang, you said it, we would not expect him there. He's just having fun here, doing stand-up comedy before the round. But he won again with 4 points, and then a 4-way tie for the 3rd place. Ray Robson with important win against Hans Niemann today, and Sam Sevian, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann 3.5 points.
And Sam Shankland, when we left it, we really liked this position against Mishra. Darush during the break came and said, you know, Sam, just let things slip away. We've got a couple of games, and Cristian, we're going to turn it over to you. How did Sam let it slip away?
He did indeed. Let's take a look. But you will see, it was returned, the favor.
The favor is
Just
returned.
a second. Let's see. Rook to d1. I think we left it off somewhere around here. Queen to b5, queen to e4, bishop takes c5, queen takes d3. This was move 40, right? So they've made time control. Finally, it's time to think.
Right.
And in this position, he should have just simply taken the queen on d3. Hey, you need to calculate a little bit. You need to convert. In order to convert, you need to calculate. a4. Of course, rook d8 should be the way to go for white. I don't think you want to stay passive with rook to d2. That's not going to help you. I take on b2. Bishop to c3, so that I stop you from going rook to b4, at least for the moment. And I probably can go bishop to e5 as well.
Rook b7.
We're going to land in the same type of position.
Right.
You're behind the pawn, but I'm one square away from promotion. So this rook is completely tied up to the defense.
It will never threaten
against,
F7.
yes, b1,
Right.
obviously. What I will do next is put my bishop on d4.
Okay.
Put my pawn on e5.
Okay.
And then just simply, slowly create another pass pawn on this side. You're not going to be able to stop me from doing all of those things, and you don't have enough counter chances. This is something that he should have understood. King to f6, for example.
King f1, what
King
else?
to f1, yes. King, I can even go king to e5. Obviously not king f5, because that's a check, right? But king to e5 makes a lot of sense. King to e2, let's say. King to d4. Keep going.
Yuck.
First of all, I'm starting to have ideas of king here, followed by bishop to b4, right? You need to be careful. And if you try to stop me from doing that with king to d1, king to c2, well, guess what?
King
I
to
go king
d3.
to d3, yes.
Total domination.
And I will cover.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to kick me out. I will cover with bishop to d4, follow with e5. I will have ways to create another pass.
Agreed.
No problem. I mean, f6, g5, you take, I take with the f pawn, and then the h pawn runs down the board.
Just looking at the domination of the kings.
Running out of moves.
Easy, easy.
That's it. It's an easy one. He should have been able to calculate this. Unfortunately for him, he didn't. So he played queen to b4.
Not a
and
bad.
it is tempting. Look,
right.
I'm not going to bash Sam too much because
No.
it is tempting to keep the queens on the board.
Of course.
It feels like you have domination no matter what, right? He played h5. And now apparently taking was the much better alternative. He did not do it. He played the move g5. Now we see a sequence of bad moves. Queen to d8, missed opportunity. The idea should have been the same, just done in a different way. You do want to get the rook on c8 and the queen on d8 so that you can get the checkmate patterns going on, right?
Okay.
This was the best move in the position, king to g7, rook to c8, and now it is black who is forced to try to exchange the queens, and I don't have to accept that. I can go queen to b5. I can even take on b3. And if I eliminate this big threat of yours, then I'm much closer to equality than I was before.
Gotcha.
So this is how he should have played. He played queen to d8. King to g7 is on the board.
Exclamation mark.
Look,
Moving
if you
away
want
from
to
check.
if you want to continue, maybe rook to c1. The problem is that right now I have
Not
bishop
queen
to
e1
d4.
check, right?
Yes.
Right.
There's no more rook to c8 because of queen to e1, and you're the one getting checkmated first.
Right.
So after king to g7, maybe queen to e8, I will do the same thing. So you're not getting this whole coordination on the back rank between
Exactly.
the queen and the rook, unfortunately for white. He just made the move. What did he do? Rook to d7. Okay, now after g4, seems to be pretty much over. Let's see if he
Sam
finds
will
it.
find g4 or not.
And I have a feeling it's probably not the only move.
But that looks really strong because you're threatening the queen e1 check, but you're exposing white's king when the pawn is on g4.
And in fact, you can start with queen e1 as well,
Also,
and then
that
continue
works.
with g4. It's all about g4 so that you get to the white king. For example,
Right.
if you take, now I have queen to e4, I'm picking up all of your pawns, and guess what? Once I get to this pawn,
Then
I'm
my
also
king is
defending f7.
Yeah.
Everything is safe. I'm going to pick up the b2 pawn. I'm gaining even an extra pawn to what I already have. This one is not looking good for Abhimanyu, if Sam finds this idea with g4.
Thank you, Cristian. Kate, I wanted to ask you what's going on in the Talia
Let's see, because
versus
that game
Tatev
is-
game, because I just saw the move king
White
h2.
is better, black is better.
Wait a minute, but Talia's threatening pretty clearly king to g3,
f4.
f4 check. That would force the king to go right into my waiting arms of rook h7 checkmate. So king g4, f4, and rook h7 is Talia's threat. How is Tatev supposed to deal with that?
So if I go king g3, you don't have that rook d3 check.
No.
Because the bishop is guarding that square.
Very importantly, you're absolutely right. And I'm trying to...
Maybe rook d7.
Thank you. Jeez, you know...
I got worried too for a second.
Right. Sometimes, you're so locked in on what you're doing. So the whole point is, in this case, you are preventing me from playing the desirable here. But what is happening, you know, again, we wrote poetry in the Northwest about 3 connected pass pawns.
But can I activate my knight now? Knight c4?
Yes. At long last, you can. Maybe knight
e3, yes.
Just in time. I know, it's still a little bit scary, isn't it? I mean,
it is a little scary.
Wow. We're going to put our analysis on pause as, again, welcome to the Carissa Yip Show. Anastasiya caught up with Carissa to get her thoughts on her 7th win in a row.
I'm here with Carissa Yip, who just won the game against Nazi Paikidze, scoring the 7th consecutive victory in this tournament. And actually, the only person who managed to do the same here in St. Louis was Fabiano Caruana in 2014 when he won 7 games, if you remember, in Sinquefield Cup.
Of course I remember.
Of course. I mean, is he was your inspiration? I don't know, like I'm very shocked. 7 out of 7. It's really amazing. Tell us, what do you feel right now? And like unbelievable.
No, I'm feeling really good. I think I'm in great form. And yeah, hopefully I can sort of keep it up.
We also hope so. But I mean, now you actually have a big chance to beat even the record of Fabi, who had 7 out of 7. So every next game, every next victory can bring you even more, honor. And
fingers crossed.
Exactly. But do you still keep in your mind the possibility to win this Fisher's prize? If you score 11 out of 11, you will get really impressive prize for that one. Do you know about it?
Of course I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been on my mind, but I'm really trying not to let it affect my play. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it until I think yesterday when I'm already halfway through the tournament, right?
Yes.
No, it would be great. I'd love to pay off my college tuition.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, but it's really difficult to concentrate because still you have 4 games to go. But still, speaking about today's game, it seemed like your opponent was kind, gave you a couple of pieces on the way, but it was still not so easy. You were under attack, and what were your feelings at the moment when she sacrificed the piece and things were really crazy on the board?
Yeah, I mean, knight takes d4 I think really does offer black great practical chances. The issue is just, I think she must have missed after bishop c5. There's rook h3. Otherwise, I'm just totally busted. Yeah, rook h3 brings another defender in, and then I'm okay. And then I think she just played this knight takes f2 e5 and probably missed queen f5. And then I just have 2 pieces, and my king's a little weak, but I have enough defenders to sort of keep it together.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. One more victory for you, Carissa. I think yes, time to rest, time to get ready for the next round. Just wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. For those of you who don't know about the Bobby Fischer prize, shame on you, because here it is.
$64,000 is awarded for a perfect 11-0 score in the US and US Women's Championship, and it honors Bobby Fischer's perfect 11-0 score in the 1964 US Championship. And by the way, Carissa said after yesterday's win, she's starting to think about this prize.
Through. 64,000, something nice about that number, right? 64,000. I want to again stay with the game of Talia and Tatev for a moment, because after bishop c6, Talia stopped. She stopped because she's attracted, obviously, to the move king g3, f4, and king g3, she knows rook d7 is the only move. So she's stopping to pause because there's a pawn, you can
like
capture.
Pawns?
And she's asking herself, in this situation, what we just looked at, she could go for the 3 connected passed pawns, right? I mean, here she doesn't have to trade rooks necessarily, but when you do in your mind's eye see this possibility, you go, well, wait a minute, whoosh, right? The pawns just go gushing through. Would that be a winning or a concept or not?
I'm not sure.
By the way, king h3.
By the way, we have king h3. The computer says they don't like it, but...
We get the Swiss cross.
We need to be careful about quick evaluations of that computer because they are brutal sometimes.
King H3 is not.
It still
doesn't
has
get
that
the
idea
approval.
of F4 and checkmating on H7, right?
Right. Okay. I still have F4 and G4 on the agenda. Bishop D7, King G3, no harm, no foul. I tricked you from playing Rook D. I think I'm supposed to play Rook D7 nonetheless, right?
Yes, I think if you put that bishop on D7, then you have to worry about those checkmating opportunities.
Exactly.
Can I go Rook F6 here only?
Rook F6, King G7. I got to get out of dodge.
Maybe I can try to do things a bit more aggressively with Rook F5 after Rook D7.
Pardon me. King H3, Rook D7, Rook F5.
Correct.
King back.
And G4?
Maybe G4. Let's keep going.
But then in this case, the move King H3 makes sense. The computer's saying King H3 is a bad move.
Don't trust the computer.
Don't trust.
It's only a bad move because it's only a bad move. It's a missed opportunity for the simple fact that you had something better, but not that easy to find. I think F4 was supposedly a bit of a better option.
So if I continue the analysis for just a moment, Bishop E4. I'm assuming I want to play Bishop takes G6.
Okay.
So I go G5.
Oh, G5. Yep.
I feel like there should be some sort of
F6.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I have
I do have a lot of pawns.
There's 3 connected.
They're really coming, but
and they are.
It seems like it's not enough, though. Somewhat like Bishop takes G6.
Rook takes.
It's going to be a big question as to do I manage to get my knight back in time, right? Like
so
F4, knight C4.
Okay, I go F4.
That's probably a good idea.
F5.
Ooh, careful, because now you can't go King G4, because I've got knight E5 check, right?
Okay,
you have
King
to go.
H2.
You have to go King H4, let's say.
King A.
I mean, I don't have to go, but it's an option.
I feel like these pawns, they should just run by themselves.
What do you have for us, Cristian, in the open section?
Well, just before we move to the open section, let me just show you what was missed supposedly after Bishop to C6.
Please
F4 apparently was much better because after King to H4, and I do think that this is what she was going to go for.
Right.
Now I go Rook to G7. This is the idea. Also, it seems like Bishop to F5 would have been sufficient also. There's a big checkmating threat.
I have to go
coming
Rook
along.
D2.
So you have to go Rook to D2 and now Rook to G7. This is key. And this is not as easy to calculate because you do have this transition, right? Take, take, and perhaps I'm missing something. Yes. Oh, this is actually, okay, this is crazy. Yes.
Mate.
Okay,
Never mind.
that's-
I mean, I'm looking at all of these things. Yeah, this is, and this is the only way to win it.
Wow.
No way, no way. Okay, so this is why I'm saying don't trust the engine too much because nobody's going to find this with 15 minutes on their
That's
clocks.
a beautiful one, though.
People will go King H3. This is just because you want to push your pawns. That's the instinct for white in this position.
Exactly.
King to H3. We expect Rook to D7. One thing that you shouldn't be doing, and perhaps, hopefully she's not considering it for Tatev's sake, is to go Bishop D7, and she didn't. She played Rook to D7.
Because then King G3 in life is good.
This is bad.
Yeah.
Yes, this is actually just simply game over because F4, Rook to H7 is a checkmating threat, very difficult to defend against it.
So we do have Rook D7 on the board.
Good move to stay in the game. And now the big question rises. How do you, don't take on D7. That's one thing you shouldn't be doing in this one.
No.
So
So
you have
can we
options.
go with Rook F5 and just the pawns G4?
What did we say in this position?
Bishop E4.
I tried Bishop E4.
Bishop E4, yeah. No, this is, again, I'm telling you, this is very tempting. It does seem like it's not working. Specifically, I don't think F4 is the right move. Not the best. Supposedly, Rook to E6 is really powerful. Knight to C4 and Rook to E6 also controls the knight's maneuvers, right? There's no knight E5 in this
knight
position.
E3.
H6. Let's say you go knight to D6, right? Now I guess I just get my king to H5 and then I push G6. I don't need my F-pawn.
This feels like it's winning for white.
I don't need my F-pawn. That's the trick in this position.
Wow.
I don't need my f-pawn. I only need to get my king to h5, then push g6. And unfortunately, you're going to either get checkmated or you're going to use too many resources to defend against that. In the meantime, I'm just going to push my pawns.
I feel like this is an echo of an earlier game. Tatev was playing against Nasi. Nasi trapped Tatev's minor piece on a1, captured it, and then Tatev won the game with her king and pawns.
f4.
The pawns just the extra piece was not enough.
But this was not the way that we wanted to do it. We wanted to do
I don't
rook
think we
f5
want
and
to
g4.
trade rooks.
We were
right?
thinking rook f5 check,
and then
followed
g4
by
yes.
g4. That's what we just looked at. But our earlier approaches were pretty banal and direct, right? We were going to go talk, and I think we had this position on
I'm
our
not
board.
convinced anymore, guys. I'm not convinced
G4.
anymore. G4 allowing the rook trade.
G4, I'm not a big fan of that one.
Well,
Okay.
you have to take on f7 to get checkmated next move.
Yeah, well, the threat of g5 is pretty darn strong.
Definitely
so rook takes
take on
f7,
F7.
bishop
You're
takes
forcing me to do
f7,
that.
and well,
I mean, White's plan is very simple, right? I go g5, I start pushing the pawns, I support those pawns with my king.
It still looks quite decisive, I have to say, from an optical point of view. But let's take it one move at a time. I need to stop you from going g5. I can at least do that for one move, bishop d7.
But I need my king to support my pawns anyway.
yes.
So king h4.
it's not the worst move I've ever felt. I don't feel bad about this move.
No,
By the
let's
way,
play.
bishop to d5 followed by g5.
So I need to get my knight out. Let's go knight b7.
Knight boy 7, yeah.
Try to go to d6 as well. If you
So
go
what
g5.
if I start with f5?
Rook f7.
f5.
We knew that that move is coming.
Knight to d6.
Now I go...
Be careful, because if the knight lands on g5.
Oh, you... Okay.
Now I'm also
so
looking
I go
at...
bishop d5.
But then I can take on f5. I don't know if you're winning this endgame. Either with a knight or actually with a bishop in this case.
Yeah, this looks
And I don't even have king g4 because there is another fork.
You're losing a pawn.
Okay, so that's too ambitious.
Yeah. I don't like the move. I don't like what Talia has done. Tell me about the Sam Shankland versus Mishra setup, because we thought Sam was doing really good after
And he
G4.
continues
Did
to do so because he did find the move
He
g4.
did find g4.
Yes,
Good
yes.
for
He
him.
did find the move g4. Very powerful move. And right now, once again, it's very difficult for Mishra to find a way out. Queen to e8. Oh, my goodness. He did
start
not
with
play.
check.
Whoa. I did not.
Did not
I did
expect
not
that.
see that.
Check.
Wow.
Check.
But this is
Take
so
on H5.
straightforward. Yes, yes.
Defend f7.
This is so straightforward and such a strange way to not play the best move, queen
And
to f4.
Sam has 27 minutes.
He just missed queen takes e6. Oh, this is a completely new game now.
Holy smokes.
Queen
What
to
is going
h2.
on?
King to f1. This is a
Blunder
completely
alert.
new game.
Queen e8. So queen e1. Okay, so queen f4 mistake. Queen takes.
Yes.
And by the way, queen g6 check.
That's the problem.
Might hurt.
That is the problem.
But I'm capturing now with check on f3, so queen takes.
That's fine. I go back.
Yeah, but the problem is that my bishop on e8 is e5 is also attacked by that queen.
Exactly.
So
I go back. I
king
go back to f1.
f1.
Yeah, no choice actually.
You can go to e1 as well. But
No, but f1 allows queen h3, queen take h5.
That's
You don't
fine.
mind?
You can get it. You can get in. Do I have rook d5?
No,
rook
your
d5
queen is hanging.
Is hanging.
So g3 is a little bit uncomfortable.
G3 is also a big problem right
So
now.
why do I give up that pawn?
Time to take it.
Okay.
It's just not as clean as queen e1 check takes on. We could have the same position with an e6 pawn. Our king would be so much more chill if we had a pawn on e6.
Abhimanyu is back in this game.
Wow.
Not with the shout. He's not winning or anything. He's
No,
still
no,
barely
no.
surviving. But
this
he's
is
barely-
crazy for Sam. I mean, he is winning and just the move before he wins.
He snatches.
Sometimes he makes a mistake. Yeah.
Draws from the. Whoa, King E1.
It's fine as well.
Really? I would never want to put my king on the dark square.
It is fine.
Wow.
I do think that Black's best path forward is indeed to just go for this Queen H1, Queen H5.
So the problem with munching is simply check, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, so King F8? And you take on H6?
I think I can checkmate you, right? Rook D8, Queen D6.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's much better.
That is the problem. No, you know capturing on B2. Not permitted. King E1. Oh dear. So we're back to capturing the pawn on H5. Check, takes.
You might have to go for it, yes. But again, after that, you will have to win the game once more.
Right. I feel like I have to win it all over again.
And maybe it's not winning anymore, even from an objective point of view.
Wow, what are we... Okay, so Queen E4 check, King H1. Hold on, what am I... So it's the same variation. We're still going right back to this whole line with Queen takes B3, right, Kate? Is that what's going on
So G3
here?
is not a threat here?
Of course it's a threat. Why wouldn't it be? It's a discovered check. I am going to play Queen F3, but it's I think this is this a draw? I'm like, I've got 3 pawns. I've got 3 pawns. My instinct would be that it's winning, but okay. I like G3, of course. Cristian, jump in. What does the engine suggest? By the way, clock times again.
Yeah, Abhimanyu 5 minutes and Sam 25 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like the best path forward, and perhaps the only way to keep the game going, is to go for that Queen H1, Queen takes H5, where the engine says Black is slightly better, but not by much.
Why is he only slightly better?
Because exactly of the reason that you were going for with Queen takes B3.
G3.
At the end of it. Yes, G3, but now I have Queen F3.
Yeah.
This is in fact very close to equality.
Take.
You take, I would assume.
Take.
You take on F2, right?
Yes.
And then you take on B2, right?
Yes.
But now I go Rook to a lot of places. Basically, the idea being that you're not going to be able to push your pawns. If this pawn would be on G6, I have a feeling it would be a completely different story. But with a pawn on H6, you're not going to be able to support everything. And the pawn is not on A3. A3 would be very dangerous, but A5, it's easily controllable by my rook, and I still have some time to potentially pick up a pawn if I need to. And by the way, also, this pawn is not the correct pawn. So imagine you try to push your pawns and then you sacrifice this one, then I will be able to give my rook. If I manage to give my rook for these 2 pawns, the A5 and F7, and get my king to H1, this is a draw. So there's a lot of drawing tendencies in this one. He will not win this endgame if he goes for it.
Wow. Did you learn that rooks are better than bishops? And you could have a bishop and 3 pawns, and the rook would save the day?
Yeah.
That's remarkable. I would not have guessed.
Should we go back to...
I think it does look still dangerous.
Should we go back to this Tatev game and try to figure
and these
things
dangerous
out,
pawns on the king side?
Even though Queen to E4 was played, so King F1 in the Abhi versus Sam Shankland. Yeah, no. Sam Shankland will have to go for this Queen H1, Queen H5.
Okay, when we left it, we felt that Talia should have been a little bit more careful in nursing
on the board.
The pawns forward. Play rook f5 check, play g4, keep the rooks on the board, as you were saying. She went gung-ho. f4, g4, rook takes f7, bishop takes f7. We caught up with the players, and
the computer says equal.
0-0s. Easier said than done. We're in the comfort of the studio. We don't have the ticking clock. making us nervous, but I would have thought that the knight needs to come to d6 and to centralize itself on e4. If I've got any chances to hold the position, that would be the way I would do it. I go knight b7 to d6 to e4. Anything else? Tatev seems to be thinking.
I think she's thinking whether she wants to have there the bishop d7
It's
just to
critical.
delay.
She needs to play bishop d7. If she
Bishop
doesn't, she's
Is that
lost.
such a big difference?
If she doesn't, she's lost. Yes.
So if I go knight b7, the pawns are
Immediately?
just running?
Not
g5?
not quick enough. Yes, g5 is winning. g5, king g7,
King g7.
bishop to e6.
The difference too is you get to go king g4. King's nicer
By the way,
on
knight
g4.
b7 on the board.
King is nicer. Pardon me.
Yeah.
The king is much nicer on g4 than on h4. So knight b7. She didn't see
Bishop
the
d7
difference that bishop d7 was required.
Was very important because you were controlling those squares, especially f5. f5 is a crucial square because especially after knight d7, knight b7, knight d6, you get to control that square. And if white chooses to push via f5 first, then you can sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns in many, many scenarios. So big improvement, bishop d7 would have been. Knight to b7 is right now.
A quick question for you, Cristian. Bishop
Yes.
to d7, bishop to d5?
Yes. Knight c6.
Knight c6. And now, no, you just get to play.
You cannot.
Yeah,
you cannot
you know what I
No,
want.
you cannot
I want to go bishop takes c6, and I want my pawns
No,
to
unfortunately,
carry the day.
You're slower
But
than
bishop
I am.
e4, and then I have 3 against 2.
I can even go b5, a5, b4 already. I'm actually faster.
I can't get an f5, f6.
I don't need to go bishop b4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I can go b5. I can
b5,
keep storming with my pawns.
f5, a5, f6,
Bishop e8.
bishop e8,
King h7.
And
It was
it's not
fun.
gonna be
It
the
was
square.
fun.
That's it. Yeah.
Anastasiya caught up with Megan Lee. Let's hear their interview.
I'm here with Megan Lee, who just defeated Alice Lee in this round, and I was wondering, were you happy first of all with the opening in this game?
Yeah, I was expecting that she would play the Sicilian, and I've played like a closed structure very similar to this for many, many years, so I knew that the plan would be to try to capture like her pawn on c5, so I just played for that.
Yeah, so were you inspired by some strong chess players who treat this position in a different way? You know, it's just quite famous line, and I don't know if you were checking lately some games or like.
I was actually preparing for a different Rossolimo, yeah, just because she hasn't played this one that often, so yeah, I was just lucky to remember some ideas.
You just remembered, yes, this plan, that c5 is the target, yes, of this one. How important is victory for you now and for the standings in the tournament? What do you think?
It feels good to beat Alice. She's like a very strong player, and yeah, I think after yesterday's game that I didn't convert, that was a bit demoralizing, but it's good to know that I'm still playing well.
Absolutely, yes. And what do you think about the tournament situation right now for you, and like what are you fighting for right now?
I'm just trying to play good chess still. I'm just trying to go for even score, so I think like my goal is probably within reach after this game. But yeah, just focusing on playing well.
Exactly, that's a really, really good attitude. Thank you so much, Megan, and all the best in the next round. By the way, whom are you playing in the
Thank
next
you.
round?
I play Anna Zatonsky.
Anna Zatonsky,
Yeah.
yes. So, okay, and then we have a free day, so it's
And then
important.
Carissa,
yes.
yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. And we've let the game between Atusa and Anna get away from us. I see that you've got it on the board. How's it going?
Let's take a look. So we have a rook and knight endgame.
All right.
Equal material, 4 pawns on each side.
Cool. Keep going. You're doing great. White's king in check. Defibrillator. We're losing.
So what are we going to do now? If we go something like king f3, there is rook a3. Maybe we have some
Okay,
problem.
but I saw a Peshki. Stop.
But I saw the game between Fabi yesterday doing the pins against
Pins and wins.
Grigoriy Oparin.
You're getting inspired.
But,
Yes.
you
But
know.
maybe I'm not fast enough. Okay.
Okay, so current position is check, and you're suggesting king f3. Who's playing for the win? Let's start with
I think we need to really
Captain Obvious.
Yeah, we need to really calculate accurately. So I have knight c6.
Good.
If you go rook d6 attacking my knight, I go rook b2.
And that should
make
be
a draw,
enough for a draw.
By the way, I'm not sure now about the king f3 move. Can I go
Oh.
king e3? I feel like I want the king to be closer to my pawns. For example, if we go to the same variation.
Sure. So rook check, king here, knight here.
Yes.
Rook here, rook here.
Yasser, what are you doing,
Please.
man?
What?
You're
What
not
did I do?
taking that pawn on h2. I mean, I'm slightly disappointed.
Well, the rook was hanging, wasn't it?
No, not knight c6. Rook takes h2.
I'm
You're
sorry.
not picking up that pawn. I cannot believe
So
it.
no. Well, hold on.
Now king e3.
I think knight c6 was gifted to me like it was presented.
Just take the pawn, right?
Take the pawn.
So I cannot capture on b4 because you have this sneaky fork.
Exactly.
Oh, those tricky
Exactly.
knights.
That's why king f3 I cannot take. I mean, I can take on h2, but it's not that dominant.
Well, in the case of king f3, rook takes h2, we could capture the pawn on b4.
Right.
So maybe it was actually necessary. The desirable king e3 comes with a setback.
By the way, Anna Zatonsky has only 2 minutes on her clock right now, while Atusa, 16
So why
minutes.
didn't we take the pawn? What was your move after king f3 with black?
Maybe there's another problem here. I can play rook here, king e3,
But is
rook
that a
b2.
problem if I go knight d2 and just rook c4?
Right.
Or even knight c4, knight d6?
No, it's not a problem.
Let's see. She went to g1.
And king g1.
King G.
She doesn't want to give that h2 pawn.
Well, that tells me that white is trying to draw.
Right.
Yeah, king e3, king f3 or demonstrations like playing for the win. King g1 kind of says, okay.
But I'm not sure about that.
No, why?
Because what do
Knight
you do now?
c6.
Knight c6, rook d6, okay.
Rook b2.
I don't know if I should give a check first. Maybe I should give a check first.
You'll drive me to g6.
Ah, so you do want to go to g6. Okay.
Anytime. Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably not going to change the outcome of this one. Seems very equal, guys.
Yeah. Seems very, very equal. Again, I'm going to toss it back to you and the Sam Shankland Mishra game.
Oh, no, that one is still going down the path that we discussed 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
This one, though.
The Talia?
After the move, knight to b7, she did follow up with g5 and bishop to e6, the best place for the bishop in the position. And right now, the engine is saying Talia is winning. Talia is completely dominating. After knight to d8, bishop to f5, perhaps I can even start with the move h6.
I like h6.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you go king to g6, I can continue giving you checks. You cannot touch the pawn on g5 because of h7. So this might be quite problematic. Perhaps she's now starting to understand that those pawns, you're not stopping them. They're going down. I liked your Space Invaders sounds. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, h6, king. Let's say king h7, right? But then I just give you a check.
That's a tempo.
I keep pushing them.
Right.
I keep pushing them. You're not going to stop them. I'm getting my king to g5, getting the bishop out of the way, push the other one. Yeah, you're simply not in time. You're not going to be able to create anything on this side in the meantime. So it's looking good for Talia.
And there is no way to sacrifice the knight for a pawn?
It's very difficult. How would you do it? Very, very. Even if you put it here on f7.
I'm not even
I can
sure.
just go h7 first.
Yeah, it's like, oh
But
no.
let's say you capture that knight on f7.
Sure.
Then I think we are maybe back in game for white?
No.
For black?
No. Apparently this is enough. The 2 pawns are just simply enough. I'm going to get the king to g5, h7, bishop g6, and then just push the other pawn.
But that's a wrong bishop if I trade my pawns.
Yeah,
right?
but
If I get my king to the h8.
You're probably not going to be in time, and you're not going to be able to trade both pawns. Like, I'm going to exchange one and then push the other one whenever we get there.
Right.
So, for example, let's say
b5.
Let's say a5. I give you a check. You go here. Let's say you go to h8.
Yes.
f7.
Okay.
b4. Take. What do you take with?
A pawn.
First of all, I will go this move, just so that you have to stop me.
Oh, then I
Bishop
have to
d5
go in the
is the only
diagonal.
move. Yes.
Right.
So now I can take.
And play a4?
Play a4.
Right.
And then f7 next.
Yeah.
You go c4, f7, and I will be able to stop your pawns. It's a matter of a tempo, yes, but I will be able to stop your pawns.
And not allow the trade of everything. In the matchup, a clash of champions between Irina and Jennifer Yu. Jennifer got a victory today, and she's with Anastasiya.
I'm here with Jennifer Yu, who just managed to win the game against Irina Krush. What a crazy game. But actually, always you have really crazy matches with her. Tell us a little bit, first of all, about the history of your previous games with Irina and what mindset you had coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think historically I've always played like kind of wild games of Irina. Like the most famous one is like 2 years ago when I blundered a bishop against her. And then I played playoff and then blundered bishop again. So
and still managed to win this playoff, right?
Yeah. But I think every single game I play against her, I'm just losing out the opening. And then so I usually try to like make it up towards the end. So today I just kind of tried something that, you know, she wouldn't expect me to play, just to get out of like any book and just play a normal game.
Yeah, so you managed to get quite normal position, I think, and it was pretty normal until very late moment. So what happened at the end?
Yeah, I think I gave her a little too much play. I played this h4 move, which lets f5. I like realized f5, like for some reason I didn't consider it until like after I played it, and I was like, f5 is just completely, is so good for black. So I think that I shouldn't have let her do it. I should have like played something like queen d2 or something to kick the knight back. And then I think it would be a lot more comfortable for me to play. But yeah, in the end, with time trouble, I was just trying to make something complicated and, you know, have some chances, which I think it happened in the game.
Yeah, so you managed to win this game. So what are your feelings after it? You know, after all these games you played against her in today's game, like what are the feelings?
Well, I'm pretty not that happy about my tournament so far. I think right now I've realized that I think my biggest opponent is myself because I'm just like sabotaging all my games. So right now I'm just trying to, you know, get my mind back and just play some good normal chess just because, you know, I didn't enter this tournament in the best form, but, you know, there's still like half the tournament left.
Yeah, but speaking about yourself, I mean, and like the biggest opponent is yourself. It's a really interesting topic, of course, not for the short interview, but still, let's say how normally you treat yourself. Are you, if you lose the game, like, are you really upset with yourself, or you're trying to calm yourself down and to like be nice and to, you know, how do you manage all these kind of situations and lots of tension which chess brings?
Yeah, I usually get over losses pretty quickly. I think you can also tell from like my performance 2 years ago when I like played the worst chess ever and got over it. So I usually can, but I've just been really disappointed in myself this tournament because I'm playing like really stupid stuff. Like I sometimes make moves that I know are losing, and it's like, why would you do that? So it's just like I gotta get over that and, you know, just play as the best version of myself.
All the best of luck for you, Jennifer, in the next round. So thank you for sharing all this with us. And we go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Yeah, I know that feeling very well. You know, you're on the wrong horse.
Mm-hmm.
You've gone down the wrong strategical path, and somehow you can't stop yourself. You know that you're doing the wrong moves, and you keep making.
So it's not
them.
just about losing the game, but just like knowing I just played bad moves.
Yeah, like, and it's like, what am I doing? Sabotage, self-sabotage. The game between Mishra and Sam Shankland, suddenly, it's amazing how difficult it is to win a winning position. And Sam is showing, giving Mishra what I think are really good chances of now saving the game. Really, that queen trade,
I mean,
bring the
no
king
pawn
to
on
d3
b3 anymore now.
Right, no pawn on b3. Now suddenly your best hope is the h pawn. I'm not feeling it. But for Talia...
But by the way, Abhimanyu has only 2 minutes on his clock.
Okay.
So he will need to be accurate while Sam Shankland has 16 minutes.
True.
I still think Sam is the favorite to win this one.
Really?
Just because the king is so weak.
Okay.
That's at least my, let's say, practical understanding. But again, this is the best position Abhimanyu has had in the last 20 moves or so.
Right. That was, of course, Talia's position. Queen d5. was the last move, Queen D5.
So do we want to capture on B2 and give up that pawn on A5?
I would say yes, and I'm asking myself, if I was in Abhi's shoes, wouldn't I play Queen B5, defending B2, angling, I don't know, for B3 and Queen takes A5. Essentially, this position is a 2-result position. You know, black has no way to lose the game. Like,
Right.
it's virtually impossible to lose the game. You go bishop f6 and you follow it up with h5, and it's a 2-result game, meaning that black is either going to draw or win. And I hate being in those positions where that's the case. Leave the b pawn and the a pawn on the board, and I kind of go, like, give you something to worry
But I understand
about.
that maybe it's a little too slow, that maybe black can start marching that h pawn forward.
Well, you can always do that. There's no way I can stop you from marching the a-pawn forward. I'd rather, what I am saying is I would like to give you something to worry about. You know, like not
So
just
nice of you, Yasser.
Yeah, not just to have an easy life and, you know, play on 2 results. Didn't happen, and just want to go to the Talia game for a moment because
it is a big moment right now.
It is a big moment?
It's a huge moment right now, yes.
Her
Oops.
bishop, yeah.
We're going to see a draw between Anna and Atusa, by the way. There's no, that's now 3 versus 3 rook ending. King h6, king g7.
Where are we moving that bishop?
I think we're going bishop f5.
Only move. Only move, in fact.
Really? So my first kind of intention was to play bishop c8, to maybe be on that diagonal and allow the pawns to go forward.
Bishop c8. I'm a little concerned. No, I'm not sacrificing. Well, maybe I am. Maybe I am playing knight to but I like bishop f5. I like bishop f5.
It's a beautiful move. This bishop f5 is an absolutely tremendous move.
Wow. Okay. Big moment here for Talia. And the clock times, if you don't mind. Bishop f5.
And she does not play.
He did.
So Talia has 7 minutes and Tata has 6 minutes.
She played bishop g4. Sorry, I had the analysis move on.
But I understand it. I mean, putting the bishop in front of the pawn with the pawn that you want to run forward, it's not the most intuitive move to make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's a winning move. And apparently this is not. Why is this not?
It's not. It's not because right now, and critical move right now for black would be to go bishop to e4. Not an easy one, but it makes a lot of sense because you're controlling so many squares, right? I want to push my pawns. This bishop e4 stops it. If you go f5, now I go knight to f7. This is the key in the position. If you go king to h4, now I can just simply continue pushing my pawns, in fact. And I don't see a way for you to...
I want to play king h5 and g6, don't I?
Yes, yes. So let's take a look. So
maybe
b5,
I'm going to be able to sacrifice that
king
knight?
h5. Now I can go knight to e5. And g6. And how do you continue pushing them is the big question. You're sort of stuck in the position, right?
Wow.
So you go king g5.
That's kind of crazy.
Now I can take, and I'm first.
Yeah.
So Talia could even lose this one if she's not paying attention.
Right.
But let me just show you once again this beautiful move, bishop f5.
Please.
Take a look at this, bishop f5. Now there's no more bishop to e4 in the position. g6, g7 is coming. So what do you do next, right? The only way seems to be knight to f7. But then I just simply get to h5, king to g4 first. Let's say you go b5. Now I'm ready to attack your knight. Then I continue pushing my pawns. I'm first in this position. Bishop f5 was needed. She did not understand that. Play the move bishop to g4.
Bishop e4, that's a very natural move. By the way, again, for the simple reason you're covering a lot of squares and you're hoping, by the way, I'm always looking for the blockade. Knight f7 followed by knight to d6 with my bishop on e4, stopping f5. That like a magnet, my pieces would go in that direction. Bishop to e4. Big moment
Tata,
here.
she is below 4 minutes. And you are also thinking about pushing your pawns. I'm not sure if she's going to play bishop e4.
Okay, big moment. If I'm white, I'm dreaming g6, king h, like go.
Yeah,
go,
I'm
go,
just starting
go.
to feel if I play d5, a5, like, hey, I also have pawns that can run.
Right? Okay. Big moment. How would I get my pawns going?
Because if you push f5...
Can you go g6 now?
Yeah.
So now you force me to go bishop e4.
Well, bishop f4, I go f5, right? If you go there, I have a feeling this cannot be good. No.
Why?
But who's first? Okay, I take. I go f6. I feel I need to go f6.
Well, now I have bishop e8.
Bishop e8, okay.
And if you go bishop f5.
But now maybe you can take, right?
Take. Because g7 check. But why don't I play check?
King g8.
Bishop f5.
No.
Yeah, you're not catching.
Whoa. So that's why we need to play the move bishop e4.
Tatev down to her last 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and she plays it.
Very good job. She finds the best.
She found.
So Talia's failure a moment ago to play the move bishop f5 allowed the move bishop e4, the only move, and now I think there's chaos going on here.
I think Cristian was even showing a line where black wins.
3-result game is now entirely possible, but the clocks are still...
Talia has 7 minutes and Tatev only 3.
Exactly.
Let's see, bishop to e4.
And
And
by
that's
the way,
a draw
rook-
right there. We sort of
rook
expected
ending.
that.
Yeah.
This was a very balanced game. Not as much has happened in that one.
Yeah, it felt all the way through.
Very
that-
controlled.
Yes.
Yes.
And again, the Sam Shankland game, did he take on b2? No.
He did not yet at least, but they're going into a very
That
similar situation. I
bishop
think we should
in
stay with
3.
this one just
Yeah.
because that one hasn't changed as much.
I
for
think
the
Sam is going to be very unhappy about that queen f3 move. Or
he's going to be wondering, what is it about these U.S. championships? I mean,
it's
the
hard.
last
winning the winning game, it's
yeah.
just
the pressure. Yeah.
He was last seen walking into a hospital asking, like, please, is there any medication that you can give me? Bishop e4, big moment now. Now, Talia, on her side of the board, nobody has told her she's not winning. She's sitting there saying to herself, should I play f5 first? Should I play king h4 first? I want to play f5, king h4, g6, get my king up the board.
The problem is that right now you're starting to understand that you're not as fast as you are supposed to be.
Right.
After knight f7. That's
Right.
the key move. The knight lands on f7. There's no more g6, g7 because that pawn on h6 is also falling. So you need to spend a lot of time to get that king to h5.
Exactly.
In the meantime, it does seem like I have enough time to get my own passed pawn on the other side. She is going for it.
F5. So f5 on the board. We're expecting knight f7, king to h4. Now here's the question for you. Oh, pardon me. We're expecting knight f7, king h4.
Yes. I don't think you can allow the pawn to go to g6 unabashed like that. No way. Just put the knight on f7 first. This is the first thing that Tatev needs to understand. And it's kind of natural, so I'm not expecting her to miss it.
I'm wondering, would you find yourself attracted to knight to d6?
Why not?
It's a forcing move.
Why not?
Because your king can't go to f4, and if you go f6, I'm not saying that's terrible or not, it feels like I'm getting that blockade. And just as a reminder, I do have the majority on the queen side.
And you are getting a blockade. So I do
Knight
think
F7.
knight f7 has to be played.
She's done it.
Wait a minute. Now, if I see anybody losing this one, to be honest, it's starting to become maybe a coin toss. A few moves ago, it was only black that could lose this one. But right now, I see that passed pawn being created on the queen side.
I see a blockade.
Something can happen in these games. 3-result game so far.
But king h4 looks like the only move here,
Yes.
right?
And I do think that 96 is going to come.
The problem is that with king on h4, you can't play the move king f4. You don't want to play f6 and get your pawns blockaded. A little bit counterintuitive, but maybe you need to put your king on f4. Maybe you got to go king g3.
Oh, and I cannot capture that pawn because both pieces are attacked now.
Right. I do think we're somewhere in drawn territory suddenly. I think.
But I'm kind of happy that the white king is closer to the black pawns because I'm a little bit starting to worry that one of them can become a runner.
So
I think she's going
thinking
for king g3.
King g3 is what Talia now needs to do, not to lose the game.
I think if she didn't see king g3, she
King
plays
h4
king
is
h4
fine as
immediately.
well.
King h4?
King h4 is perfectly
fine?
fine. You're not losing the game, but you
Because
do have to be careful.
After knight d6, I thought the blockade.
I go f6. You do get the blockade, but that's about all you get in this position. I can even go maybe king g3 right now.
Well, that's all I get, but that's all I wanted.
Yeah, but your pawn is not going to be as aggressive on that side.
It's not?
I don't think it will be. King
Scare-
e5.
It scares.
You still have to worry about.
So I push the pawn.
Should I go bishop e6 first? I'm not sure. Let's go king e5.
Takes, b3, bishop e6. Yeah, I think you're just in time. Good for you. Good for you. Just in time. Check.
King e6. Are you sure you want to allow me to go
I
f7?
know, I know.
Now you're playing with fire.
I agree.
Let's see, big moment right now. Will she go king h4 or king g3?
King g3, I think.
3 minutes for Talia, 2 minutes for Tatev.
These are very difficult decisions with virtually no time on your clock. I'm seeing king g3.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm seeing the
King
hand.
G3.
You
Right,
know, it
moving
was-
in that direction.
Right.
She finds a good move. She finds a good move.
Well, king g3, again, from Talia's point of view, she would love to have two moves. King f4, bishop h5, pawns push. Go, 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 go. Go as fast as they possibly can. So what do you think exactly in this moment Talia is thinking? Is she thinking you better play knight takes g5 and try to make a draw? Or
I
do you
think she's thinking about b5. Yes, and we see it on the board.
b5?
B5,
Now this
like
is
black
losing,
wants
guys.
to run.
This is a big
This is
blunder.
losing. This was a huge
For
blunder.
me, it looks like a normal move.
It's a terrible.
King
I would've-
f4.
I would have
That's a
played knight
big
takes
problem.
g5 in a heartbeat.
But then you are
probably,
giving up the piece.
and
Yes.
making a draw.
But are you sure that's a draw?
Yes.
It is a draw.
Yes.
No, now after king f4, you're just way too slow.
You're losing.
Way too slow. I'm not sure what she missed, in fact, because bishop h5
Wow.
is coming right now.
That's the problem.
But
I
Yasser, can
will
you show
push my
that once
pawns.
again? Was I asleep or if
Sleeping.
knight takes g5, king f4?
Sure.
Bishop takes f5.
Oh, bishop takes f5. this
Yes,
one.
you are giving one of your piece for 2 pawns, I guess.
2 pawns, but my king is my king is blockading one.
Yeah.
And then I'll trade the
There
pawns
should,
on the
yes,
queen
I
side.
have enough time to do so.
But king f4, so what do you think?
So if I go bishop c2 or b1,
Yeah, you just get out of the way.
because you cannot play g6, right? I'm
No,
still
I go bishop h5 though.
G6, knight takes,
very happy.
very happy. But here's the problem. Doink.
I think you may be thinking knight take h6 here.
But then I take, you cannot approach my pawn, right?
And a5.
F6.
This is the same ending where you don't get to trade all the
my
pawns on
yeah.
the queen side.
But I go king, no, I will go king g8 first.
King g8.
What?
King g8,
King
here.
g8 here.
Can you?
b4.
Now you
Go
don't-
f7. I should probably go f7 first.
It's a girl.
Okay,
But
bishop
now
b3.
bishop b3. Maybe you don't want
Bishop
to allow all of these
b3?
things.
Yes.
It's not yet, unfortunately, a girl.
Not a girl.
Not yet. I mean, you're still probably winning somehow, like take with the C pawn and A4.
Don't I do the same thing you were teaching me?
This might still be winning, but I think just F7 and bishop G6 was much easier.
Okay.
Okay.
Because you force the king to F8 and then you promote.
You say potato, I say potato. Okay. Bishop not to C2, bishop to D5. We don't think this changes anything. Bishop H5 one more time. And we are threatening Munch
One
and
more
G6.
time for the people in the back. Yes, this seems to be
Okay,
easy.
so can I try one more thing? So if I go A5 here,
I take on F7.
Yep.
I take.
G6.
And if I capture that, like,
probably have
can I
to.
make a breakthrough before?
That's fine.
No, I wanted, well,
Keep going.
yeah, before.
B4. Take.
Take.
King D3. But now you go B3. Wait a minute. How is this winning? Don't
What?
tell me that
Bishop
you're actually going
C2.
the other way. Oh, you're actually going King E5, perhaps?
Bishop what?
Bishop C2 on the board.
Bishop
Bishop E2.
E2, pardon.
Bishop, hold on. So we were looking at this, A5. Bishop takes, oh, 30 seconds.
30 seconds for Tatev.
And
okay, so let's see it one more time. But can I go King E5 right now, guys?
No, there's a knight on F7.
No, in this position on Yasser's board.
King E5, B4.
King F6.
Ah, yes. Checkmate.
I think I'm
Gotcha.
faster.
Okay.
Okay,
So
that's the way to win.
So Bishop H5 was winning. Let's be very clear. Talia missed a win.
She can still
with
do
the
it.
move Bishop E2.
Bishop E2, A6. She can still go Bishop H5.
Why would she play Bishop E2? She wants to play F6?
But what's the difference? Well, she's waiting for your pawns, right? You cannot do the breakthrough right now.
I do think she wants to go F6. But that's a dangerous
Yeah,
move to make.
Why? No, Bishop H5, Bishop takes. She should calculate.
But she has 2 minutes on her clock.
Okay.
Bishop H5 is winning right now. Bishop
Still
H5
winning.
followed by G6.
Still winning.
But it's all about that idea of King E5 and going to F6, which
Right.
might be a bit hidden for Talia right now.
And you were saying she had 2 minutes on her clock?
Yes, 2 minutes. Tatev, 1 minute.
The players will be relying upon their increments for the rest of the time, rest of the game, because there is no further time controls.
She's shaking her head. Why is she doing that? No, Talia, you have to go for it right now. Bishop H5. Allow A5. Take a risk, and you will be handsomely paid off.
Rewarded. Yes, indeed. She's saying.
So if you don't do that, what you are suggesting F6? If I can go bishop, or if I don't see the move bishop H5, F6 is the only option, right?
How else would you push the pawns? is the
Exactly.
question.
There is no other option.
And why is F6 not working?
Down to her last minute. I think F6 is still winning, but it makes things much more difficult. What is she going to go for?
Right.
Last minute for both of these players right now in the last game of the round.
I think she's going for F6.
And in fact, it's not the last game of the round. Shankland is still playing against Abhimanyu.
F6 on the board.
F6, okay. That feels like you're giving black some extra options.
Now does Talia, does Tatev have a way to save the game?
She doesn't. It's still winning, but not that easy. Not that easy, I would say.
Okay, so
So what is she supposed to do? C4?
Let's just take a look at C4 for a moment. I'm assuming Bishop H5 is still the winning move. And I'm assuming this is the winning. No, this is not winning. I have King H7. Haha.
So can I go King E5? By the way, Tatev, 15 seconds.
I'm sorry, can you do what?
King G8 on the board.
King sorry, I'm going to refresh my board. I was in a different zone. So king g8.
King g8.
So bishop should come. We're going to go h7 followed by g6. Ooh, bishop d3 looks like it's winning.
I think king f5 should be fairly,
King f5 also?
fairly smooth as well.
Well, what's your threat?
So I go c4, right?
Usually, I'm trying desperately.
Can
to
I go
get-
for bishop h5 now?
Yeah, as before.
Bishop d3.
That looks.
So she's looking to put the pawn on h7 and then g6. That seems
Right.
pretty straightforward.
So g6, knight takes h6. But if I put my pawn on h7 first and then play g6, then
And then g7 checkmate.
it's
That
yeah,
seems-
checkmate.
That seems to do the job right now.
Right. So king g8.
It was a lost
doesn't-
position.
It was a losing
It was
position.
a lost position, yes.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm looking at the Mishra versus Sam Shankland game. Feels like that will be a draw.
That one will be a draw as well.
Okay, bishop b3. No time on the clock for either player.
h7 and g6. She's going for it.
I think for Talia, this game is going to be a huge relief when it's over. You know, it's like, okay, I didn't, blunder. But here, Tatev.
But after
has
king
no-
h8, g6, there's no more defense against g7 checkmate, right?
That was what Kate just said.
Are we missing something or not? I think.
King g8 didn't help Tatev's cause at all.
Yeah, this is over. King
G6.
h8, g6.
Checkmate.
And this is kind of a dream position for any player to be
Those
able to
pawns
get
are
g7
very
on
beautiful
the board.
here.
It's a beautiful construction. And
And
congratulations to
let's-
Talia. Very
Yeah,
labored victory, but a victory in the end.
She doesn't
Yeah.
have any easy games,
No.
right? We remember the game, the memorable game against Rose Atwell.
Yeah.
No,
Yep.
no. And a devastating loss for Tatev, who unfortunately sees her chances to continue fighting for the title evaporate right now.
Exactly. Turning our attention to the game of Sam Shankland and Mishra, feels like draw is about to occur. King to g2.
Yeah, king to g2, and then I want to just trade the pawns.
Yes.
I do.
Yes, king to g2 seems
Because
to
again, it's a bad bishop. So once I trade the pawns, I can trade even the other pawn
Right.
for a rook, and that's a draw.
I've had some very, very bad experiences in king and pawn endgames, and it's very easy to imagine that in this position that you would make a draw with the move king g3 until you see the move f2 and king f4, and,
And
that's
black
the cold.
is getting that critical
Yeah, that's the
square.
cold
Just
shower.
a second, because we don't actually see your board right now, Yasser.
Oh, I apologize.
So maybe once we see it, you can explain that once again.
Okay, so Mishra has correctly played the good move king g2, and I was just saying the desired rook takes h2 has a fault.
Let's wait to see the analysis board as well on our screen. Right now we only see the players. For good reason, Mishra is down to his last 35 seconds.
Yeah.
He's shaking a bit. You can see that.
Still needs to be
the
precise.
tension in the playing hall, I tell you, it's hard. And the pressure of the ticking clock.
So what does Sam want to do here? Just king f6 and just walk with the king
I think
around?
I think in the best case scenario, you put your bishop on e3, you put your pawn on f4, you put your king on e2, you hope you get to play
h1 and capture the pawn on f3.
Yeah,
Yasser, by the way, now you can show that
Perhaps
variation
now,
you were talking about.
Yeah. At this exact moment, you might be tempted. Mishra did play the correct king to g2. That was the good move. You might be tempted to think, oh, I can go into a dead draw on rook and pawn endgame, king and pawn endgame, because I have the opposition. My king opposes the black king. We can make a draw. Until you see the move f2, and suddenly it's black who has the opposition. and wins the game. Therefore, the correct move was king to g2, which is what Mishra has played, and the players have reached this position.
And Sam is going for a bishop e3, f4 structure, and then he will try to transport the king to e2. But maybe I just play, yeah, exactly. Rook a5.
And to keep the king, to prevent the king from crossing the 4th or 5th rank by putting the rook on a5 and just passing with the rook back and forth. This looks like a very easy draw now for Mishra. What? Is this the only draw? No, of course there's been other draws, but there's been such a high number of decisive games.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
Also in the open section, Grigoriy losing with the white pieces against Awonder, that's a huge result. For Awonder as well, because he's still in the title contention right now.
Of course.
Winning game after game, this is a really good performance by Awonder.
But don't you think his last 12 moves were hammer blows? Those were rook takes d3, rook takes h3. He did all of those marvelous
He looks
tactics.
extremely confident in this one. Not only that, but also leading up to that, he was not spending almost any time. He was putting a lot of pressure, not only in the position, but also on the clock. At some point, I was looking through the game, 1 hour and 20 minutes against 20 minutes for Grigoriy. So definitely Awonder was the better player today.
Yeah. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Awonder comes into the tournament as the U.S. Open champion. He tied for first. There was a 3-way tie.
Misha Antipov, Michael Antipov, and
Varuzhin.
I do believe they had the tie break.
Yes.
In fact, which Awonder won.
That's
and
exactly.
Varuzhin, our own,
wasn't
tied as well, but he wasn't
break.
in the tie break.
He had the worst tie break, so he wasn't allowed to. Yeah, but let's take a look at how the ladies finished up to date. Look at that.
I mean,
one
the big story,
draw.
Carissa just won yet another game, another incredible win against Nazi Paikidze, and she's 7 out of 7. She's looking at that extra Fisher's prize.
Ridiculous.
Incredible. Begging Hirjanova. She won a very lucky game with Rose Atwell. She was worse, but she turned it around, and now she's clear second. And there is a 3-way tie for the 3rd place. Irina, Krush, Alice Lee, and Megan Lee, who's also having a great performance, winning today.
A big surprise, Megan Lee upsetting Alice Lee. Tell us about the standings in the open section with 1 game still to go. We're expecting a draw on this one.
So in the open section, let's take a look.
It's kind of the Fabiano show, isn't it?
Yeah, so he has 4.5 out of 6, but Awonder Liang, very important win today. And he's at 4, clear second, and then there is a 4-way tie for the 3rd place. Ray Robson, Sam Sevian, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann. And we are expecting Sam Shankland to join them.
I would not call it yet the Fabi show because of Awonder. Awonder is, once again, putting a lot of pressure on him. Only half a point behind him.
A wonderful Fabiano show.
I see what you did.
I can roll.
You are not very subtle. Yes,
Thank you very much.
Very subtle.
And we are expecting the players to agree to a draw as Mishra is keeping his rook on patrol. He will never leave his 5th rank.
How is he doing it? How is he doing it? Because
not
king to
pass.
d6 is coming. King d6, bishop c5.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to park my rook on e4.
Yeah, that's also actually a very good point. Put the rook on e4.
Park my rook
That's it. And I'm just going to keep moving my king and just keep, looking at you. And
that's actually a very good construction because after that it's over.
So what Kate is suggesting is keep the rook on e4. And just move your king back and forth. Shuffle your king between h1 and g2, and the king can never
And the only way
pass.
for you to be really ambitious is to go something like bishop d4, king c4, but then you are giving up the pawn on f4, and
you might lose.
You might actually lose.
Right.
You're not going to lose most likely, but
Right.
you don't want to do that.
I like that fortress setup even better than maybe what Mishra wants, because in this specific position, the idea of king d6, bishop c5, king d5 is suggestive. Put the rook on e4, as you mentioned, Kate.
So I'm going to wait when your bishop gets to c5. So I'm going to play rook a5 now. Once you move that bishop to c5, I'm going to go rook a4.
Right.
accomplish that for Tres.
And that's the one you want. Yep. That looks perfect. Perfect.
So Abhimanyu has
Defense.
1 minute, 50 seconds. Rook A5.
Right now, I don't think it's actually occurred to Mishra that the rook on E4 fortress is really so powerful.
You can also go rook f5, I guess, if you want, but bishop c5. And now it's time. Now it's time. Just go rook a4, rook e4.
So after king d6, I like that point. He could have played rook f5.
Bishop. I guess bishop,
bishop
e5.
Sorry. No. I
mean, you're still more than fine.
Yeah,
but
no, I definitely will fall back on Kate's suggestion of just putting the rook on e4.
And rook
He's
A4
going
on
for
the
it.
board.
And now we're going to see king e5 because bishop e3, rook a5 is a repetition.
And in fact, king e5, then I give you a check and I can go back. I don't even need to stay on. And bishop to e3 is played. Rook to a5.
Rook to a5, but really I think the players would stop the game after rook e4 and king h1. I think Sam says there's nothing to play for.
That's a very good point, yes. Let's see if he's going to go for it.
I think he's going to go for it. It's
not
very
sure.
Still a
safe.
lot of tension and nervousness, it feels
That's
like
the
in
thing.
Mishra.
It's psychological, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if he's going to go for it. Rook
He's
e4.
done it.
Nice, yes.
And I think that's
a
sufficient
wrap.
for Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way Sam is going to try for too long right now. Shuffle the king. You
King
go up.
H1.
I go down to h1.
Mm-hmm.
Back and forth from h1 to g2. And that's it.
Well, I just want to say that this seventh round just felt like really great competition between the players. Great battles
And I think this
so many
game-
decisive games.
And this game was especially extremely interesting. I mean, Sam, he sacrificed 2 exchanges. He
I
was
know.
completely winning.
He played beautifully. He really did.
Very nice game. Very nice game by Sam, but once again, failing to convert in the end game.
Right. He does everything well. I mean, he really does.
Sometimes it's just not your tournament.
slips,
You
yeah.
feel your shape is good, but something is missing that.
He's still on 50%, so it's not like a disaster
No,
of
no,
a
no,
tournament
no,
or
no,
anything
no,
of
no,
that.
no.
But it could have been much better for
Yes.
him. It could have definitely been much better for him. As you can see, he's a bit frustrated. Knows that he missed
It was
something.
maybe an
A bit.
understatement.
British understatement. Like it.
But he's discussing the game right now with Mishra.
He's just
We've seen him a couple of days ago storming out of the playing hall after losing against Levon Aronian.
But I think he's not realizing where he actually missed the chance. So
Maybe.
he feels like maybe he was not winning. Like he felt he was, but he is not seeing the way right now.
I think he knows allowing queen h5, queen takes e6 was not a good idea.
Not what
I think he missed that tactical shot.
the
basically.
trading into that ending. Sum up round 7 for us, Cristian.
Well, just another incredible day at the office. Of course, Fabiano with the black pieces slowed down a little bit, but that's also kudos to Sam Sevian. He did not make any mistakes. Managed to put some pressure early on, but Fabiano defended very well. In the women's section,
Carissa.
what's there to say? Carissa is just winning game after game. It's very difficult for anybody to catch up with her. And right now, I feel the competitors are starting to understand, hey, this is a fight for second place.
Oh, yes.
Begging 2 points behind, but really showing that also she can hang in terms of victories. She can pile up the victories a bit with some luck today.
Okay,
of course.
fortunate.
Nevertheless, she's taking the risks, and today she was rewarded for it, and she was mentioning that in her interview with Anastasiya as well. We're entering the final stretch, guys.
Absolutely. Final standings for the men, and now for the Open, pardon me, now that
Clear
a draw
leader.
has been agreed.
Fabiano, Caruana, 4.5 out of 6. Clear second, Awonder, Liang. So far, really incredible performance as well, 4 points. And then a 5-way tie for the third place. Shankland, Ray Robson, Sevian, Levon, Aronian, and Hans Niemann with
But we
3.5
see
points.
out of those players,
yes,
Sevian has only 6 games.
Yes.
So
he's at +1.
He has 1 extra game in his
Exactly.
back pocket.
Absolutely. Kate,
Great
Cristian, my
As always,
pleasure.
great fun with you guys.
Thank you all for watching. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. We're going to see you all tomorrow for round 8 and then a rest day.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.